So ouvre les portes. Let the doors be open. Merci beaucoup. Comme il est 11h05.
As it is 11:05 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business according to the order on today's orders paper. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-274, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small businesses or family farm or fishing corporation. Standing in the name of Mr. Caron.
Débat. Honorable député de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lillette, Madawaska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this House as an MP who is proud to represent a rural riding with many small and medium-sized businesses, as well as many family farms that have been in the same family for up to 10 generations. Their operations contribute directly to the economic wealth and the entrepreneurial culture of my riding. I would also mention to my colleagues that the city of Rivière-du-Loup was recently named the best entrepreneurial city in Canada. The Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses named them that best city in their fall report. Now, clearly, Mr. Speaker, my riding, and particularly the city of Rivière-du-Loup, is clearly flourishing. As a Conservative, I'm proud of the last government's record when it comes to helping small businesses, notably by reducing their tax rate from 22 to 15%. We also reduced the tax rate for small businesses to 11%. At the same time, we increased the maximum threshold from $3,000 to $5,000, and that's the amount needed to qualify for that tax benefit. As an entrepreneur myself, as someone who created 20 jobs over the last 25 years, I understand the importance of having a tax system that favors entrepreneurship. Small businesses are the foundation of our economy, and they have created more than 77% of all new jobs between 2002 and 2012. People start businesses for various reasons. Some of them are following their passion. Others are meeting a need in their community for certain services or products. But mainly people go into business so that they can meet their family's needs. And that's what I did myself, Mr. Speaker, in 1993 when I founded my business. And I did this in the clear hope that my business would be taken over by my children one day. I wanted my children to learn the business and to have a better future. And I think this is important in our regions in particular. It is my intention to one day transfer part or all of my family business to my daughter. I'm particularly proud of her, and she's been working with me in my business for the last 3 years. So I was very surprised to learn that the current Income Tax Act in Canada means that it would actually be more beneficial for me to sell my business to a stranger rather than to sell them to a member of my family. When a sale happens between family members, the difference between the sale price and the original purchase price is considered a dividend, which can be taxed fully as regular income. Whereas if the sale had happened between two strangers, it would have been treated as capital gains, taxable at a rate of 55%. The sale between family members also means that they would not have the right to the capital gains lifetime exemption, which is normally granted to small businesses. What kind of a message does this send, Mr. Speaker? If someone wants to start a small business, this is very discouraging for them. In Canada, we want to ensure that economic growth continues. And for that to happen, we need to continue to encourage people to go into business. And when people have been in business for 30 or 40 years and want to transfer some of their business to their children, it's not normal to discourage people from doing that. They should have the same advantages as if they were to sell their business to a third party. So the sale or transfer of a business can be very expensive. According to the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, more than $500 billion worth of farms will be changing hands in the next 10 years. And this excludes the more than 8,000 family farms that closed over the last 10 years. Only half of them actually have a succession plan. And we have an aging population. And I would remind you, Madam Speaker, in the Lower St. Lawrence, we are in one of the regions that has the most rapidly aging populations in Canada. This has a negative impact on the ability of farmers and business owners to sell their farms and businesses to future generations. So with this aging population, 3/4 of agricultural producers intend to retire in the next decade. So it is urgent that we take action to correct this current anomaly in the Income Tax Act so that we can adapt to the new reality. This is why I support Bill C-274, put forward by the member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques, which is a neighboring riding of mine. People in Rivière-du-Loup were interested by this bill and have written to support the bill as well. The Chamber of Commerce in Rivière-du-Loup did the same thing. Across Quebec, there is widespread support. A retailers association is denouncing the current situation, and an agricultural association also came out in favor of this bill. All the main opposition parties support this bill. It remains to be seen whether the Liberal government will support it as well. I think this is a good opportunity for the government to regain trust after having broken many of their promises, including the one to reduce the corporate tax rate from 11% to 9%, after having increased CPP contributions, and after having imposed a carbon tax when the economy is still so fragile. Bill 274 is an opportunity for all parties, NDP, Conservative and Liberal, to gather together and to pass a bill that will recognize the importance of small businesses and family businesses for the Canadian economy. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote in favor of Bill C-274. And in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would add that this bill is one that has the support of many, many people in my riding. This is an area where small businesses are really family businesses for the most part. They are passed on from generation to generation within families. And I think that those families should have the opportunity to count on a better system. Imagine I were to sell my business to my daughter and I had to pay a lot of taxes. With that money, I could have helped my daughter develop her business. So that money would go back into the economy. Thank you very much for your attention, Madam Speaker. And once again, I invite all of my colleagues to support Bill C-274. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable de...
The honourable member for Joliette, I believe.
Okay, 10. Je m'excuse. Oui, il n'y a pas de questions et commentaires.
Pardon. Excuse me, there will be no questions and comments. We will be resuming debate with the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to add my voice to those of people all across the country who support Bill C-274. This is an act that aims to amend the Income Tax Act concerning the transfer of small business or family farms or fishing corporations. I would like to thank my colleague for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques for having tabled this bill. I know that he worked tirelessly to ensure that we would have a well-structured bill that will help and protect our small businesses. We know that our small and medium-sized businesses are really at the heart of our economy. it is because of these businesses that families are able to meet their needs. I come from the region of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, and I can tell you that in these rural areas, life is very different from life in the big urban centers. I know that many of my colleagues are familiar with this different reality, whether they come from Abitibi or the Lower St. Lawrence or other provinces. In regions like Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, the reality is that the economy is made up of only 2 or 3 or 4 really large corporations and a whole range of small and medium-sized businesses. Often our small businesses only have 3 or 4 employees, although they may be growing, but these small businesses are really at the heart of our economy. These are men and women who are developing new ideas, new projects, and every day they're rolling up their sleeves and getting to work and driving the local economy. But these small businesses face many problems that make their work difficult. For example, their pool of clients is much smaller. Another problem is the lack of people to take over the businesses. It's very difficult for small businesses to find people to transfer their businesses to. So when an entrepreneur has a family member, is lucky enough to have a family member to take up the torch, that is a real source of wealth for our communities. Being able to count on a family member to take over the family business is a real advantage. It allows families to maintain traditions and memories. It means they can teach the next generation everything that they acquired through many long years of experience. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the current system is quite unjust. Under the current law, business owners are penalized and discouraged from leaving their business, their life's work, to a member of their family. And the reason for this is simple. If you sell your business to your children or to a relative, the Income Tax Act considers this as a dividend. So this is treated as a dividend under the tax law. And dividends are taxed at a rate of an average of 35%. If you sell your business to someone who is not a family member, in other words, to a stranger, that sale is considered a capital gain. In this case, there is a lifetime exemption of around $825,000 for a business and around $1 million for a farm or fishing corporation. The capital gain is taxed at a rate of around 25% of the rest of the amount. That's an average. This explains the difference between selling to a stranger and selling to someone in your family. Madam Speaker, we need to rectify this unfair situation. I have met with many business owners in my region. They all have the same opinion. This is why many stakeholders in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean support Bill C-274. Allow me to quote here in this House the Chamber of Commerce for Saguenay-le-Fjord, and their president, Mr. Calcote, said the following. Business succession is a key issue for our economy, particularly in far-flung regions. Family businesses are extremely important in the economic development of our regions, and they need to be supported. Currently, there is a flagrant tax problem. The succession of family businesses is an issue that we are monitoring closely. So that was Cal Cote, the president of the Chamber of Commerce. I will also quote the former president of the Union of Agricultural Producers of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Mr. Yvon Simard. He said, "It's not normal that in 2016, the sale of agricultural family farms to strangers is actually more advantageous than selling a family farm to a family member who might be able to pursue their parents' dream and continue developing agriculture in the region." When we contacted businesses in my riding, dozens of them answered me, and they all supported the NDP's approach. Many of them criticized the current situation and expressed a desire for this injustice to be corrected. I would also like to share with you some of the comments that I received on this subject. They really reflect the reality of business owners in my region. I'll just read a few examples for you. There was a hotel owner in my riding who said, "This is a very big issue. My father wanted to sell the business to a stranger because it was much more advantageous for him, rather than leaving it to his family." Another owner said, "I am in a father-son business, but who do you think I will leave my business to? If I try to transfer it to my son, I will lose out. That's not fair." I'll quote a final example. This is an owner of a small business who said, 2 years ago, I sold my business to my son. It's unacceptable that I was penalized by this unfair situation. This is really a double standard. It's totally unfair that these business owners are penalized when they want to sell their business to a family member. I'm not talking about opening the door to tax avoidance here. I'm talking about simply rectifying an unfair situation. In other words, the fact that selling a business or family farm to a child represents a capital gain. Or rather, that's what the situation should be, just as it would be if you were selling to a stranger. And that's the goal here. We simply want to rectify this injustice. Whether you sell your business to a stranger or a family member, the situation should be the same. And I think this bill was well developed to avoid any tax avoidance. Our small businesses should not be penalized for this unfair situation.
It's high time to abolish this unfair tax on the transfer of family businesses. Owners and buyers from the same family should have the same rights and privileges when the business is transferred to people who are not linked to the family. Now, I'd like to conclude by emphasizing the fact that all regions will benefit from this bill. It will be good for small and medium-sized businesses in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean. This is the type of positive change that we need so desperately in order to stabilize our local economy and to vitalize our local economy. I'd like to invite my colleagues on the government benches and in the other opposition parties to consider the economic benefits, but also the social benefits of this bill. Facilitating the transfer of family farms will help regions be stronger. Oftentimes we see farms in our ridings. I have several. I'm proud of them. And then we talk about the rural exodus, young people who go to work in the cities. One of the purposes of this bill, Bill C-274, is that it will help to focus on our local economy. There are many generations of farmers in the region. And there are some farms that have been in the same family for 4 generations. So I'd like to invite all colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, standing in my colleague's name. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to rise and speak to Bill C-274. This subject, the issue of transferring family businesses, it has interested me for a long time. And the first document that I consulted was written by Suzanne Landry, who is a professor at the HEC in Montreal, and in December 2010, and for CPA Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton. This subject deals with some of the most complex aspects of the Income Tax Act, clauses that, sections rather, that deal with turnover, capital gains deductions, etc., and they have several implications. Moreover, Clause 84.1, which this bill is designed to change, was introduced into a bill as a tax avoidance clause to prevent false transactions of family farms among members of the same family. Now, when I was a member of the Quebec National Assembly, another parliament, I wanted to legislate on this issue, and I had several discussions with the Minister of Finance. And Madam Speaker, I must say that it didn't take place at the time because the Department of Finance said there would be significant cuts, but that this measure had to be adopted by Ottawa. So then, in November, December 2013, I found myself in the federal parliament continuing this work, looking at how we could remedy this unfair provision. And it was in that context that I tabled a bill. It was a C-691. Unfortunately, the session ended and we didn't have an opportunity to debate Bill C-691. Now, let's talk about the logic behind tabling this bill. Why table it? Here are some statistics. 40% of jobs and 80% of new jobs in the private sector are created by small businesses. The CFIB has stated that 66% of small business will change ownership in the next 10 years, and that a third of owners of small business and medium-sized businesses would like to sell to members of their family. And that doesn't take into account the unemployment rate that is extremely high among young people. Then there are the reasons that explain why this is such an essential bill. I would point out that succession planning is at the heart of this bill. It represents an economic challenge because it requires a succession plan and the choice of people involved. We have to encourage selling to members of the family because selling to someone outside the family can lead to the business being moved out of its current location or profit for the other buyers. And the middle class needs to benefit from this. Now, the ultimate objective behind this bill is the concept of transferring family businesses. It's simple, the concept, but the solution is very complex. So when a parent sells his or her company to someone who is not a blood relative through marriage or adoption, the parent can choose to not pay tax on the initial $824,176 in taxable capital gains. However, if the same person were to sell to his or her son or daughter, there wouldn't be the choice. That choice wouldn't exist. So that's why this bill will remedy an injustice, an unfair aspect in this bill. Now, when I had tabled Bill C-691, Madam Speaker, I realized that we needed measures to avoid and prevent abuse. And that's why I talked about a progressive ceiling. So, if the taxable capital for a business was under $15 million, the deduction was permitted. So between $10 and $15 million in taxable capital, the deduction would apply. Now, this was to prevent large corporations from taking advantage of an exemption like that. After having established that cap on taxable amounts, there had to be an affidavit provided for the transaction, an independent assessment of the fair market value, stating that the transaction satisfied the conditions, and finally the buyer needed to be 18 or older, and if the buyer were to sell shares in the company within 2 years, the initial transaction was deemed to have never taken place. Now, Madam Speaker, in addition to the support from, of course, the NDP, there were other groups that provided support: the CFIB, the Canadian Federation of Independent Businesses, the CAFE, Canadian Association of Family Business, the CFA, which brings together the main agricultural producers across the country. They agreed. The Insurance Brokers Association of Quebec, and the Order of Certified Professional Accountants in Quebec in recent years had been raising that issue each time they appeared on pre-budget consultation hearings. Now, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, I'm convinced that this bill is the solution. I'm happy to see that not just the NDP, but the Bloc Québécois has decided to retable this bill. We need to take into account a number of aspects when we vote on this bill, and I am alluding to the cost. I had conducted research and consulted the Library of Parliament, and they found that in 2012, some $6 billion in sales of small businesses that would have been eligible. That's how many there were. And according to their calculations, now we can't specifically identify the transaction with the dependents, but they had to do some estimates, and they came up to the conclusion that in 2012 there was $5 billion, and more than 20,000 people were involved in transactions of that nature. So 1/3 of those transactions then would correspond to a sale between people who are linked. And so in order to favor these families that wanted to sell, the calculation was it would cost more than $300 million. We saw that the Liberal government wants to help the middle class look at the difficult situations people are facing. There are people, many millions, who are benefiting from the child benefit. We're talking about an amount here of $300 million. So, yes, there is an injustice, but in the current context, Madam Speaker, when we make decisions, we must also take into account the various aspects so that we can make the appropriate decision. And that is what we will do on Wednesday when we will vote on this bill, Bill C-274. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Député de Lévis-Lotbinière.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to have an opportunity to rise and speak to Bill C-274, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the New Democratic Party for having tabled this bill. It's an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation. The member for Rimouski-Neget-Témiscouata-les-Basques in Quebec is the NDP critic for finance. Madam Speaker, I must speak to this bill because many constituents of mine in Lévis-Lotbinière have expressed concern with respect to the situation to be adopted by the Canada Revenue Agency. My colleague, the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, had intended to introduce a motion or a bill to deal with this situation following a number of concerns raised by very worried constituents in his riding. But as you know, Madam Speaker, all parliamentarians have an order that they respect when it comes to the introduction of a bill or a motion. And unfortunately, my colleague found himself in the 214th position when it came to introducing a bill, and what that meant is that it would be unlikely for him to have an opportunity to present a bill, to introduce rather a bill, before the end of the 42nd Parliament in October 2019. So, this bill is designed to examine the impact and, above all, to examine the benefits of developing the regions of Quebec and Canada. We believe that the current government has not taken the necessary steps to support and develop our regions. Here's why, Madam Speaker. They appointed one minister for the 6 Canadian Economic Development agencies. This one person will never fully understand the regional realities across the country. And over the past year, the government has been unsuccessful in signing a softwood lumber agreement, nor has it created jobs, except, in fact, giving some extra work to the Ethics Commissioner. And now they're putting in place an infrastructure bank for projects evaluated at $100 million and more, and investors would prefer $500 million projects. Now, in a municipality like mine, with on average, some 200 inhabitants, well, we won't see much of that because there aren't projects of that scope. They have put forth a very modest compensation program for farmers and cheese producers, and farmers are very concerned, especially when it comes to the upcoming negotiations with respect to NAFTA. And, even more important, the government has lost complete control over the deficit. Now, they said $10 billion, but no, they're going to end up with $30 billion. And they have no plan to get back to a balanced budget before 2055, Madam Speaker. Now, this bill must move through second reading so that it can equip us with a tool that will help to protect experienced Canadian entrepreneurs, to make it possible to continue these family businesses. This is an excellent opportunity, and it will help the future generation. Now, these entrepreneurs, Madam Speaker, are working very hard, and they deserve our consideration of this very important issue that's before the House. Now, Quebec faced the same problem for the sale of family businesses. In 2015, in fact, the Minister of Finance incorporated measures in the budget to deal with the tax treatment of transaction of this nature to ensure that they were fair and equitable. We also must take time to encourage family solidarity and protect our SMEs, to enable children to continue to operate and maintain their family businesses. And here I'm talking about businesses in urban areas and urban areas as well. Many entrepreneurs don't want to transfer their pride and joy to a member of their family because there are benefits selling to someone who's not a member of the family. But so many of these companies are companies that hire 10, 20, 30 people in small locations. And this is scandalous to see what's happening, Madam Speaker. When the owners want to retire and take advantage of the good life in retirement they deserve, they don't want to have to end up sending their money to the various governments. They want this money to be well placed, and the best place for that is to be putting it into the pockets of Canadian taxpayers and not in the pockets of the Liberal Party. Now, Madam Speaker, entrepreneurs are going to prefer sometimes to sell to people who are not members of the family because of the tax system. Because, well, and that's unfair for those who have developed the companies.
Madam Speaker, we feel that the aging population will result in more and more businesses being transferred, and most SMEs will not survive this first hand down. The sustainability of these SMEs is essential to the labour market across Canada. And young business people have trouble finding the capital they need to ensure that the business can be transferred sustainably, especially when we're talking about a 30% tax if they want to keep the business in the family. And many business people want their children and grandchildren to take over their business. Because, and that is perfectly logical when you've invested 40 years of your life in your own business so that it can last over time and be handed down to your family. Madam Speaker, we really need to ensure that horizontal equity of the tax system is a fundamental part of the Canadian democracy. We need our business to be fair, to be competitive, and all Canadians need to be taxed fairly and equally, and not according to a double standard. Whether you sell to someone outside the family or within the family, you should not be taxed differently. And the Income Tax Act penalizes people who want to hand these businesses down to their children or grandchildren. For all these reasons, and in closing, Madam Speaker, and especially because the current government has not taken the measures needed to support and develop our regions, which is very important. They have not developed our regions. This bill will we hope that this bill will go forward from second reading to give us the tools to protect our business people who are experienced and who have the means to transfer thousands of jobs to future generations. This is an excellent initiative and we'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And what a beautiful Monday morning where we all have the opportunity to debate the bill of my colleague from Rimouski, Neigette-Témiscouat-Télébasque, a bill which, as I can see this morning, is achieving broad consensus. The only slight little discord I can see is on the cost of the bill. And so I can see that unless people are playing petty politics, I don't see how we could not send this bill to committee after being voted on it at second reading so that we can shed more light on the real costs that such a bill would incur, because this bill is so essential for the economy and the development of Canadian and Quebec society. It's no secret. We have an aging population, and this brings about many upheavals that we have to adapt to as quickly as possible and as effectively as possible. For example, in healthcare and education, we try to analyze matters and adjust our policies to demographic curves, but there are other sectors where needs are just as pressing, and sometimes we don't do enough in those sectors. That is why I am very excited about this bill from my colleague, which tackles one of the most important generational changes. By 2020, no fewer than 350,000 business owners will be aged 55 and over, and will be considering in the shorter medium term to the transfer or sale of their business to a member of the family or to someone outside the family. Despite the aging population that I mentioned, it is reassuring to see that we have a very strong next generation of business people. They are very competitive and competent, and they're prepared to take up the challenges of taking over a business from an older generation. So why do so many business people talk about the difficulties with this transfer? Well, because these people know how to do math, and they see that the unfairness that there is between selling a business to a family member or to someone outside the family. Although my colleague's bill is not the first to deal with this matter, it is by far the most complete, and it deserves that it merits a vote in support by all parliamentarians. Now, for people who are unfamiliar with this debate and this matter, let me try and sum up what intergenerational transfer of businesses involves. If you're the owner of a business and you want to retire from it, you have two choices in terms of the takeover of this business. First, you can sell to one of your children and ensure that the business stays in the family and also brings you satisfaction with regard to this intergenerational transfer and keeping it in the family. And you can see your efforts that are continuing. Now, the second, which is in principle just as commendable, is to sell to someone outside the family. Now, we could claim that this is a personal decision and that everyone is free to do as they wish. However, this is not quite as true, since we know that both of these options do not result in the same benefits or proceeds from a legal sale. Right now, if a business sells his business to someone outside the family, the difference between the sale price and the initial purchase price is considered a capital gain and is therefore taxed at between 23 and 29%, depending on the province. And it will benefit from the exemption of $824,000. But if the same owner sells to one of his or her children, the same difference between the sale and the purchase price will be considered instead as a dividend, and therefore it will be taxed at between 35 and 51%, depending on the province, and will benefit from no exemption at all. To simplify things then, let's say that the difference between a business where an owner has received $1 million and that he declares as a capital gain, and the same $1 million declares a dividend, well, the difference is some $306,000 more or less in the pockets of the person selling this business. Now, you know, this is enough to make you reconsider keeping the business in the family. And that is what this bill, C-274, seeks to correct. It will thus allow businesses and purchasers in the same family to enjoy the same rights and privileges as if the transaction was between two people at arm's length who are not related. C-274 would thus help people in our regions to keep their businesses in the family and contribute to the creation of local jobs. In addition, in order to avoid any kind of tax evasion, an argument that has been put forward often is that, well, my colleague has been forward-thinking enough to stipulate that any member of the family who acquires the business must keep it for 5 years following the transaction. We are not the only ones to say that it is time to eliminate this unjust tax. And since I'm running out of time, I won't name everyone who supported his bill, but there are many. Madam Speaker, I just can't see why anyone would have a reason to vote against this bill because it has received so much support. So I hope that not only Bill C-274 will be sent to committee, because we always like to consider improvements where they're appropriate, but also I can't wait for the day when this House will send a clear signal to businesses across the country that they can do business with the buyer of their choice and be taxed fairly. So, needless to say, I urge all members of this House to vote in favor of the bill from the member for Rimouski-Nechâtel-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased today to speak about Bill C-274. Madam Speaker, all members of this House agree that small businesses are a fundamental part of our communities and our country. They provide important goods and services, create job opportunities, and strengthen communities all across Canada. The Government of Canada is all for the solidarity and dynamics of the business sector. And now, is this bill in the interest of small businesses? That is the question. I will defend the following position. The bill has very good intentions, but its effectiveness and some of its impacts cause many concerns for the government. Its main flaw is that this bill will broaden the possibility of tax evasion, and that is something that the Government of Canada cannot support. This bill it makes it easier for owners of small businesses and and fishery businesses by changing the Income Act. To achieve this objective, Madam Speaker, the bill suggests making more flexible certain sections of the Income Tax Act. So we have to answer these questions. Why are these anti-avoidance rules in place? Certainly it is not because we want to discourage the transfer of small businesses between family members. These rules are in place because they do not want people to be avoiding taxes inappropriately. These would result in the creation of tax loopholes, and that is not appropriate to the concept of tax fairness and responsible budgetary management. As I said, this bill seeks to weaken two long-standing anti-avoidance rules in the Income Tax Act. Specifically, it proposes to amend Section 55 and Section 84.1 of the Income Tax Act. Let me address Section 55. This anti-avoidance rule applies to corporations that seek to inappropriately reduce a capital gain through the payment of tax-free intercorporate dividends. When an individual sells these shares, Section 84.1 of the Income Tax Act says that this person is deemed to have received taxable dividends straight from the related corporation, which is taxed at a lower rate. Now, why does this give rise to these results? Because the related corporation could use the dividends paid by the Canadian corporation and give it to Canadians in exchange for transactions. Therefore, it is applied to the fact that this could go to the individuals and could be taxable as a dividend. In the absence of these rules, Madam Speaker, such sales between related parties could be used to pay out dividends for people in terms of capital gains at a lower rate, including eligible gains for a cumulative exemption. Bill C-274 wants to reduce the scope of Section 84.1 by exempting from its application the sale of shares of certain corporations. These would allow small businesses sold by an individual to another corporation controlled by adult children or grandchildren. This amendment, Madam Speaker, would allow owners and managers of family corporations to pay out dividends as taxable gains at a lower rate. This conversion of dividends to capital gains at a lower rate could be done as often as the owner wishes, and they would derive tax advantages. Even though 84.1 seeks to restrict capital gains, this exists even in cases where no exemption is asked for because of different tax rates on individual income, which applies to taxable dividends and income. In 2017, our tax rates, which apply to capital gains, will be of some 17 to 18%. Now, based on this gap between the different taxation rates, the savings at the federal and provincial level would be some $17,000 for each segment of $100,000 of the corporation that converts it into taxable income. It is important to note that nothing prevents this the parents from giving it to their children and to ask for the cumulative exemption of capital gains and to declare it as taxable income. This is not applicable, and so The anti-avoidance rules provided for under Section 84.1 apply when shares are sold to a corporation that is held by a child of or grandchild of the taxpayer. Thus, the taxation rules allow for the intergenerational transfer directly to children or to grandchildren. Madam Speaker, new possibilities of avoidance would be available under 84.1. So it is the richest individuals who would benefit unfairly instead of members of the middle class. By basing ourselves on this series of hypotheses as to how individuals would react to this measure, the Department of Finance estimates that the proposed amendment would result in annual cost to the federal government of some $350 million and $1.2 billion. This result clearly flies in the face of the objective of the government, which seeks to support the middle class and those who are working hard to join it. Madam Speaker, it is also important to underscore that according to analyses done by outside experts, Canada has a favorable tax system and it is an excellent place to do business. The tax costs of companies in Canada are the lowest in the G7 and are 48% lower of those in the United States, according to a KPMG study. The government is currently making unprecedented investments in infrastructure, which will broaden the options in Canada and will result in a more inclusive tax system. Furthermore, the taxes of some 9 million Canadians has been cut, and 9 out of 10 families with children now receive benefits thanks to our new Canada Child Benefit, rather. This means that the middle class is doing better, and they are benefiting from a stronger economy. So, in closing, Madam Speaker, I understand the reasons underlying Bill C-274. We all want the tax rules to be fair, sound, and conducive to the growth of small businesses. At the end of the day, however, Madam Speaker, the possibilities of tax avoidance that would result from the adoption of this bill far exceed any benefits that we could withdraw from it. Bill C-274 would not improve tax fairness. On the contrary, Madam Speaker, it would give rise to the possibility for richer individuals to use private corporations for tax planning purposes, and would give rise to pressure to weaken other anti-avoidance rules. For these reasons, Madam Speaker, I urge all honourable members in this House to vote against Bill C-274. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Before I recognize the member for Courtenay-Alberni, I just want to let him know that he is going to have approximately 3 minutes in order to give time for the sponsor to also reply to what he's heard. The honourable member for Alberni-Courtenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise in support of Bill 274, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation. As a small business critic for the Progressive Opposition, as a former business owner and executive director of a Chamber of Commerce, and as the co-chair of the All-Party Entrepreneur Caucus, I'm proud to stand here today in support of Bill C-274 and speak to its many strengths. I'm grateful for the work of my colleague, the member from Rimouski, Naget Témiscamingue-Labasque, for putting forward an excellent piece of legislation on tax fairness for Canadian small business owners. In debates, committee meetings, and in legislation, small business is an important focus for parliamentarians because we understand that small business owners are the real job creators in Canada. 80% of all jobs are created by small business, and 30% of our GDP comes from small business. Small businesses are an economic driver of our local economies. Madam Speaker, this bill is about keeping jobs in Canada, keeping our wealth in our local communities, supporting family-owned businesses, and supporting community economic development by plugging economic leakages. It's about fair tax laws for Canadians. It's about correcting an unreasonable provision in the Income Tax Act. It makes no sense, but our current laws make it easier to sell a business to a stranger than a family member. Now, why would we do that? Let's make it easier to enable Canadian businesses to be passed from generation to generation, not harder. Let's not penalize the very people who have put their heart and soul and a lifetime into developing their local businesses. Let's support Canadians who support their communities. I know I don't have time to do a full speech, Madam Speaker, so in closing, the government has an opportunity to show Canadians they're fighting for working-class Canadians by supporting this bill. The working class is family business, hard-working entrepreneurs that are the foundation of our economy and the real job creators. Nobody has a deeper connection to community or understands the importance of keeping the wealth in their community better than family business owners. Canadians deserve fair succession tax laws on their family-owned small businesses. We need to make it easier to sell a business to a family member. We need to keep jobs local, our money in our local economies. We need to give our business owners the tools to thrive in our communities. Right now, the Income Tax Act makes it easier to sell a business, like I said, to a stranger than to a family member. Bill C-274 will correct that mistake. I urge all parliamentarians to support small business owners across Canada by supporting this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Basque. Right of reply. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to speak to conclude the debate on my private member's bill, Bill C-274. Madam Speaker, in each one of our ridings, we have small and medium-sized business owners. We have farmers. We have fishers. Currently, these people are not among the richest class, despite what the government says. These are really middle-class people, and when they start a small business, often they are only people who are aspiring to even be part of the middle class. I know that the government is opposing this for reasons that I find absurd, and I will explain why I find these reasons absurd. The Minister of Finance, the Parliamentary Secretary of Finance, say they feel that this bill will cost between $300 million and $1.2 billion. I've worked with tax experts in developing this bill to ensure that it would not be too costly for the government. We have estimated that in terms of revenue loss, it will cost between $75 and $100 million. Is that an exaggerated figure? Well, the goal of this is to equalize opportunities. Currently, small businesses who want to transfer their business to their children would have to pay over $110 million more than if he were to sell to a stranger. So yes, there are going to be costs associated with that in terms of revenue loss, but it will allow us to equalize opportunities. It will allow these businesses to keep companies in the family for a second and third generation. So in a sense, the numbers that the government is putting forward should be criticized. They should be analyzed in committee. This is why I'm asking the government and all MPs in this House to adopt the bill in second reading so that we can analyze these numbers, so that we can look at the analysis that I have made with various tax experts, including those from the Library of Parliament, from various accounting firms, so that we can compare my numbers with those that the government is putting forward. Another argument that the government is putting forward against my bill is that currently parents can transfer a business to their children and benefit from capital gains. Well, that's true if the child is not incorporated. But increasingly, the children are incorporated because there are many advantages to incorporation, including lower tax rates for borrowing and lower tax for the money they will reimburse to the parents later on. So I know these are complex questions and the tax rules are complex, but my bill, C-274, does represent a correction to the current injustice, which currently encourages small business owners, farmers, and fishers to sell to strangers rather than to their own children. And in the end, their goal is not to become rich. They're simply making the sale so that they can retire comfortably.
That my intention is not for the bill to be too costly. The intent is to bring the bill to committee so it can actually be studied, if needed, if it's really too costly, to be amended. And I can guarantee every member in this House that if the numbers that the government is putting forth, if the bill will be as costly as they are saying, I will volunteer to actually withdraw it from consideration. And I'm saying that because I'm sure it will not be. So, j'aimerais, pour conclure,
So, to conclude, I'd like to invite every MP in this House to consider the impact that this bill will have on their constituents. Madam Speaker, I have the support of more than 150 organizations across the country, in Quebec, in Ontario, in the West, in the Maritimes. Chambers of commerce, municipalities, organizations that represent farmers, organizations that represent fishers. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that if this bill is rejected before it even gets to committee study, before it can even be analyzed in depth in terms of cost, these people will not only be very disappointed, but they will express their disappointment in the next elections. So I encourage everyone in this House to vote to study this bill in committee. Thank you.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Caron, seconded by Ms. Brosseau, moves that Bill C-274, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, transfer of small business or family farm or fishing corporation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
To adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say no, nay. Yay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Conformément à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands referred until February 2017.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming debate on the motions in group number 1 at the report stage of Bill C-30, the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Oui. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable, l'Honourable Député de...
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my riding of Laurentides-Labelle, a lot of people talk to me about their concerns with free trade. They often see this as an issue that benefits the wealthiest and doesn't really benefit those who are working the hardest in our society. I would like my colleague for Winnipeg North to talk to us about how free trade benefits everyone. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. I know that he is quite passionate in terms of wanting to make sure that his constituents are well represented in the House on important issues and raises a valid concern. I think it's important that we recognize that Canada, over the years, has been well established around the world as a trading nation. It is because of trade that we are able to have the type of lifestyle that we have, whether it's in urban Canada or rural Canada. And the best thing that I could assure my colleague is to have him appreciate that the jobs that we have today, many of those middle-class, hard-working jobs, whether it's a product or a widget or whether it's a service, that Canada is well equipped through our post-secondary institutions and many other training facilities to provide some of the very best product and services in the world. And the more that we're able to reach out into the world, the better we are as a society in terms of our lifestyle and even beyond that, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from the member.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for l'Honourable Député de Dorval-Lachine.
The Honourable Member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
I would like to ask my colleague how he would best describe the importance of trade for Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm sure my colleague would acknowledge that one of the highest priorities that we put in place in terms of taking on the role of government just over a year ago was the importance of creating jobs. When you think of trade, one of the things that we need to remind ourselves of is that, as I pointed out in the earlier question, is that Canada is very much dependent on trade. To give you a sense, when I talk about some of the best products, I could talk about my home province or even the member's province of Quebec. She'd be very familiar. One of the things Manitoba and Quebec share in common is our aerospace industry. Our aerospace industry, and you will find some of the very best parts and aircraft that are manufactured today come from Canada. And when we look at ways in which we can take down trade barriers, allow for a freer flow of goods, really what we're doing is we're allowing opportunities for small and medium-sized businesses alike to be able to explore other opportunities that go beyond Canada's border. So when you think of trade and how does Canada really benefit, the more that Canada can trade, in particular on that export side, I would argue, Madam Speaker, but just trade in general, the more it contributes to our GDP, the more it provides opportunities for those small and medium businesses, and that's really what this is all about. We recognize that if we can build on trade, we can build Canada's middle class and those that are aspiring to become a part of it. And the healthier that Canada's middle class is the healthier our economy. Our economy needs to have a healthy middle class, and one of the ways that we can reinforce that healthy middle class and have that middle class grow is to look at ways in which we can increase trade throughout the world. And that's why we've seen such a high priority, whether it's the CETA agreement, what we're debating today, or the agreement between Canada and Ukraine, which was signed off, or even the World Trade Organization legislation that we brought in that again allowed for a freer flow of services and widgets that ultimately all Canadians will benefit, in particular Canada's working middle class and those that are aspiring to become a part of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This House has heard a great deal of debate on CETA, and throughout these discussions, the NDP has pointed out some critical problems with the agreement. It's likely to worsen Canada's trade deficit, it's likely to harm key sectors of our economy, it's likely to make it easier for temporary foreign workers to come into our country, it's going to extend pharmaceutical patents, driving up the cost of prescription drugs for our provincial health care systems as well as for individual Canadians. It will expose our democratic laws, regulations, and public policies to more challenges under the investor-state provisions. But, Madam Speaker, I don't want to repeat all of those points. What I'd like to do in today's speech is really look at CETA from a different perspective. I want to look at it from the perspective of its implications for future Canadian negotiations. In particular, I want to look at our likely negotiations with a post-Brexit United Kingdom. I want to look at our potential renegotiation of NAFTA with the United States. And finally, I want to look at the negotiations we have within our country with corporate Canada. So in terms of the United Kingdom leaving the European Union, a big question is what that means for CETA. It's a question the NDP has been asking throughout this debate because, of course, the United Kingdom is the one major economy in the EU with which Canada currently enjoys a trade surplus. But I was interested to note that on Friday, a Conservative colleague from Sarnia-Lambton actually asked that question during question period and didn't get much of a response from the government. What the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade said was, quote, "If CETA is passed by the EU, we will have a deal with the UK until things unfold in that country. Canada, of course, has an interest in maintaining access to the significant UK marketplace and we believe very strongly that CETA provides an excellent baseline for future negotiations. So, Madam Speaker, here we have the government actually acknowledging that CETA isn't a done deal, that it's unclear whether or how it might apply to the United Kingdom, and that in all likelihood Canada would have to enter into new negotiations with the UK after the Brexit process plays out. So I guess the question I would ask is, why would we want to establish that baseline now? Will this be a baseline from which we make further concessions in negotiations with the United Kingdom? It seems to me that after Brexit, the United Kingdom would actually be under pressure to formulate new trade agreements. It will no longer be part of free trade deals through the EU, and the British will be the ones who really need to make concessions to get trade deals. So why would Canada set the baseline now? Wouldn't it be more prudent to see what happens with Brexit and then to negotiate with Britain from a position of strength? So it seems to me that agreeing to CETA before Brexit has played out actually puts Canada in a much weaker position for prospective negotiations with the United Kingdom. The second thing I want to consider, Madam Speaker, is negotiations with the United States about the North American Free Trade Agreement. Because I think it's really important to recognize that under NAFTA currently, there's a concept of most favored nation treatment. So when we make concessions to Europe through CETA, we're automatically making those same concessions to the United States. And indeed, in Bill C-30, we find it does exactly that. It provides concessions not just to the EU, but to all trade agreement investors. So, for example, when CETA extends patent protections, it doesn't just do it for European pharmaceutical companies, it does it for American pharmaceutical companies as well. And of course, we don't get anything in exchange from the United States for that concession. It just happens automatically. Another thing Bill C-30 does is to raise the threshold for foreign investment reviews of proposed foreign takeovers up to $1.5 billion. And it does this not just for proposed takeovers by European investors, but also for proposed takeovers by American investors. So again, this is a concession we're making to the United States without actually getting anything back in return on, softwood lumber or steel or Buy American or any of the other trade issues that we might have with our neighbors to the south. And so, Madam Speaker, I guess I would again say it strikes me that rather than making these concessions preemptively to the United States through Bill C-30, it would be far more prudent to actually see what happens with Trump, what happens with our potential renegotiation of NAFTA, so that if we need to make concessions, we can actually get something for them and we can actually bargain rather than just giving the U.S. these concessions as part of a deal with Europe. So that's another reason, Madam Speaker, to defeat this legislation. Now, the third type of negotiation that I would like to speak to are the negotiations that are constantly going on between the Canadian state and corporate Canada. Because one aspect of extending investor-state provisions through these different international agreements is that Canadian companies want to have access to the same special commercial tribunals in order to be able to directly challenge and sue over laws, regulations, public policies that they may not like. So the more we extend these investor-state provisions, the more we invite Canadian companies to demand a similar basis on which to challenge our own democratic domestic policies. And we're starting to see this kind of thinking bubble up in the Conservative leadership race Madam Speaker. Just last week, we had two candidates for the Conservative leadership, the member for Regina Qu'Appelle and the member for Beauce, kind of tripping over each other to try to adopt radical libertarian positions. The member for Regina Qu'Appelle said that we should entrench private property rights in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And of course, the member for Beauce was very quick to agree with this concept. And you can really see the linkage of this to trade deals in looking at the way another Conservative MP reacted to this proposal. So we had the member for Lanark-Frontenac-Kingston saying, quote, "The lack of constitutional protection for the private property rights of Canadians means that the rights of Canadians can be treated as second class under NAFTA. Canadians deserve the same property rights that foreign companies enjoy in Canada and shouldn't be second class in their own country." End quote. So, Madam Speaker, we have this argument that because there's investor-state provisions in trade deals, they should be extended to all Canadian companies and property owners. Well, what would that actually mean in practice, Madam Speaker? Well, you can forget about any kind of land use planning for starters, but you can also forget about building any type of major public infrastructure that would traverse lots of different property. I mean, imagine trying to, build or even twin an existing highway if every landowner along the route essentially could veto it because their private property rights were entrenched in the Constitution. No, Madam Speaker, the power of expropriation is an extremely important thing if we actually want to get infrastructure built. We've heard from the Conservatives a lot of rhetoric in favor of pipelines, but good luck building any pipelines after private property rights are entrenched in the Constitution. I think that's something these Conservative leadership candidates need to think about. So, Madam Speaker, Bill C-30 is going to weaken Canada's negotiating position with a post-Brexit Britain. It's going to weaken Canada's negotiating position over NAFTA with the United States. And it's also going to lead us down this goofy path of entrenching private property rights in the Constitution. For all those reasons, I urge my fellow MPs to defeat this bill. Thank you.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Just below you. Thank you. I want to thank the member for his comments. I also, but I'm trying to understand, and I appreciate many of the concerns that he has, certainly about the private property issues that he brings up leading from the Conservative debate, and I thought that was well done, and I thank him for that. But from the logic of one stronger dominant partner over the other in any particular trade deal, I don't quite follow the logic about the Brexit situation. Now that Section 50 has been triggered, and it will no doubt come to pass, when it comes into force following a vote in Europe on February 14th, I believe, we're now getting into it and following C-30, if it passes. Once we get to that point, we've entrenched quite a bit in a very substantial trade agreement, along with a strategic partnership agreement, which is more political in nature, but certainly something that's very important. To me, that puts them on the other side of his logic. In other words, Great Britain on the other side, where they have to negotiate something with us as they leave the European Union. So perhaps you'd explain to me further where his logic prevails over mine.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member across the way points out that with this legislation, we will already have entrenched many aspects of CETA. And that's precisely my concern, is that we would be in a much stronger bargaining position dealing with Britain after it's out of the EU and after it's desperate to get into some trade deals than we are in negotiating with the entire European Union, as is currently the case. The parliamentary secretary to the Minister of International Trade said in this House on Friday that CETA would provide a baseline for negotiations with a post-Brexit UK. Madam Speaker, I'm submitting that it's a bad baseline and that we could do better in negotiating with the UK after Brexit. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I listen with great interest to my colleague because it's clear the Prime Minister is the foremost proponent of trickle-down economics in the world today. He believes in this ideology of trade, that if we trade away Canadian steel jobs, we'll get something better with the Chinese, that if we allow the Chinese government to take over Canadian tech companies, it'll somehow benefit the middle class. They always invoke the middle class whenever they make a cynical decision. But now we see that this is a government that refused to stand up for the farm sector in the CETA negotiations, walked away on compensation when they know the dairy farm families are going to take a serious hit. And yet the man that they're looking to deal with, Donald Trump, Brian Mulroney, is floating the trial balloon. Well, to keep the Americans happy, we actually have to get rid of the supply-managed sector in this country. And this is who the Liberal government seems to be taking their advice from. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague why he thinks it is that they put the ideology of these trade deals ahead of our steel sector, ahead of our farm sector, ahead of our tech sector every single time in order to get any kind of deal they can get with anybody.
Here, here. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Well, I thank my colleague for his excellent question, and I'll pick up where he left off, which is to observe that I think this government, like the previous government, was blinded by an ideology that said all of these so-called free trade deals are good no matter what, and we don't need to really worry about the details or the specific trade-offs being made. So it's very true that this government has made some huge concessions under CETA on supply management and in other areas. And one of my concerns is that those concessions are automatically being extended to the United States under Bill C-30, which puts us in an even weaker position to potentially have to renegotiate NAFTA with the Trump administration. I would much rather go into those negotiations without having made these concessions so that we can actually push for the things that Canadians want, such as a removal of the Chapter 11 investor state provisions and such as a removal of the proportionality clause that might limit our options as to where we export our energy resources going forward. Thanks again.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise in the House today to speak in support of Bill C-30 and a comprehensive economic and trade agreement between Canada and the European Union. As we well know, it's called CETA. And I'd like to first congratulate our new Trade Minister, the member from St. Maurice Champlain, on his new responsibilities, and recognize the hard work of our former Minister, the member from University of Rosedale, for the devoted time that she put in on the trade file, and she's going to be still very involved with the trade file, even from Foreign Affairs, and along with the rest of our team. And I'm sure we'll continue to work with the Foreign Affairs Minister and the Trade Minister to get more trade agreements that are beneficial to all Canadians. And as the Prime Minister stated, we are a trading nation. Our GDP relies on trading, and we'll continue to work hard to make good deals for Canadians. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to recognize a recognition for our International Trade Committee, which I'm very proud of sitting as chair on. We do a great job. We work all together. We don't always agree a lot, but we work together. We put a couple agreements together in the House. One was the Ukrainian agreement, and so that was a big agreement. And we also, of course, put the CETA agreement here on the floor. We work well together, and we get things done. And we are always thinking for Canadians. So, and we're going to be working on other future agreements in the upcoming months. Especially, we're going to be dealing with the United States now, and of course, many of our Asian partners. Madam Speaker, CETA with the European Union is a modern, progressive trade agreement that, when implemented, will generate billions of dollars in bilateral trade and investment, provide greater choice and lower prices to consumers, and create middle-class jobs in many sectors of our society. CETA is a product of hard work, frank discussions and negotiations, and a common commitment by our Prime Minister, the Minister of Trade, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and our Trade Committee, and of course countless of other Canadian public servants, and to make this agreement come together. And when it comes to negotiating trade agreements such as the CETA, we have some of the best, and the world knows we have some of the best negotiators in the world. Whether you're at WTO, whether you're doing this agreement, whether it's big or small, we have some of the best negotiators, and they show an example for the rest of the world when we do our negotiations. So we're so proud of them and how they work. No matter which government's in power, they just do work for the Canadians. Canadian exports to the EU are diverse and include a significant share of value-added products in addition to traditional exports of resource-based products and commodities, whether it's precious stones and metals, machinery and equipment, mineral fuels and oils, mineral ores, aerospace products, and of course fishing and fish products are some of Canada's top merchandise exports to the EU. Now, from my perspective, from Atlantic Canada, two export sectors that will particularly benefit from CETA. One is the minerals and mineral products export sector. Of course, the other one dear to my heart is agriculture and agri-food. But I think the biggest one in our area is fishing and fish products sector. Madam Speaker, we have over 500 small craft harbours in Atlantic Canada. And most of that fish, we cannot eat it all. Although we like it, we love eating it, we cannot eat it all, and the rest of the world wants it, and we want to sell it to them. So when it comes to exporting our products, via sea also, Atlantic Canada tops the rest of North America. We are very well positioned, Atlantic Canada, in this agreement for the transshipment of products from continent to continent, and Atlantic Canada is closer. It's closer than Montreal, Boston, New York. It's closer than any other port in North and South America towards Europe. So we're very excited not only about the products that we have to offer Europeans, but also be able to trade through our ports in Atlantic Canada. Madam Speaker, my home province, I'm from Cape Breton, but my home province, of course, is Nova Scotia, and it will benefit significantly from CETA and the preferential access to the EU market. The EU is Nova Scotia's second largest export destination, and it's our second largest trading partner, with a large portion of the share coming right from my island in Cape Breton. So once in force, CETA will remove the boundaries on Nova Scotia's exports and create new market opportunities in the EU. Madam Speaker, in all 28 EU member states, they have approved the conclusion of CETA and have signed the agreement, or in the midst of finalizing. Trade means growth. Trade means prosperity. Trade means stability. Trade makes good friends. And more growth, more trade creates jobs. And that's what we want in Canada. Nova Scotians will benefit from improving exporting conditions and provide us with a comprehensive advantage over exporters in other countries. We do not have free trade agreements with the EU. It was mentioned in this House already today about the United States, and the United States tried to pull a deal off with the EU, but we're not successful. We did. We were successful. We're very proud of it. And so we see that Canada also gives an opportunity for an entranceway into the whole North American market through Canada and the EU. Nova Scotians will benefit from improved exporting conditions and provide us with a competitive advantage over exporters of other countries who do not have free trade agreements with the EU. As I stated, Madam Speaker, between 2013 and 2015, Nova Scotia alone's merchandise exports to the EU were worth over $465 million, with, of course, fishing and fish products holding the largest share of that 45% of our exports. Now, we think, how does this all translate? Well, following fish and fish products exports, of course, we have agriculture and agri-food at 16%. We can grow anything in Nova Scotia. They love our blueberries. We have great blueberries and apples and so many different products. And we're looking at growing more beef in Nova Scotia, too. They like grass-fed beef in Europe, and we think we're well-positioned in Atlantic Canada. Also, metal and mineral products. The tariffs will go from 10% down, and other exports such as chemicals and plastics, forest products, information and communication technologies will drop to 12%. So when you look at most of the tariffs that are going in that we have to pay going into European Union is between 10 and 15%, which is significant. When you take over, for instance, just fish alone, it's over $465 million. If you take it at the low ballpark figure of 400, that's 10%. That's $40 million that Nova Scotia is going to benefit just on fish products alone. Now, these tariffs are on large exports, like I mentioned, the fish products, that are, and some of them are up to 25%. It's a phenomenal high tariff going into that trade zone, and we're going to be glad it's gone. So through CETA, these fishing and fish product tariffs will drop by almost 96% immediately, and the remaining tariffs will be phased out over 3, 5, and 7-year period. According to Industry Canada, Nova Scotia exports $5.4 billion worth of goods and services outside of Canada, with the United Kingdom $121 million, France $81, Netherlands $84. $1.2 billion of Nova Scotia's $5.4 billion in exports come directly from lobster and crab. In my riding of Sydney, Victoria, the Neils Harbour Fish Co-op processing facility has staff from all over Cape Breton, and many of the staff come from Newfoundland to work in their fish plant. In 2015, the Victoria County Fishers Co-op purchased about $20 million of product from local fishermen. This spans over 100 miles of coastline, 7 small harbors, most having between 20 and 25 vessels, and sales worth of $26 million. So in most of rural and northern communities, like in my riding of Sydney, Victoria, like Neils Harbour, fishing industry is what makes my constituents rely on their well-being. Fishing is passed down from generation to generation. Men and women go out to sea for months at a time, put food on their tables, and provide fresh fish for around the world. CETA will boost the fishing trade for my riding and better the quality of lives of hard-working fishers and their families. 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in agriculture itself, and it was mentioned here, when you take beef, pork, and canola, agriculture products that are going to be going to Europe, tariff-free, it's going to be phenomenal. And I sat on the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee. Madam Speaker, in closing, when all other countries are closing their doors to trade and immigrants, Canada is opening their doors. The benefits as a result from CETA to the fishing and fish products in Nova Scotia and Cape Breton, Atlantic provinces, all over Canada, CETA is a modern, progressive trade agreement that could generate billions of dollars in bilateral trade and investment and provide greater choice and lower prices to consumers and grow the middle class. And I also like to thank the previous Conservative government because they worked hard on this agreement. We had to take it across the plate and finish it off, but they did a lot of work, and I'm proud that they're on the committee with us, still continue to do good work. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm open for questions.
The honourable member for... I just had it 1 second ago. Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the chair of the Trade Committee for his speech. And you highlighted on a lot of very important things. A few things I disagree with you. You talked about
address the questions and the comments to the chair.
The chair of the committee talked about some things. There's some things I agree and disagree with. One is the blueberries. He talks about how good blueberries are. Well, we have Saskatoon berries coming out of Saskatchewan. I think the people in Europe will really enjoy the Saskatoon berries better than the blueberries. But having said that, they're both excellent. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is we're going around the world and we created this ability to get market access. And we're going to have market access into Europe. We're going to have Canadian companies that want to export into Europe. We're going to have companies from around the world looking at Canada and saying, you know what, we should maybe look at a facility in Canada because we'll have market access Europe, U.S., hopefully TPP will go through in this House and we'll have access into the Asian market. It'll be a great base of operations. But one thing that really concerns me is our competitiveness. And the fact is we're adding taxes in places of things that actually affect the competitiveness. Carbon taxes, for example, when he talks about fisheries. You know, all these fisheries, all these guys are going to now have a carbon tax that they have to pay that has no return to their investment and makes them uncompetitive. So doesn't he feel it's important that we also look at competitiveness, not only trade agreements, when we start looking at taking advantage and growing the business community here in Canada?
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Well, Madam Speaker, let's talk about the berries first. And I think he's on to something. I think if we take those berries from Saskatchewan and Nova Scotia, we can make a blend and we can call it Canada's finest. How's that? And it'll be a good idea. And they can mix it with their vodka and gin and everything. Everybody will be happy. Now, a couple of things he mentioned, and one is the how Canada could be a point of access to other markets. And I'm glad he brought it up because there's a in my riding, there's a window manufacturer from Germany who makes windows mostly for Atlantic Canada. Does a fine job, and but he's looking at this agreement that it gives him an opportunity to produce windows, and if they're tax-free, go right into the U.S. market. So it's a fine point he made. On the carbon tax, and I think, you know, it's when you look at it, especially the European Union with this agreement, they already have a carbon tax in Europe. So they're so much similar to us in Europe. Our social structure, what our beliefs are, I mean, and how we treat environment. So I think that's why this agreement fits so well with us and Europeans, because we're very like-minded, and like them, they have a tax on carbon, and they're environmentally friendly. So, and I think when we meet the MPs from that area, and we're going to be meeting the Danish MPs Wednesday, I think they're going to be very fond of our carbon tax. So thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great fascination to my colleague. I like him. He's an enjoyable man, and he's telling Canadians that the reason that they signed this free trade agreement was to get the blueberries over to Europe for Nova Scotia. It's one of the more ridiculous examples, except maybe the member for University Rosedale said, oh, we had to sign it so we could sell mucklucks from little stores in Winnipeg to Europe. And what do they think Canadians really are? They think that we're some kind of political knobs here? And so I want to thank my colleague for at least at the end, he wrapped it all up when he wanted to thank the policies of Stephen Harper for laying out the path that this government's following. At least we heard a little bit of honesty from them. They follow the same trickle-down economic plans as the Stephen Harper government, and they're thankful for it. So I want to thank them for the honesty. It really was a breath of fresh air compared to all the other stuff. But I didn't hear him talk at all about the fact that they're selling the dairy sector out. Because at least Stephen Harper put the money on the table, because they know this is going to be a serious multi-billion-dollar hit to our farm families, and this government hasn't put a dime on the table. So I'd like to move away from blueberries for a minute and tell us what's going to be on the table for our farmers who are giving up serious market share to the Europeans.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
I don't know how much time I have, Madam Speaker, but I tell you one thing. 48 seconds. Number one, I'm not surprised with the NDP. I don't know if they're, and I'm not trying to, credit the Conservatives for everything. They did a good job on this agreement. We finished it off. But the NDP is against trade, and I'm not surprised. Now, his family, your family is from Cape Breton. Your families are fishers.
I just want to remind the member he's to address to the chair, and my family's not from Cape Breton. And there's not much time left, so a very brief answer.
Think of his relatives in Cape Breton who fish and how benefit it's going to be to them. And every once in a while, he should come back to Cape Breton and get a taste of reality and find out what real business is all about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's always a pleasure and, quite honestly, an honour to stand up in this great place and talk about something that has the great potential. The incredible potential to create jobs and create economic growth and value for our country. Madam Speaker, this great CETA agreement and Bill C-30 is about implementation of that agreement. I can't help go ahead without giving recognition to the member from Abbotsford, who was the Minister of International Trade that for 6 years or so worked with not only the team on our Conservative side, but actually with all members of Parliament to come together with an extraordinary agreement that benefited Canadians from one coast of this country to the other. I also want to say thank you to the now Minister of Foreign Affairs and who was the Minister of International Trade for her taking it forward to this point. Folks, we had, as my colleague before me had mentioned, these don't happen in isolation. Our chief negotiator, Steve Verheul, is an amazing guy in terms of his abilities and what he is able to accomplish around the negotiating table. And just out of personal, I'm from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. I grew up, I farmed, I was involved in municipal government. And in fact, when I was in dairy, it was Steve's dad that I bought many of the inputs for my dairy operation from. And so he comes from great stock. Madam Speaker, there's just a whole host of things that happened to get CETA done. One of them was the unprecedented amount of cooperation and involvement that the stakeholders had in the developing of this agreement. Whether it was the provinces or the territories, whether it was the stakeholders being the commodity organizations, the businesses, if they weren't at the table, they were sitting at the chairs behind. And that is why this agreement had so much appeal across Canada. One of the things that we're looking at is that this text was agreed to in terms of its negotiation in August of 2014. And as we all knew, it was going to take a couple of years for those 28 countries to, I think, translate it, Madam Speaker, into something like 22 or 23 languages. And we are now at the time of implementation, not only here in Canada, but also in Europe, which we may understand may be happening very shortly. So what does it mean? As I mentioned, there's 28 countries. It has an impact for Canadian manufacturers, agriculture, education, all of those stakeholders that were involved in this negotiation, access to some 500 million people that have an economic activity of almost $20 trillion. One of the things that it will bring is that it brings about, the estimation is about 20% increase in our bilateral trade and about a $12 billion increase to the Canadian economy. For example, they say that it will leverage about $1,000 for an annual family's income. Now, you got to understand, Madam Speaker, that $1,000, because the Liberals keep bringing in new taxes, and they just brought in a new CPP tax on employer and benefits, is going to eat that up. But it has the opportunity to increase family income, but also about some 80,000 jobs. When CETA comes into effect, about 98% of non-agriculture trade tariffs, tariff lines will disappear. And for agriculture, it'll be 94 to 95%. And over a short period of time, those tariffs then will start to disappear. One of the great things that trade agreements and the good ones like this one that were negotiated is that it helps to get rid of non-trade tariff barriers. Those things that pop up between trade with one country and another that really aren't, that really sometimes aren't directly related to trade, but they become a political inhibitor to moving a product from one country to another. And so a shipment goes over to another country, and all of a sudden they'll find that there's something wrong with it, and it may get returned or it may get rejected. Madam Speaker, that's a non-trade tariff barrier, for example, that we hope, and from both sides, whether it is the European Union or Canadians, we want to try to eliminate as many of those as possible. As I mentioned, the trade agreement has an incredible amount of benefit. Well, it has an incredible amount of potential benefit to Canadians. But over the last 14 or 16 months, as we've sat in this place and there's been a new government came in 2015, some of the advantages will obviously take a hit. Because actually they had promised that they were going to balance the budget in 4 years, and now they sort of misjudged that by about 32 years. So if you're 18 years old now, it's going to be about, you'll be about 56 years old before the budget is balanced. What's that mean? Well, that means that all the young people that are now 18 or 19 are going to be almost at what someone might have called freedom 55, are now going to be paying for this extraordinary spending that the government did. I mean, they got elected, Madam Speaker, and said they were going to have a $10 billion deficit. Well, within a couple of months or so, they were out. I think it's 300%. It went from $10 to $30 billion. They're going to be somewhere over $30 billion or around $30 billion deficit. Oh, I know they'll say, but it's actually I think the budget office said is going to be 20. But then they didn't spend the money on infrastructure that they had talked about. They were going to lower the business tax for our businesses who are very much involved in CETA. In my riding in Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, it's all small businesses. Agriculture is the dominant one. And those small businesses now not only didn't get the tax relief that they were promised, they've got an additional tax charge on top of them for Canada Pension Plan and a new carbon tax. It comes down, Madam Speaker, to some credibility, accountability, and trust. The unfortunate part, we think this agreement, and it has all the potential of going ahead and be good for our families and for our businesses. But if they're going to bring in a carbon tax in my riding, it negatively affects every individual, particularly farmers, truckers, businesses. For example, a guy that's farming fills his combine up every day. At the end of this day, it'll cost him another $100 just for the fuel, not including the tractors that he's got running beside the combine, not including the truck. Same with the truckers. You know, time they fill their truck with fuel, it's going to cost them another $100 or so a day. Just on top of that, at the end of the day when the carbon tax is in full implementation. In Ontario, of course, we've got other costs that are a deterrent with our high energy costs. But my point is, Madam Speaker, this agreement has all the potential to help make Canada and keep Canada the strong economic force that it is. The agriculture is obviously the key industry in my riding. It has, whether it's pork, beef, grains, they've all said to us when I was on international trade and also in agriculture the significance of this. Also the dairy sector. When we negotiated that, we negotiated a true benefit for dairy producers. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I'm going to wrap up. I see my time is just about wrapped up. But I will be saying that we will be supporting as we move through, obviously, on this C30 of the implementation of CETA. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
I'd like to thank the member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex. I worked with him before on this and traveled with him on this particular issue. I'll get to that in a moment. However, I want to address the issue that he brings up about carbon pricing. The Conservatives seem to be putting this into a context of we're the only ones that are doing this in the world right now. That is to help with the environment, carbon pricing. It's a universal acceptance that all of our current and future trading partners are doing this. So I don't quite get in. I'll leave that as it is because I think in this case they're trying to make something that's not there. However, in the case of this particular agreement, and him and I have both shared the same table in Europe, and we talked about this. We also talked about a parallel agreement called a Strategic Partnership Agreement, which gives us a baseline of a political union, we'll say, in the sense that, well, not a formal political union, but so that our ideologies match, that we are agreeing with human rights and all other measures before we launch into the commercial aspect of this agreement. And again, I thank him for his work, and by extension, the member from Abbotsford as well.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, and I also we may have even got elected the same year. I'm not sure, but you know, in this place, we do have difference of political opinions, but we build great friendships, and that's why this country is so strong. Not only the diversity of the people that we meet, but the diversity of the occupations that we come with. And in this agreement, I think in every agreement, as my colleague has said, if you're going to have a strategic partnership agreement, I mean, you've got to make sure, and you want to make sure that those baseline values of Canadians and of the countries that we build trade agreements with, whether it's human rights or whether it's making sure that all of us have a responsibility to our environment. And I can tell you that in my riding of Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, whether it's the manufacturing or the agriculture industry, we're actually leaders in it. Look at the auto industry as leaders in this, of what they've done. Quite honestly, the ability to make those great changes in the environment without a carbon tax. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, my colleague and neighbour, very close to Windsor, where I'm from, and he mentioned the auto industry. And that's one of the concerns about CETA is the issue around the fact that European automakers have massive subsidization and also state ownership of their auto industry. So I'd ask the member a simple question related to that is, how do we compete against companies and what should be specifically for our auto sector that actually have state subsidy and ownership and also have violated Canadian laws, most recently being Volkswagen, with regards to emissions? What should be the quid pro quo for Canadian manufacturing, given the fact that we compete against other national governments and state subsidies and also violation of Canadian emissions laws?
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from the Windsor area. In fact, I came over the bridge the other day. They're in massive reconstruction, it seems, on the old bridge. And so I know he's worked hard because he realizes the amount of trade that goes back and forth over that bridge every day. $2 billion, I believe it is, each and every day that travels over that. One of the things in terms of the auto industry, we've always got to be able to compete. And taking away, being able to negotiate trade tariff barriers and those tariff lines is an important part for every industry. Listen, one of the issues that we've got, the challenges in terms of whether it's the auto industry or not, are those things I just talked about that, quite honestly, the Liberal Party is doing to every family, every business. That's going to make it very difficult to be competitive. You mentioned our trade, some of the trade partners, our major trade partners with a carbon tax. Well, I'm not so sure about that. Right now we've got NAFTA, we've got the United States of America that are not going to have a carbon tax. And quite honestly, Madam Speaker, we're going to have to make sure that our government across the way starts to take away some of these impediments that they've got for our businesses.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great honour to rise today to participate in this important debate about the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union. Permit me to commence by stating that free trade debates are far too often hijacked or sidetracked by hyperbole, misinformation, and knee-jerk distortions of the facts. I still recall being a high school student when our country was immersed in a spirited debate surrounding the free trade agreement with the U.S. in the 1980s and being struck by the outrageous claims made by the opponents of the agreement at the time. As such, I firmly believe debates such as the one before us today are vitally important. Madam Speaker, they allow parliamentarians to set the public record straight and counter ill-informed misconceptions and simplifications. It's important that we emphatically underscore the comprehensive and progressive elements of this EU trade deal and highlight the tangible benefits that this agreement will provide the Canadian middle class, consumers, and exporters. Prior to serving as the Member of Parliament for Willowdale, I served in both the public and private sectors as a lawyer focused exclusively on international trade law. In this role, I gained valuable first-hand knowledge of the tangible benefits well-crafted trade agreements provide us each and every day. It is from that perspective, Madam Speaker, that I approach today's remarks. Before I begin, however, I'd be remiss if I did not thank the former Minister of International Trade for her hard work on this file. I'd also like to congratulate the incoming Minister and Parliamentary Secretary on their new roles. I'm confident they will navigate this file with expertise and great dedication. Finally, allow me a shout-out to the hard work of countless Canadian departmental officials and negotiators. We all owe them a great debt of gratitude for their tireless efforts. And in that, I obviously am echoing the sentiments of the member from Sydney, Victoria, who spoke earlier and talked about how we do indeed have some of the greatest trade negotiators in the world. As any student of Canadian history knows, our great country in many ways was shaped and founded by trade. To this day, over 40% of our GDP and fully 20% of Canadian jobs are directly tied to exports. This side of the House, Madam Speaker, has long recognized the role of trade in fostering economic growth and creating Canadian jobs, while at the same time recognizing the need for progressive and comprehensive trade deals which truly work to the benefit of all Canadians and all stakeholders. Our government understands that increased trade leads to economic growth and that economic growth leads to jobs for the middle class. This simple fact, however, is currently under siege. As the world slides towards protectionism and isolationism, a regression apparently favored by some of my colleagues across the aisle, it is vital that Canada remains an open society and a champion of open global markets. As the first and most ambitious trade deal of its kind, CETA will provide Canada with an unprecedented competitive advantage in an era of short-sighted protectionism. As Mr. Brian Kingston of the Business Council of Canada stated when discussing CETA before committee earlier this fall, quote unquote, Canadian companies will be positioned to take advantage of preferential access in the large European market. For many small, medium-sized and large Canadian employers, this will mean new opportunities and potentially increased sales. The first mover advantage will also help to attract investment to Canada. Companies looking to increase sales to Europe through CETA can use Canada as an export platform, and we believe this will attract investment and jobs to communities across Canada. CETA sends a positive and hopeful signal to the rest of the world about the benefits of international economic cooperation and open markets. Since the end of the Second World War, trade has been the principal means by which countries around the world have grown and prospered. End of quote. Just as Canadian leadership on the Syrian refugee file and infrastructure spending have served as beacons for the rest of the liberal world, our ambitious and balanced approach to trade provides an encouraging counter to closing borders and closed societies. To quote a recent article found in The Economist, quote, bucking the protectionist mood, Canada remains an eager free trader. In this depressing company of wall builders, door slammers, and drawbridge raisers, Canada stands out as a heartening exception. End of quote. In that spirit, our government recognizes that CETA represents a tremendous and unprecedented opportunity for Canada. The EU, a market of 500 million people and $20 trillion, representing nearly 17% of global GDP, is the world's second largest economy, second largest importing market, and Canada's second largest trading partner. By removing 98% of tariffs between Canada and the EU, and by making Canada the first G8 economy with preferential access to the unified European market, CETA will open a range of possibilities to Canadian exporters, businesses, entrepreneurs, workers, and service providers. A joint Canada-EU study, for example, found that CETA would increase Canada-EU trade by 22%, thus providing the Canadian economy with a 0.7% boost in GDP, or roughly $12 billion per year, with similar gains in job numbers and household incomes. Following a decade of anemic growth under the previous government, Madam Speaker, we simply cannot afford to walk away from this type of amazing opportunity. To illustrate this, allow me, Madam Speaker, to name just a handful of concrete benefits that will be brought with the implementation of CETA. First, CETA will allow Canadian goods and services to reach European markets faster and more efficiently through the reduction of border processing times by providing access to advanced rulings on the origin or tariff classification of products. It also provides for the automation of border procedures and the creation of transparent systems to address complaints about custom rulings and decisions. Second, CETA will mark the first Canadian bilateral trade agreement that includes a standalone chapter on regulatory cooperation to promote enhanced regulatory practices and engagement. This includes a protocol on conformity assessment that will allow Canadian manufacturers in certain sectors to have their products tested and certified in Canada for sale in the EU. Third, through mechanisms such as the most favoured nation provisions, Canadian service providers, an ever-growing segment, I might add, of our modern economy, will benefit from unrivaled access to the European Union, which acts as the world's largest importer of services and represents a market worth an astounding $12 trillion. CETA, in other words, is an inclusive and modern trade agreement that will greatly broaden Canadian access to the European markets across a wide range of sectors, from aerospace to agriculture to infrastructure to green technologies and beyond. We know that Canadians demand trade agreements which not only advance our economic interests, but also reflect our values. These are not contradictory aims, but rather mutually reinforcing goals. For example, allow me to outline just a few of the elements which make CETA not only the most comprehensive trade deal ever negotiated, but also, I would argue, the most progressive. CETA includes a robust right to regulate, allowing democratically elected governments the ability to regulate on important policy issues such as the environment. CETA also includes a strengthened dispute resolution process, which makes the CETA agreement regime fairer, more ethical, and transparent. CETA also includes standalone chapters on environmental protection, sustainable development, and labor. Finally, CETA contains explicit safeguards regarding health, safety, and environmental protections, and provides for the necessary exceptions and reservations for social services. Furthermore, nothing in the agreement prevents governments from providing preferences to Aboriginal communities or adopting measures to protect or promote Canadian culture. If any of my colleagues cannot support this trade agreement, Madam Speaker, it leads us to wonder what free trade agreement, if any, they would ever support. CETA represents a unique, pragmatic, and progressive trade agreement for the 21st century. From day one, our government has made it clear that our priority, quite simply, is helping and growing the middle class and those working hard to join it. From cutting taxes for those who need it, to the creation of the Canada Child Benefit, to boosting CPP for Canadian seniors, we understand that a thriving middle class benefits us all. Our approach to trade underscores this simple fact yet again. By finalizing the most important trade deal in a generation, our government has renewed its commitment to Canadian jobs, Canadian growth, and Canadian values. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the aisle for his speech. It was very interesting. You know, he talked about walking away from opportunity, and I agree with him. We shouldn't walk away from this opportunity. It's huge for all Canadians. In fact, the benefit on this agreement for a family is about $1,000 per family. So we know that there's going to be distinct benefits there. But what's really concerning me, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we see the Liberal government taking that $1,000 that should go to that family and taking it out of their pocket and spending it elsewhere. More payroll taxes, carbon tax. These types of things are making our business community uncompetitive. So even though you've gained market access to sell all over the world or sell into Europe in this situation, if you can't produce here effectively and efficiently at a price that people will buy, then you're going to have to look at your location for this business, and maybe it's not in Canada. So the question I have for him is, while we go about and while the Conservative government was very active in pursuing market access and keeping taxes low, why are they only doing half the deal? If they're so concerned about the middle class, why didn't they let the middle class keep that $1,000 and let those businesses have a competitive field here in Canada so that they actually take advantage of the market access that they're going to receive?
The honourable member for Willowdale.
I'd like to thank my colleague for that question, Madam Speaker. Of course, we're very much concerned about the middle class and about the economy. For that very reason, despite what my learned friend is telling us, we have obviously cut taxes for the middle class. We have provided benefits under the Canada Child Benefit Program. We understand we have to help the middle class. So I cannot agree with some of the things my friend actually alluded to. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, in my region, we've seen raw log exports go up tenfold in 10 years. We just saw this government remove a tariff for ferries to be built in Canada that was 25%, so ferries can be built in Poland and in Turkey. Coast Guard is now looking at refitting for the first time ever outside of Canada, and now CETA, for the first time, will legally allow foreign-owned vessels and foreign crews to transport goods between Canadian ports, which is known as cabotage. This will cost us 3,000 really good Canadian seafaring jobs. So people in my community, when I go home and I talk to them about trade, when I talk to them about free trade, they get pretty nervous about it. They feel like our resources are disappearing for free, their jobs are disappearing for free, and no one's looking out for them. We've got a job as parliamentarians to safeguard jobs in our communities, especially coastal communities, where we've seen jobs disappear. In the previous Parliament, the Liberals agreed with the NDP that there were many outstanding concerns with CETA. And now the Liberal government is ignoring these legitimate concerns. Will the member stand up for coastal British Columbians and help stand up for people that are worried about cabotage?
The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, in response to my friend across the aisle, allow me to remind him of the debate we experienced when it came to the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement in the 1980s. You will recall, at the time, a lot of critics of that particular agreement would tell us that the sky was falling on our heads. Unlike my colleague, every single time I have spoken to constituents about free trade, I think Canadians understand full well that trade means jobs, it means better wages, and it's something we should be taking advantage of. We are now talking about a market of 500 million people, a market worth $12 trillion. That's something Canadians are happy to see. They want us to improve our export sector. Thank you.
We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very briefly to my friend, it's true that in the debate under NAFTA, the single biggest damaging feature of NAFTA never got mentioned in the debate, and that's Chapter 11. And that same sleeper element of investor-state agreements rests within CETA in C30. I wonder if my friend has actually studied the effect of having foreign corporations having the right to bring multi-million-dollar cases against Canada for actions that we take that are not in the interests of protectionism, but are all about protecting health and safety in the environment.
A very brief answer from the member for Willowdale.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank my friend for that question. Yes, I have examined Chapter 11, and the member can rest assured that not only the NAFTA, but the current deal that we are talking about provides government sovereign powers to protect the environment. There is nothing in these agreements that undermines a government's ability to introduce progressive environmental policies. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to join this debate. If you'll indulge me briefly, I know my soon-to-be 4-year-old daughter is watching at home, and I want to wish her happy birthday on her upcoming birthday. But on to the subject. Thank you. On to the subject at hand here, Madam Speaker. This is a very important agreement for those of us alive today, and indeed for future generations in terms of the economic opportunities and prosperity that it will create. But I want to speak in my remarks today to the non-economic arguments for free trade. We speak often, and many very good speeches have been given about the economic benefits of free trade, and maybe I'll have a chance to return to that in the questions and comments period. But one of the things we perhaps discuss less, and we should remind ourselves of, is that free trade isn't just about the economic benefits it creates. It's also about the opportunity for community facilitated by economic exchange, but community among nations, and for the benefits that creates in terms of creating a more peaceful world and also facilitating more open societies. I believe that open societies, pluralistic societies, also should include in their understanding of societal openness economic openness. And the kind of openness that's created through free trade reinforces a broader spirit of openness. Now, in that vein, I want to just introduce for members a little bit of the history of, as I see it, trade in Europe, the European Union, and how that relates to the agreement that's in front of us today. Now, John Maynard Keynes is, I would argue, one of the most abused economists, in that he's often used as a justification for positions that he didn't actually take. But John Maynard Keynes was at the peace agreement at Versailles in 1919, and he was there advocating his view that the peace needed to be more generous to Germany, but also that it needed to focus on different issues. Many of the powers in Europe at the time were focused on a conversation about borders, about security, that entailed an assumption that there would be ongoing competition among nations with respect to things like territory. And Keynes's view was that actually there needed to be a reorientation of the discussion. Rather than this kind of zero-sum game over territory, that there needed to be a focus on economic prosperity. And he thought it was important that despite following immediately on the heels of a catastrophic war, that having free trade within Europe was critically important, because it would create the conditions for a cohesive community, for a community of nations working together and prospering together. And this was, I think, a very prescient point. He argued that a focus on borders, on security only, without emphasizing the economic dimension, could well create the conditions for what had been history for hundreds of years in Europe, which was ongoing conflict and the sort of harsh and negative manifestations of competition. He advocated free trade. He also advocated a credit program similar to what was actually brought in after the Second World War in the form of the Marshall Plan. Now, I think he was quite prescient insofar as he understood that the heavy demands for reparation would lead to inflationary policies. It would lead to inflation as nations tried to respond to the requirements that were put on them. During the interwar period, because of a lack of emphasis on the economic dimension, we had serious inflation, we had a decline in trade, and that really set the stage for the rise of totalitarianism and obviously subsequent conflict. And so, but Keynes saw these things coming, which is why right after the First World War, he wrote a book called The Economic Consequences of Peace, where he made specifically this argument about the relationship between peace and trade. Now, so right after the Second World War, there was, I think, finally a recognition of some of the insights that Keynes had advocated. And what he had proposed in the aftermath of the First World War, what he had proposed in terms of freer trade as well as a credit program to help European nations get back on their feet. This was actually what was implemented. And this was the basis for the European Union. Coming out of the Second World War, this sense that a community of nations, especially a trading community, would help ensure peace in Europe. And there's various other factors that contributed to the period of peace that has existed since the Second World War in Europe. But I think in general we can see the wisdom of emphasizing the economic dimension and of realizing that free trade creates the conditions for greater peace. This was Keynes's insight, and it is behind a lot of arguments for freer trade today. I'm not worried that in the absence of this deal, we're about to have some kind of a military conflict with Europe. But the point is that as we pursue the expansion of trading relationships between nations and as part of larger trading blocs, this establishes the conditions on which individuals can focus their passions on economic matters, and there isn't the focus instead on the kind of territorial competition that historically was the basis for a lot of warfare in Europe. So this was the insight, and this is why coming out of that discussion we can see the importance of trade. And based on that history, I think for two principal reasons. One, that peace creates a more peaceful world, and secondly, that there is this relationship between an open economy and an open society. A society that is open to economic exchange is also one that's going to have a greater sense of solidarity with people in other countries. So in terms of this connection with with peace. It's a fairly obvious point, but economics is not a zero-sum competition. Canada doing better economically does not mean someone else is doing worse economically. In fact, all of the nations of the world can do better economically together. And this is really the advantage of the, you might call it the valorization of economic success. Not that economic success should be seen as the most important thing in life, but to the extent that our polities are oriented towards trying to improve economically, those are kinds of improvement that don't put us into conflict with other states. Whereas in other times, in other places, the primary objectives were seen as being territorial expansion, which obviously creates inevitable conflict because control of territory is a zero-sum game. But also, warfare becomes more economically costly when there's economic interdependence and exchange between countries. So for Keynes to make these points right after the First World War, I mean, I think we can see that he was right to make those points. We can also understand why many at his own time would have been immediately skeptical. Why are we immediately jumping to the discussion of economics rather than looking at the factors that brought us here? But actually highlighting trade, even in the midst of a conflictual world, even in the midst of present tensions, I think is necessary for creating conditions that will build and ensure a lasting peace. And Madam Speaker, I want to speak to this relationship between an open economy and an open society. It is fascinating to me that there are members in this House and that there are voices elsewhere that believe very much in an open society and the importance of people from different kinds of backgrounds living together, working together. And yet, when it comes to economic exchange between people from different kinds of communities and different nations, all of a sudden, that's a problem. It strikes me that there is this clear inconsistency between advocating for open societies, pluralistic societies, but on the other hand, always being pessimistic about the prospects of people from different kinds of national communities trading together. I'm really perplexed by that, especially when you consider that pluralism, that multiculturalism are facilitated by trade. The ability to trade with other places really helps facilitate the kind of diversity that we have. Also, by the way, that the diversity we have, the open society we have, creates opportunities for trade because we have people here that have close connections with nations all over the world. This creates renewed opportunities for economic exchange around the world that benefit our interests. These are some of the clear non-economic benefits that come with trade and that are associated with these kinds of trade deals. And because of this, I think it's important for Canada to be a strong voice on the world stage for the open economy, that those of us who believe in the value of peace, who believe in the value of open societies, that we also be strong advocates for open and free trade, because that creates the conditions under which nations can prosper together, can see their success invested in the success of others, and indeed develop a deeper sense of solidarity. Now, Madam Speaker, in my remaining time, I want to just follow up on some of the comments that I have just heard from in the debate, because we've had some interesting comments from the government talking about the importance of opening ourselves up to competition. And we have one party, the NDP, that doesn't want to open us up to competition, because I get the impression from the kinds of comments that they make that they believe that any time... Oh, am I out of time? Okay, well, we'll come to that later. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Sorry about that. Should have given you the 1 minute mark. But so questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate a number of the comments that the member across the way has made. But I want to underline the importance and maybe get the member to provide his thoughts in regards to why it is that we have this wonderful opportunity, I believe, with this particular pact and passing the legislation, especially given what's been taking place over the last number of months with respect to the U.S., where Canada can play a strong leadership role in terms of the issue of bringing down barriers, whether it's in the European Union or the United States. And at the end of the day, if we continue to be successful at doing that, that we all benefit from it, both economically and ultimately socially. And I wonder if the member want to provide some further comment with respect to that.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my friend for the question. He's absolutely right that we're at an important time in terms of the global debates around trade and also global discussions about pluralism, about international harmony as well. And we have to recognize the connection between those things. And yes, Canada can be a strong voice for all of those things, including the open economy. I have to say that was why I was somewhat disappointed that immediately after the now president was elected, that we had the Prime Minister saying, sure, we'll renegotiate NAFTA. That we need to hear stronger statements from the Prime Minister about the benefit of open trade in the European context, but also how well we've been served by trade over the last few decades here in North America. I know some members of the government are very supportive of that. Other members of the government have made the suggestion of greater skepticism, especially around deals like TPP in the Asia-Pacific. I think trade in the Asia-Pacific, as well as with Europe, as well as with North America, are all very important for ensuring the kinds of benefits that I've talked about.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for his speech. And, you know, with the NDP, we actually do support trade. We understand the importance of trade, but we want to get it right. You know, I live in a rural community, and for decades, we've seen wealth and jobs leave rural communities. And so we want to actually get it right this time. And by doing that, we need to do an economic impact study and a proper analysis so that we can protect communities. We've seen communities disappear along our coast. And, you know, recently I talked a little bit earlier about the 25% tariff on ferries, how that was just removed with absolutely no economic analysis, no impact study of what it will do for coastal British Columbia. So I asked the member, does he not agree that now is the time to have serious conversations about what it means to pursue trade deals that serve the people's interests over corporate interests, or is it just trade at all costs?
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My friend says at the beginning of his question that he's supportive of the idea of trade. And then he, I think, criticizes this deal on the basis that, from his perspective, there are some unknowns. And I think a lot of analysis has been done. I think a lot of conversations have happened. And I think we see a clear benefit in terms of job creation, in terms of benefits to consumers. But the reality of open trade, on the other hand, is that, yes, there is the situation is created in which there is competition, in which tariffs are removed. You can't have a trade deal without removing tariffs, and therefore there's competition. There's an opportunity for Canadian companies to compete, against European companies and benefit from that to the greater benefit for job creation and for consumers. But it's a bit rich for them to say on the one hand that they're supportive of trade, but on the other hand, you can't possibly have any kind of unknowns, or you can't possibly expose yourself to increased competitions. I mean, that's just part of the reality of a trade deal, that those things are necessary.
We have time for a very brief question. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll try to make it brief because the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, gave a very erudite speech, and I appreciate his resurrecting of John Maynard Keynes from the Conservative caucus. I just wonder if he distinguishes for himself, as for instance, Nobel Prize-winning economists Paul Krugman and Joseph Stiglitz do now, the difference between trade deals that were about breaking down protectionism to allow trade in goods and the new era of deals like the TPP or CETA that are more about managing trades, reducing the power of sovereign nations and expanding the power of transnationals.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, a very brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I am in favor of trade, generally speaking, that is as free as possible. And obviously, if the member is getting at the fact that some of these trade deals leave certain barriers in place, have certain exceptions to them, of course that's a reality, and that's part of the process of negotiation. I think that point has been made, yes, about the degree to which certain kinds of deals are as free as they possibly could be. But any time a nation, really any time anybody makes a deal, they involve some degree of the ceding of discretion. If a nation signs on to an agreement, that means that they don't have the same level of discretion that they had in place, that people can hold the provisions of the deal out against them. And you know what, Madam Speaker, I think that's just, and that's why we obviously evaluate the provisions of the deal. But the objection of the Green Party that somehow when you have an enforcement mechanism in a trade deal that's a fatal flaw, I just don't agree. I think if you are going to have a...
I'm sorry, the time is up. It was a brief answer that we were asking, looking for. Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to also thank members for all of the hard work that they did to advance this important bill. The agriculture sector in Canada represents more than $100 billion of Canada's GDP. It generates exports of $60 billion and creates 1 out of every 8 jobs. Processors in Canada employ more Canadians than any other manufacturing industry in the country. As regards trade in Canadian agriculture and agri-food products, I would like to point out 3 key points: the importance of trade for this sector, export opportunities, and investments in market development. Canada's agri-food and agricultural producers and processors depend on trade. About half of the value of agricultural production in Canada is exported. 2/3 of pork, 80% for canola, and 74% for wheat. Canada is the largest exporter of canola, flax, pulses, and wild blueberries in the world, and one of the 3 largest exporters of wheat and pork. Last year, trade in agriculture and agri-food products in Canada exceeded $60 billion, which is a new record. Trade helps to preserve jobs and promote growth. It also offers opportunities for Canadian products, as well as a good choice of high-quality products, food products for consumers throughout the world. Trade is a priority for our government. Our government continues to work hard to open new markets for farmers and for our food processors. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, along with some 100 industry and government leaders, recently returned from a trade mission to China. They were there to promote Canada's agriculture and agri-food products, which are of world caliber. China is the 2nd largest market for Canadian agri-food and agricultural products, representing $6 billion. Just before the visit, we received some excellent news when the Prime Minister announced an agreement with China to broaden access to include frozen bone-in beef from animals under 30 months, to ensure Canadian exports, which would be stable and predictable, for canola to China without interruption until the start of 2020, to promote trade in pork, bovine genetic material, and processed foods from Canada. The 2 countries set an objective to double the volume in trade by 2025. All of these initiatives are excellent news for agriculture in Canada and excellent news for Canada. It's the fruit of the work undertaken at all levels by the Prime Minister, our officials, and our industry. The mission was based, among other things, on an increase in electronic trade. Electronic trade is an important tool that will give the Canadian industry an opportunity to develop markets in China and to promote Canada's brand. Canada renewed its strategic agreement with JD.com, one of the main platforms for selling food in China, and we will continue to work on strengthening these links. We will also extend a hand to other key markets in Asia. Asia is a significant market for agricultural and agri-food products from Canada, specifically when it comes to animal protein. With more than half of the world's population, these countries are large economies whose revenue, urbanization, consumption, and population are on the rise. Last year, Canadian exports of agriculture and agri-food products to Asia represented nearly $17 billion. almost 1/3 of our total exports. Following these results obtained in China, we reestablished access to markets in South Korea, Taiwan, and Mexico for Canadian beef. We opened market opportunities in India, reestablished access in Russia and Ukraine for Canadian pork. And we're also working in close cooperation with Argentina in order to continue to regain access for our pork products, as the Prime Minister announced last fall. We are working tirelessly to ratify the CETA agreement with the European Union to diversify trade opportunities and export destinations. This economic agreement will create new opportunities for our high-quality Canadian agriculture and agri-food products. And we support CETA, and I can assure you at the same time that we understand the situation of Canada's dairy producers, who will face an increase in competition for cheese on the Canadian market. As the father of a young dairy producer, I can assure you that I'm very aware of this issue. Our government will continue to take a stand to defend supply management and our dairy producers. Moreover, that's why the Minister and I announced an investment of $350 million to help dairy producers and processors in Canada to invest in innovation and to ensure that the industry remains competitive. Madam Speaker, our government supports supply management. We have taken steps to respond to the concerns regarding the predictability of imports and effective border controls for products that are subject to supply management, while at the same time ensuring that Canadian processors who use dairy products and poultry products remain competitive on export markets. The first thing that we need to develop new markets is high-quality, world-class products. We also need investments and resources. And that's where we've played a role to pave the way forward for our exporters of agri-food products. Sums have been invested and they will enable a number of sectors to conquer new world markets, be it the market for blueberries or bovine genetic material. In addition to investments, we are also allocating key resources to the trade sector. The Secretariat for Market Access at the Department of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada is working with industry to target priority markets. Trade delegates for agriculture are working hard on the ground to promote and develop Canada's trade in agriculture and agri-food. Innovative investments are also essential in order to open and expand markets and to respond to worldwide demand. As regards the future, the world population will continue to grow, and the demand for Canadian products will also continue to grow. To help the industry seize these opportunities, the Minister of Agriculture is working alongside his colleagues and industry to develop the new strategic agricultural framework for agriculture, which will come into force in 2018. Together, we're working on a plan that will help to increase export of agriculture and agri-food products, create jobs for the sector, including the middle class, and to develop Canada's economy. Madam Speaker, I'm optimistic about the future of agriculture and agri-food in Canada. It's an industry with immense economic potential. Canada's exports of agricultural products break records each year. Over the next 30 years, world demand for food should increase by 60%. Someone will have to respond to this increase in demand, and we want it to be Canada's agricultural producers and processors. CETA will help us to achieve that. The sector predicts that CETA will increase exports of our agricultural products up to $1.4 billion per year. That means more money in the pockets of producers and Canadian families, Madam Speaker. This is an accomplishment that we are very proud of. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for York Simcoe. Oh, sorry, I thought, the honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I am encouraged to listen to my colleague across the aisle talk about agriculture and trade. We haven't heard that from the Liberal Party in years, if not centuries, where they actually talk about and acknowledge the importance of trade to the agriculture sector. But I'm a little confused. He talked about trade with China and he talked about CETA and how good that would be. But he didn't talk about TPP or trade with the Asian countries like Japan, where TPP would actually gain market access. He may know that the Liberal Party has been involved in stalling the actual signatories on TPP in this House and in the committee for the last year. Can he tell me if he's ready to go to his party and push forward TPP so we can actually get more benefits for Canadian farmers?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre de l'Agriculture.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. You know, we came here to discuss and debate C30. Today, I'm here to say yes, agreements were undertaken by the previous government for the TPP, but we're not working on that now. We're open to listen to producers, to working with them, regardless of where there will be openings. We are a transparent government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member from Lapierre for talking about areas of the Canadian economy that might benefit from this trade deal. However, he didn't talk about how CETA will, for the first time, legally allow foreign-owned vessels and foreign crews to transport goods between Canadian ports, which is called cabotage, and it will open up domestic dredging contracts to foreign suppliers. This will lead to an estimated loss of 3,000 coastal jobs, high-quality, well-paid jobs, to say, and indirectly affects 250,000 people. Competitors can come in and undercut, paying their employees $2 an hour with low safety standards and poor working conditions. In coastal BC, we've lost tons of jobs. We're seeing communities disappear with the decline in the forest sector. Where are Liberal MPs demanding an analysis and a proper economic impact study to protect coastal communities and mariners? Because we need them to stand up right now. If we don't, we might as well get an eraser out and start erasing coastal communities. These jobs are important. Will the member talk about what he's going to do and what the Liberals are going to do to fight for coastal British Columbians and these important jobs?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. You knew that in CETA, there will be a great many exchanges. Now, obviously, we are attuned to some sectors that will perhaps go through other situations, different situations. But as I said, through these agreements, we have increased exports by $1.4 billion, and we have also created good jobs in the sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can continue on the point in terms of that there are industries that will, in fact, benefit. And one of the industries that I've talked a great deal about is the aerospace industry. We have bus manufacturing industries. There are many products, widgets we'll call them, in Canada that will benefit immensely when we have a broadened market. And the EU will, in fact, broaden the market. And I'm wondering if the member can just provide his thoughts on the benefits of having a larger market for those companies that produce and manufacture products that provide good quality jobs. And in fact, we will see better or more opportunities for many of those companies, both small and large businesses.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, as I said, or rather as my colleague said, a number of jobs will be created thanks to CETA, but I'd like to bring it down to agriculture. We know that we're going to import more cheese, but in exchange we're going to export a lot more pork and beef. We have farm products here that are not well known, but that are extremely prized. For example, wild blueberries and maple syrup. So these are niche products that will have added value and that will find broader markets. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in this House today to speak about CETA, the Canada-European Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when we think about 500 million people, $20 trillion economy, and looking at Canada and this opportunity that presents itself right now with us, if there was ever a time to diversify ourselves, to reach out to the rest of the world, to open up new trade agreements, this is the time, Madam Speaker, and I'm so delighted that we're doing this. I have been lucky to sit on the Standing Committee on International Trade through its review of Bill C-30 and hearing from a variety of stakeholders. While expanding trade to create new opportunities for Canadian businesses abroad, this agreement is about more than just trade and investment. The Canada-EU CETA is a major landmark in the development of a progressive trade agreement, which our government is firmly committed in advancing. Notably, CETA includes robust commitments to promote high environmental and labour standards and promote sustainable development as Canada and the EU benefit from increased economic activity flowing from a liberalized trade zone. Let me begin by speaking about the environmental provisions in CETA. Canada's rich natural resources and environment are essential to our high standard of living and quality of life. Our government is firmly committed to the principle that a clean environment and a strong economy must go hand in hand. Trade liberalization and environmental protection should be mutually supportive, fostering robust environmental governance as our trade relationships expand is critical to ensuring long-term sustainable economic growth and well-being. This is all reflected in CETA. This and what's underpinning much of this, Madam Speaker, we know that we have so many with the European community shared values of freedom and democracy and peace and human rights, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, specifically through ambitious and comprehensive environmental commitments set out in the Trade and Environmental chapter, Canada and the EU agree to pursue high levels of environmental protection, to effectively enforce domestic environmental laws, and to not relax or derogate from such laws in order to encourage trade or investment. Canada and the EU have also agreed to ensure transparency and public awareness and engagement in the development and implementation of environmental laws and policies. In addition, the environmental chapter requires that each party ensure that appropriate and effective domestic processes and remedies are available to address any violations of its domestic environmental laws. A public accountability mechanism also allows for members of the public to raise concerns and make submissions related to the trade and environmental chapter. Recognizing the value of international cooperation and in addressing environmental challenges, Canada and the EU reaffirmed our commitments to implement the multilateral environmental agreements that we have ratified, such as the historic Paris Agreement to combat climate change. In addition, CETA includes provisions to reinforce the relationship between trade and the environment. For example, Canada and the EU undertake to promote trade and investment in environmental goods and services. This includes special attention to goods and services of particular relevance for climate change mitigation. Moreover, the Trade and Environmental chapter includes specific commitments for Canada and the EU to promote sustainable forestry and fisheries management. This includes cooperation to address issues such as illegal forestry and illegal underreported or unreported fishing. To build on and strengthen on our bilateral relationship, the Trade Environment chapter establishes a framework for cooperation between Canada and the EU on trade-related environmental issues of shared interest. Should any arise under the Trade Environmental chapter, a dedicated government-to-government mechanism is created to address the matter through consultations and dispute settlement. This includes review by an independent panel of experts whose recommendations would be made publicly available. With this robust and high-quality trade environment chapter, Madam Speaker, Canada and the EU have demonstrated our shared commitment to upholding and strengthening environmental protection as we enhance our trade and investment partnership. For Canada, this reflects the strong priority this government places on protecting and conserving the environment, both at home and on the global stage. For example, we're very proud to have recently ratified the historic Paris Agreement to address climate change. Closely following this, together with our international partners, we came to an important agreement to amend the 1987 Montreal Protocol to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, which represents a significant step in combating climate change. At home, our government is working with the provinces and territories to develop a pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. This represents our strong commitment to taking action for a sustainable future and transitioning to a clean growth economy. The trade and environmental chapter in CETA advances the objectives of Canada's progressive trade agenda. The implementation of this chapter will promote sustainable and inclusive economic growth as we continue to facilitate opportunities for Canadian businesses abroad. Madam Speaker, likewise, the trade and labour chapter of CETA reflects Canada's commitment to progressive trade policies. Canada and the EU have committed to ensuring that their laws respect the International Labour Organization's 1988 Declaration on Fundamental Principles and the Rights at Work, which covers the elimination of child labour, forced labour, and discrimination, and the respect of freedom of association and the right to bargain collectively. Canada and the European Union have also committed to effectively implementing the fundamental ILO conventions that each has ratified, and to make continued, sustained efforts towards ratification of fundamental conventions that have not been ratified to date, Madam Speaker. To further protect the rights of workers, Canada and the EU have also committed to ensuring acceptable protections in regards to health and safety at work, acceptable minimum employment standards, and non-discrimination in respecting of working conditions, particularly for those migrant workers. The chapter also includes provisions that enable members of the public to submit complaints concerning perceived failures to respect labour obligations. This is a very progressive move, Madam Speaker, one that really sets a gold standard for the rest of the world to look to. Madam Speaker, these important commitments to CETA's environment and labour chapters are complemented and reinforced by a trade and sustainable development chapter. CETA marks the first time that Canada has negotiated a chapter on sustainable development in a free trade agreement. The first time, Madam Speaker. This chapter highlights Canada and the EU's shared objective that international trade should be developed in a way that promotes sustainable development in its environmental, social, and economic aspects. In support of this goal, it establishes commitments in areas such as encouraging businesses to adopt voluntary practices of corporate social responsibility. The Trade and Sustainable Development chapter also commits the parties to review, monitor, and assess the impact of the implementation of CETA on our sustainable development. As well, it establishes a committee on trade and sustainable development to oversee the implementation of this chapter, as well as those on environment and labour. Finally, Madam Speaker, recognizing the importance of public participation and consultation, Canada and the EU agreed to innovative approaches to engage with civil society through the creation of a joint civil society forum. This forum will conduct a dialogue on issues related to trade and sustainable development in the context of CETA. Madam Speaker, this is an ambitious and comprehensive commitment that we have made on the environment, on labour, on sustainable development. CETA marks a key milestone for progressive trade. This agreement supports this government's firm resolve that free trade must not come at the expense of high environmental and labour standards, but rather advance sustainable and inclusive growth and development for all Canadians, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
I want to thank the member for his speech and for his hard work on the International Trade Committee and for talking about public consultation. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party often talk about there's no relationship more important to the Government of Canada than that with Canada's Indigenous people. Madam Speaker, they've promised that they would do all economic development on the condition and on the foundation and principles of consultation, accommodation, and consent. So I ask the member, has the committee, has the Government of Canada had consent from Canada's Aboriginal people on this trade deal?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm so proud of this agreement, and the reason I'm so proud is because we have worked with all our partners. You know, we have worked with Indigenous peoples, we have worked with the provinces, territories. This is the way to construct an agreement, by bringing everybody on board, and that's why it has been so comprehensive. And we have heard from all stakeholders. Very unlike the way the things work with the TPP, this is the way to construct an agreement, by listening to all peoples. The Indigenous peoples have been listened to, Mr. Speaker. I know at the provincial level, at the federal level, and this agreement, as I spoke to the labor standards, the environmental standards, the sustainable development standards, this is the type of agreement that we can all be proud of, and that we will be moving forward with, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In general thrust, of course, I agree with the member, although it is interesting to hear Liberals try and twist themselves into contortions to talk about how the Canada-EU trade deal that we negotiated was good, but the TPP deal that we negotiated was, well, we're still actually not sure what they think about that. Can I ask the member, many members of the government have talked about the importance of more open trade, what his view of trade in the Asia-Pacific is. Does this government have a plan? Do they have an agenda when it comes to increasing our trade relationships with like-minded democracies in the Asia-Pacific area, like Australia, New Zealand, Japan? Do they have a plan, and what is that plan?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question, the opportunity to speak to. While we're talking about here C30 and CETA, Madam Speaker, the member brought up the TPP. Well, the member, as the former regime, didn't consult when they brought forward TPP. We're very closed about that within that exercise of working on TPP, Mr. Speaker. We took a different approach, one of transparency, of openness, of reaching out to stakeholders. As I mentioned in the previous question from another member, this is the way to do things, Mr. Speaker, in an open and transparent way, speaking with all stakeholders, with the provinces, with the territories, Indigenous peoples, ensuring that the Canadians know that whatever decision we make in this House is in the benefit of all Canadians, Madam Speaker, rather than doing that as the previous government did in a cloud of secrecy, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville. It's very common in this debate to hear members proclaim as though it is an actual fact that investor-state agreements do not challenge the environment, do not erode our environmental laws. But the reality, the track record, is entirely to the contrary. We've had laws that protected us from toxic gasoline additives actually repealed in the House of Commons based on a Chapter 11 investor-state dispute where Canada did nothing wrong in terms of the evidence, the science. We just caused profits to a U.S.-based corporation. This deal, because of that agreement, will continue to face opposition in the European Union. So I ask the honourable member if the government would consider, even at this point, recognizing that passage of the trade elements of CETA continue to be impaired by the presence of investor-state dispute resolution, which give corporations superior power to governments.
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and the member's quite right. You know, in the past, many times with investor-state dispute mechanisms, they have been done very poorly, Mr. Speaker, and many stakeholders, individuals, corporations, countries have been caught on the short end of the stick. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why so much time, so much effort was put into a progressive, which has been deemed the gold standard of investor-state dispute mechanisms here within CETA. And it was one of the things that both ourselves, Canada, and the European Union grappled with, ensuring that this would be a standard that all could look towards, Mr. Speaker, and we feel that we've struck the right balance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for a brief question. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I just follow up on a previous question about the issue of consultation? Because again, we're talking about the Canada-EU free trade deal, but I know, if he doesn't, that the structure for consultation for trade deals is fundamentally the same across trade deals. It involves inviting stakeholders to have an opportunity to have an input, provided they don't release information publicly while those discussions are going on. Obviously, it involves the negotiations not taking place in public. So if the member is comfortable with the amount of consultation that happened under the Canada-EU free trade deal, but not comfortable with what happened under TPP, does he not acknowledge that the process followed was actually the same?
The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
The member ought to be aware, or may not be aware. I'm not certain. But what I say is, if the member were to do a study on how the TPP from start to finish, and we're not sure where that finish will be, and the CETA agreement, did a compare and contrast, they are night and day. With CETA, it was very much behind closed doors. It was an agreement that was done, for the most part, in secrecy. While CETA was open to the public was quite aware of what was going on in CETA. There was much more partnership with the provinces, with the territories. Everybody had to come on board with this agreement to bring this agreement to fruition. And that was not the case with the TPP, Madam Speaker.
Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Canada celebrates Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's Sapphire Jubilee and Her Majesty's outstanding service to the Canadian people. Nous honorons.
Today we honor a sovereign who gave hope to an entire people in some of the darkest moments of the post-war era. Her Majesty has been an exemplary and magnanimous leader during her 65 years on the throne, a reign of unprecedented length in British history.
That touched the hearts and minds of millions. And along with my fellow Albertans, we will always remember Her Majesty's 2005 visit to Alberta to mark our province's 100th anniversary. As we reflect on our history throughout Canada's 150th birthday, we also mark and honour the story of our amazing monarch. God save the Queen. Longue vie à Sa Majesté. Bravo.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to some regular folks who once again rose to the occasion and showed the very best of what it means to be Canadian. During a two-day blizzard in the middle of December, the Trans-Canada Highway was closed and dozens upon dozens of travellers and truckers were stranded in the town of Virden. After the hotels were full, the town opened its doors and provided food and shelter to those in need. In fact, one of those stranded travellers was renowned Canadian artist Tom Jackson, who put on an impromptu concert to make the best of a bad situation. In particular, I'd like to recognize the Mayor and town staff, Westman Emergency Group, the Virden RCMP Detachment, the Wallace District Fire Department, Prairie Mountain Health, and especially the people of the town of Virden, who showed great compassion to those who were stranded. On behalf of all members in this House, I salute each and every one of those people that helped, and for proving once again why the word friendly is not just another word on a license plate in Manitoba.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising in the House today to recognize a young man from my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's who at 11 years old started a charity to raise money and distribute supplies for people experiencing homelessness and those in precarious living situations. Adam Graves of Brookside, Nova Scotia, spearheaded an effort to raise almost $2,000 and distribute 175 gift bags and Christmas gifts to people in vulnerable situations across Halifax at the beginning of the winter. He was supported by Hope Cottage in Halifax. Adam doesn't do this for recognition, Madam Speaker, but I hope that his actions can inspire others in our communities to see what a difference one person's actions can make. I ask the House to join me in congratulating Adam and all young leaders across the country working hard and volunteering to make a difference in other people's lives.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
February marks the beginning of the Nisga'a Nation's New Year. The Nisga'a Vancouver Society hosted the Hobier Festival at the PNE in Vancouver East in celebration of the waxing crescent moon this weekend. Hobier is celebrated wherever Nisga'a people lives. Over 650 performers from 8 large First Nations dance groups came to celebrate the strength, beauty, and the diversity of Indigenous cultures. It was a magnificent sight to behold, to feel the beat of the drums, to see the silhouette of the dancers, and to listen to the power of the traditional songs. Hobier in Vancouver allows Aboriginal peoples living in the concrete jungle to connect with their culture and traditions. Chief Joe Gosnell opened the festival, and the Nisga'a people's journey to reclaim their right to self-govern exemplifies the First Peoples' resilience. As we celebrate our nation's 150th birthday, wouldn't it be something if this Parliament also adopted Bill C-262, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People?
The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
Mr. Speaker, during this Teacher Appreciation Week in Quebec, I would like to thank all the educators in my riding of Lac St. Louis for their dedication to providing our West Island youth with the knowledge, skills and vision needed to build productive lives and make meaningful contributions to our community and country. Il devient vite évident.
Anyone who studies the problems of today's world will quickly realize that education is the key to solving these problems.
To view important facts and ideas, they encourage critical thinking so that their students can be equipped for the road to intellectual discovery and self-knowledge. But first, they create a passion for learning.
I sincerely hope that this week will give teachers in Quebec a well-deserved opportunity to reflect with pride and satisfaction on the important role that they play in the daily lives of their students and their students' families.
I'm a teacher at one point in my career, and particularly proud that we have a former teacher leading our Liberal government.
The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last week one of my local journalists asked in his column, do you really think our communities would be better off with no newspaper, TV, or radio news? Do you really want our only news to be clickbait? I, for one, do not. Frankly, I miss our local Kamloops Daily News. It was one of the many long-established small-town newspapers that disappeared overnight after more than 83 years. Along with the death of the local paper, we've had consolidation of major national papers, local TV news vanishing, and respected journalists leaving the profession altogether. The direct correlation between digital technology and the death of quality journalism cannot be understated. We are at a crossroads. Technology will not be reversed, but the important work journalists play in our society can no longer be diminished. It's time for all of us to spend some time thinking about how government, society, and our democracy will be held accountable in this era of fake news.
The member for Whitby.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the beginning of the 27th annual edition of International Development Week.
Is an opportunity to communicate with your constituents about how Canadian investments are making a difference in the lives of the most poor and vulnerable in our society, to highlight the program partners, and to speak to local development organizations in your riding. Our borders do not shield us from climate change, disease and epidemics, or the fallout from conflict. However, our assistance does help developing countries and fragile states to better protect the environment, strengthen their health systems, and limit the flow of refugees and displaced peoples. The countries that we support today will be our economic partners tomorrow. Throughout the week, highlight Canada's work via hashtag #WhyItMatters and hashtag IDW2017. Happy International Development Week.
The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, New Brunswick was recently battered by an ice storm that left more than 133,000 households without electricity at the height of the crisis. My riding of Acadie-Bathurst, and more particularly the region of the Acadian Peninsula, were hit hard. More than 23,000 households were without electricity, some for as long as 12 days.
Mr. President, I'm extremely pleased to rise in this House to inform you and all members of some very good news. As of today, power has been restored to every home in the province of New Brunswick.
I particularly want to thank the New Brunswick power line repair workers and those from other provinces who came to help. I'd like to thank the emergency services, municipalities and local services, the Canadian Armed Forces, the province of New Brunswick for its leadership, neighboring communities for their help, and the many volunteers who helped all of the people in need.
I'm more proud of the people of New Brunswick and specifically my riding, and I was overwhelmed to witness such generosity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
As we mark Black History Month here in Canada, we consider and celebrate the contributions of Black Canadians. And we also recognize the suffering and the challenges confronting Black people throughout the world. Today, I draw the attention of members to the situation in Sudan, where religious and ethnic minorities continue to face severe abuses. In January, President Obama announced a plan to lift some sanctions and start to normalize relations with this country, in spite of the fact that the Sudanese president is wanted by the ICC for war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide. Some take the view that progress has been made in Sudan. However, the ongoing persecution of minorities stands in stark contrast to these claims. Sudanese pastors Hassan Abdurrahim Kodi Tahor and Kawa Shamal, along with Abdulmonen Abdumwala, Isa Abdumwala, and Czech national Peter Jasek, were recently given long prison sentences in response to their Christian activities. The international community must hold the line on human rights in Sudan until we see real change. Releasing these 4 men would send a very positive signal.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the occasion of Canadian School Counselling Week, I acknowledge and express my gratitude to an important group of dedicated people who work tirelessly with our children, youth, and their families. Approximately 1 in 7 Canadian children and youth suffer from some form of mental disorder that diminishes their opportunities for educational success. Fortunately, there are professional people who interact every day with our youth and work to improve scholastic performance and their overall mental health for our youth. I urge members of this House to join me celebrating Canadian School Counselling Week and to recognize the work of school counselors at learning institutions all across Canada, including schools in my riding of Richmond Hill, namely Alexander Mackenzie High School, Bayview Secondary School, Langstaff Secondary School, and Jean Vanier Catholic High School. All children and youth owe these counselors our heartfelt appreciation. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Yukon.
On June 13, 1898, the Great Yukon Territory was created, becoming one of the 13 provinces and territories that form our confederation. This week is the annual Yukon Days, where along with cultural component, the Yukon ministers, chiefs, and other leaders come to Ottawa to meet their federal counterparts. A huge Ottawa welcome to the Premier, the Grand Chief, the ministers and chiefs that are here today, and a big shout out to all the federal ministers who have been able to schedule appointments with them. The Yukon government and chiefs should be commended for their innovative, pioneering leadership in having these meetings together with a one-government approach. For any Canadian who cannot enjoy the great Yukon hospitality at the Big Bash tonight, I encourage you all to come to Whitehorse in 17 days to enjoy the greatest winter carnival, the Yukon Sourdough Rendezvous. Barring that, come next summer to enjoy the culture of our 14 First Nations, the highest mountains in North America, many museums, the Klondike Gold Rush, the world's longest salmon run, and many music festivals and races.
The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, victims of human trafficking, mostly women and girls, are coerced to provide sexual services while their perpetrators profit. The Harper government implemented a national action plan to combat human trafficking, focused on prevention, protection of victims, and the prosecution of offenders. The Liberals have allowed this plan to end without as much as a whimper.
Oh, no.
Now the Liberals are preparing to remove much-needed safeguards by repealing the Protection of Communities and Exploited Persons Act. How can the Prime Minister claim to be a feminist while considering legislation that will lead to the exploitation of the most vulnerable? The Liberals should not be thinking of repealing legislation, Mr. Speaker, legislation that protects vulnerable women, but should be giving law enforcement across the country more tools for apprehension and conviction. Victim services need more resources, and this government needs to fund safe houses and long-term restoration if they really want to demonstrate they care for these victimized women and girls.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The communities of Pond Inlet and Iqaluit, Nunavut. There I met with Inuit youth at the Pirvik, Nasivik, and Inuksuq schools, youth leaders and mentors such as Shelley Elverum from Iqaluit, outstanding youth leaders Natalie Okalik, and Prime Minister Youth Council member Rachel Smale. J'ai aussi rencontré des jeunes entrepreneurs.
I also met young entrepreneurs like Michael Milton, a former participant of the Inspire program. All of these young people shared their thoughts about the challenges facing youth in the North and innovative ways of meeting those challenges together.
Also privileged to see firsthand state-of-the-art research underway by the incredible team from Memorial University and Smart Ice, who are developing groundbreaking new ways to monitor and map sea ice, a technology that, as you know, is invaluable to northern communities. For their warmth and hospitality, and the fact that they broke out a highly prized stash of caribou meat, I say Huyaneme, and I hope to see you again soon. Merci, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the middle class. Every time the Prime Minister has to defend one of his cynical decisions, he mentions the middle class. He sets up privileged billionaires clubs for the middle class. He supports the purchase of arms for Saudi Arabia for the middle class. He gives tax cuts to bankers and cabinet ministers for the middle class. Is the Prime Minister confused about the reality facing the middle class? Where is the plan to respond to increasing student debt, or the lack of affordable housing, or the decreasing numbers of permanent jobs? These are the real needs of the middle class. But this government's economic policies seem to exist to trick the middle class. We will provide a real alternative for the middle class and the working class.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday night I attended an event at the University of Toronto highlighting the plight of Canadian resident Saeed Malikpour. Saeed has been imprisoned by the Iranian regime for over 8 years after he traveled to his birthplace to visit his dying father. He has been threatened with violence, been tortured, and humiliated. His basic human rights have been violated and continue to be violated. Sadly, this government, in its rush to legitimize this criminal rogue state, has forgotten this Canadian resident whose liberty has been stolen. In the past year, the previous Minister of Foreign Affairs did nothing to move his case forward. According to his sister Miriam, he's been able to keep himself busy with art and exercise, but the lack of action by this government is deafening. Mr. Speaker, as we wait to see whether the new minister, like her predecessor, will rush to appease Iran, she needs to remember Canada has always stood up against those who violate human rights. Will she commit to making the opening of relations with Iran contingent on the release of Mr. Malikpour?
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
Mr. Speaker, more than 400 years ago, Mathieu D'Acosta was reportedly the first black man to set foot on what is today Canadian soil.
This, from forced to free migration, Black Canadians have contributed greatly to the cultural, social, and economic prosperity of Canada.
I rise today to encourage all Canadians to learn more about our country through the activities of Black History Month. Also, today, Mr. Speaker, a delegation of Black leaders will join parliamentarians of all political stripes so that Black people can continue to leave their mark in Canada and across the world.
Of proud Black Canadians will gather in my riding of Hull Aylmer at the Museum of History to celebrate the long road from which we came and the even longer and wider roads ahead. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, we may celebrate the past, but let me assure you that the best is yet to come. À tous, un joyeux.
Happy Black History Month to everyone.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, research revealed that when a woman or girl is raped in this country, their chances of being believed or being able to pursue justice is inadequate. Mr. Speaker, I volunteered at a rape crisis center, and I can tell you that one of the most difficult decisions a woman makes is whether or not to go to the police. And we need to make that decision easier. Will the Prime Minister commit to ensuring that RCMP frontline officers have the training needed to give these women and girls confidence to pursue justice?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear. Gender-based violence and sexual assault is unacceptable, and we are doing everything we can to try and change something that is, as was pointed out, as we've known for a long time, is far too pervasive in our society. The way we support victims and survivors of sexual assault, the way we fight against gender-based violence, the way we change our institutions are all things that we are working on, not just with the Minister of Status of Women, but indeed all of government in an approach to make sure that we put an end to this.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's an uncertain time for our economy and an anxious time for our workers. The U.S. President is looking to renegotiate NAFTA. And by cutting regulations and lowering taxes, the Americans are putting their companies and workers at a competitive advantage over ours. The Prime Minister's current plans to raise taxes and increase regulations will send our jobs south. Will he change course in the budget?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have lowered taxes for the middle class by raising them on the wealthiest 1%. We've put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families by giving monthly child benefits that are not taxable and more generous than what the previous government did by not doing sending child benefits to the wealthiest families. We continue to look for ways Canada can create good jobs by engaging in the global marketplace, create opportunities for our young people, and create the kind of economic growth that Canadians didn't have for too many years under the previous government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Three-quarters of everything we make and sell goes to the United States. And the Prime Minister keeps saying everything will be okay. But the truth is, millions of jobs are being targeted by the U.S. administration. Our farmers, our forestry workers, and our steel manufacturers. When will the Prime Minister show us a plan to protect our workers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for the past months, we've been engaging with the new American administration to highlight that, yes, millions of Canadian jobs depend on close relationship with the United States, but also millions of American middle-class jobs depend on close relationships, trade relationships with Canada. That 35 different American states have Canada as their #1 export destination. Our economies are integrated like no two countries in the world, and the fact is we are going to continue to defend Canadian jobs, defend opportunities for the middle class on both sides of the border, and create a better future for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. administration, as we know, will cut bureaucracy, taxes to try to stimulate their economies. We can talk about what happened over the last year, but they haven't given the kind of results that they expected because there were no full-time jobs created. What will be the Prime Minister's real plan for the future? Not what they did in the past, but now with the new administration in the U.S., what are we going to do? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been in contact with the administration for the past month to highlight the integration of our two markets to show just how many jobs, millions of jobs on both sides of the border depend on open trade between our two countries. We're going to continue to work strong to create opportunities for small and medium-sized businesses in Canada, for large corporations, for success in innovation, research, green energy. We know that Canada faces large challenges but has many benefits for the future, and that is what we're working on. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, an internal note from the new administration's transition team has stated that Canada and the U.S. are far from an agreement on softwood lumber. We know that the U.S. needs to import wood. They aren't self-sufficient. They need 30% of wood imports in order to build their homes, to keep their carpenters, electricians, plumbers working at home without... So why can't we get that message out? We know. Why? Because it's because the government can't explain to the U.S. that they need this wood. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Since we came to power 15 months ago,
Each time I've met with the American president, we talked about that important issue. And in recent months, with the new administration, we have continued to underscore those issues. Good jobs in the country that come from the forestry sector. We're going to continue to work with the Americans on this important issue to ensure that jobs in our communities can remain.
Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all remember when this Prime Minister, hand on heart, looked longingly into the eyes of Canadians and promised them all that he'd be different. He wasn't like the old Liberal Party, promising anything to get elected, but then once in, betraying that very promise. Whatever happened to that guy? We hardly even got to know him. All the evidence shows that proportional representation not only ensures that every vote counts, it helps elect more women and encourages parties to work together in the national interest. So when will he finally stop all the fear-mongering and admit what everybody knows to be true, that the only reason he broke his promise to Canadians on electoral reform because it wasn't in the interest of the Liberal Party?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we took this issue very seriously, consulted broadly with Canadians, talked about this issue, saw the extent to which there are very many strongly held divergent views on this issue. We worked very hard on this, but it's clear there is no consensus, there is no responsible path forward, and that is the decision that we made.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
You know, you'd think the Prime Minister would at least have the decency to blush when he's breaking his promise to Canadians so blatantly, and he could at least take that slightly smug look off his face, because the way I was raised, Mr. Speaker, that when someone breaks their word to Canadians, they find the courage to apologize, which this Prime Minister is yet to do. Just 8 weeks ago, I'll quote the Prime Minister, "I make promises because I believe in them," and on consensus, he said this, "I've heard loudly and clearly that Canadians want a better system of governance." After such obvious deception, how can anyone believe this Prime Minister ever again?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want improvement in their democracy, absolutely, and that's why we're moving forward on many things to repeal sections of the Unfair Elections Act brought in by the previous government, why we're making sure that we're protecting from cybersecurity attacks, why we're moving forward in many ways to improve our democracy. But on changing the way we vote in elections, it is clear there was no consensus. There are strongly held, highly divergent views. There was no responsible way to move forward, and so we are looking for other ways to improve our democracy.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I quote, "I made promises on these issues because I believe in them. Canadians spoke out loudly and clearly. They want a better system of governance, a better way of electing our governments, and I'm committing to 2015 being the last election with the current electoral system. Canadians entrusted us with difficult duties. They don't expect us to give up when things get difficult. No, I'm sorry, but I was raised to do better than that." Who said that? The Prime Minister on December 2nd. Has he forgotten about the way he was raised? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I was raised to keep in mind the best interests of this country, to serve them well the way they deserve to be served. And that means growth for the middle class, helping people who are working hard to join it. Yes, it also means improving our democracy. And we went forth with a number of things that we're going to do to improve our democracy, but the reality is that when it comes to election reform, there is clear that there was no consensus and there's no responsible path forward with that commitment. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie.
Something burning, don't worry, that's just the pants of the Prime Minister are on fire.
Since the Prime Minister went back on his word with respect to election reform,
Order. Order, 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 order. Members are certainly entitled to ask difficult, tough questions, but they know they can't do indirectly what they can't do directly. So I invite the honourable member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie to rephrase his question.
No. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis bien d'accord.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree that I'll reformulate my question. Since the Prime Minister went back on his word with respect to election reform, there's been a great deal of outrage. That's right. people have the impression that they're trying to pull one over on us. People are saying, I'm never going to vote Liberal ever again, normal. But what's more worrisome are these young people who voted for the first time last year who's saying, I'll never vote again because I'm disgusted with politics. Was that the Prime Minister's plan, to increase cynicism among our young people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as regards young people in this country, we're doing things that have never been done before, be it increasing scholarships for post-secondary education, not being required to repay their student loans until they've got an income of $25,000 a year. We're changing the way that we prepare our young people for the future, and that is what young people are talking to me about when I meet them, when I visit with them, or when I take their questions.
Last year, I filed an order paper question asking if Finance Canada had an analysis of the impact of the carbon tax on low-income families. The department responded with nothing, suggesting it had done no such analysis. However, a note to the Deputy Minister of Finance obtained through Access to Information refers to a table that estimates the impact of the carbon price, quote, across earnings groups. That table is broken down by income quintile. However, all the numbers are blacked out. Why is the government blacking out and covering up the impact of its carbon tax on the poorest Canadians?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to talk about the impact of the taxes that we've actually reduced on Canadian families. I'm pleased to talk about the impact on Canadian families of the introduction of the Canada Child Benefit. Those specific numbers are important. So for the single family with the reduction in middle class taxes, $330 more for that person this year. For the family, $540 in reduction in taxes. For the families, the 9 out of 10 families that got the Canada Child Benefit, on average $2,300 more per year after tax. These are very important measures, and we know that together with the efforts we're making on the environment, we can make a real difference for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The measure of a society is how it treats its most vulnerable. That's why I asked how it is, Mr. Speaker, that this carbon tax will impact on the poorest Canadians. At first, the government said no such data exists. And then they said it exists, we just don't want to tell you what it says. That's the current position of this government, that they want to keep secret from Canadians, the most vulnerable Canadians, those with the least, the impact of this heavy new carbon tax on heat, hydro, gas, and electricity. Is that what they said when they is that what they meant when they promised they wanted to help those trying to join the middle class?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we meant exactly what we said, that we want to help those trying to join the middle class and those in the middle class. That's why our policies have been specifically directed to help those that are most vulnerable in our society, to help middle class Canadians to be in a better situation. We've done it in a myriad ways. We've done it through tax reductions. We've done it through the introduction of the Canada Child Benefit. We've helped lower income and middle income students to have 50% more money for grants for university, and we've helped those most vulnerable in our society, the seniors who are below the poverty line, with a 10% increase in the guaranteed income supplement for single seniors. We are making a real difference, Mr. Speaker, in particular for those most...
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for more than 2 months, the Conservatives urged the government, called on them to not increase taxes on health and dental insurance. And tomorrow, by way of a vote, the House will be able to side with us. But we're not out of the woods yet, because there are many other things that the government's looking at with its voracious appetite. Pension income splitting, for example. For us as Conservatives, this is not negotiable. Can the Minister of Finance, because pension income splitting affects 2 million people in this country, can the Minister give us a guarantee that he will not be changing this essential and important aspect in the next budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2016, we started with our program to improve things for the middle class and to improve the situation of those trying to join it, with measures to help Canadian families. We are going to continue along those lines in 2017. It will be very important. We will find ways of improving the situation for the middle class and in our budget, we will have some very important measures and initiatives for them.
Sure. The question was crystal clear, yes or no. But again and again, the minister dodged the issue. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Commons. This is not the Los Angeles Dodgers Stadium here. We need an answer to that. So the question is quite clear again, in English this time. So can the minister indicate this House that 2.5 million Canadians will not be touched because the government do not intend to cut the pension income splitting? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how much more clear I could be. Our first budget reduced taxes on Canadians, helped middle-class Canadians, helped those most vulnerable. That is our program. So as we move forward with our budget 2017, which I remind you is not actually today, we will be talking about how we can actually continue in our efforts to help Canadians, to help middle-class Canadians, to help those most vulnerable. It will be a meaningful continuation of our agenda, important for Canadians across this country.
Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that the Liberals were shortchanging communities across Canada by $9 billion in infrastructure. And 96% of the announced projects were not under construction. Now we learn that construction companies are shutting down, and the CEO of Keystone Excavating said 2016 was the worst year we've ever had in 35 years. The projects are not being built, the jobs are not being created. Will the minister commit today to getting the money out before the spring construction season begins, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we have approved more funding in the last year than the previous government did in 5 years combined. 1,200 projects with a combined investment in partnership with municipalities and provinces, $14 billion together. And almost 60% of those projects are currently underway, creating opportunities for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, here's the Liberal logic. They send Canadians money to various programs and they say, it's just like the budget, it'll balance itself. Mr. Speaker, that's not how things work. After having announced with great fanfare $13.6 billion for infrastructure in 2016, now we're learning that the Liberals only invested $4.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. What happened to the over $9 billion that was supposed to go to all of the municipalities across the country?
Infrastructure. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me quote some figures. 83 projects for British Columbia with combined investment of $2.4 billion. 57 projects for province of Quebec with combined investment of $1.5 billion. 127 projects for province of Alberta with a combined investment of $4.2 billion. And the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, we have approved more fundings for provinces and municipalities in the last year than the previous government did in 5 years combined.
Honourable Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, an internal U.S. briefing note indicates the Trump administration will target Canada's dairy supply management system and our softwood lumber industry. Instead of assuring Canadians that jobs in these key sectors will be protected, the Liberals have sent Brian Mulroney to act as Canada's intermediary. Mr. Mulroney is the architect of the flawed NAFTA deal, and just last week he called for the elimination of supply management. Will this government stand up to Trump and fight for Canadian jobs, and will they commit today that supply management will not be on the table?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government fully supports our dairy farmers and our supply management system. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is our party that fought hard to implement supply management, and I can assure this House that we will protect and defend it. Canada's supply management system is a model for the world. I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, with the investments this government is making in the dairy industry and the manufacturing sector in the dairy industry, there's a great future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals asked Brian Mulroney to start a dialogue with the Trump administration to renegotiate NAFTA. In 2014, the former Prime Minister made a speech and he called for supply management to be dismantled. Last Friday, there was a similar speech where he said that we should draw inspiration from Australia and New Zealand in that regard. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want supply management to be defended. Can they confirm today that they will defend our supply management system and justify why they're sending a Conservative who won't defend?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's hard to say it much clearer. We consulted the dairy farmers and the dairy processors around this country for the last number of months. We invested $350 million to make sure that the dairy farmers and the processing sector is innovative in this country. We, the Liberal Party, worked hard to put the supply management system in place, and this government will make sure that we support the supply management system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, everywhere the Liberals go, they create chaos and corruption. The Ontario Liberal energy policy has devastated investment in Ontario. It's gotten so bad that even rich Liberals can't stand it any longer. We learned that the federal Ag Minister's chief of staff is turning her back on Ontario. She's building her new egg operations in Quebec because energy costs are half as much. With this kind of impact on agriculture, why is the Prime Minister forcing Kathleen Wynne's disastrous energy policies on the rest of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I answered this question many times in this House. My Chief of Staff is a very well-recognised lady, well-respected in the community, honoured in her community. I hope that, and I'm sure that this member does not want to indicate to this House or to this country that my Chief of Staff does nothing but promote agriculture in this country.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, chaos and corruption follow them. The Grain Commission is an important part of Western Canadian agriculture, overseeing grain quality. It's always been run by appointees who knew and understood agriculture. Now the Liberals are making it a dumping ground for patronage. The latest appointment is noticeable only for his lack of qualifications. Lonnie McQuaig's credentials are he knows the public safety minister, and he's a failed Liberal candidate. Why is the minister putting Liberal patronage ahead of Western Canadian grain producers?
Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
As my honourable colleague is well aware, and this House is well aware, that this government took a new approach to Governor and Council appointment. And we are putting in place new Canadian grain commissioners that will benefit the sector, stand up for grain farmers, and deliver results to the industry. My honourable colleague is well aware who was appointed. He also was well aware how qualified the people there that are appointed, and will do nothing but be an asset to the Canadian Grain Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised an open appointment process. In that spirit of openness, the Minister of Justice has appointed guess who to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, why none other than her former Chief of Staff. So, by openness, did the Prime Minister mean open to Liberals and closed to everyone else, or is this just another Liberal promise made and another Liberal promise broken?
Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take very seriously the appointments process and the fact that it should be and must be open and transparent. My former Chief of Staff has been appointed to the Human Rights Tribunal because she is entirely qualified to fulfill that position, and I look forward to her contribution to the tribunal as we move forward.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, when they aren't throwing money out the windows on useless renovations or giving grants to Canada 2020, the Liberal Party does what it always does, rewarding its friends. We've recently learned that the Ministers of Justice and Agriculture were quick to give two important partisan appointments to Liberal friends, a former Chief of Staff and a defeated Liberal candidate. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally stop putting the interests of the Liberal Party ahead of everything else and finally get down to work for all Canadians?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you know very well, and as all Canadians know, we have committed to a more open, more transparent appointment process. We are proud of the process that we have undertaken. Canadians are able to apply for these positions. They are openly declared so that all Canadians can participate, and we are proud of the appointments we are making, and I'm sure the member knows very well that they are good appointments here to serve Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, a University of Ottawa study shows that over the next few years, the provinces will not be able to maintain current service levels if they accept the funding proposed by the federal government in terms of health care. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has also sounded the alarm because healthcare costs will continue to rise because, among others, the aging population. Will the government finally give provinces the funding they need to provide citizens with the services they need? Honourable Minister of Health.
Government is investing in health care in numbers that have never been seen in Canada before. We made an offer to provinces to grow that investment in the Canada Health Transfer such that it will outstrip provincial spending, it will outstrip GDP growth, and it will outstrip the rate of inflation. In addition to those increases in the Canada Health Transfer, we are investing $11 billion in home care and mental health. This will support Canadians and make sure that Canadians receive value for money spent.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, this report shows that the federal government's health care offer falls far short of the province's increased costs. We're seeing the direct impacts of that underfunding, like the horror stories coming out of Surrey, British Columbia, where a quadriplegic home care patient is forced to choose between a meal and a change of clothes. Why have the Liberals broken their promise to properly fund health care? And what the heck ever happened to the Liberals' campaign commitment to immediately invest $3 billion in home care?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, it is well known that Canadians pay some of the highest per capita costs for health care in the world. It's important that Canadians get value for the money invested in health care. That's why we are taking a new approach. In addition to increasing the Canada Health Transfer, we are giving targeted investments in the areas of home care and mental health so that people like the woman that the member has referred to will get access to home care, and we will transform health systems across this country.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, Safety Awareness Week begins today. This is an opportunity to ensure that all Canadians feel safe. Unfortunately, after the tragic attack on the Quebec City Cultural Islamic Centre, we can understand that many Canadian Muslims and other minority groups feel vulnerable. Can the Minister of Public Safety tell us what the government is doing to help these communities to protect themselves? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we all share the anguish experienced in Quebec City by our fellow citizens.
The deadline for our security infrastructure program, which helps communities protect against hate-motivated crimes. This is on top of other enhancements to the program to cover a greater variety of security measures and to make it more widely accessible. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we must all continue working together to foster respect, solidarity, cohesion and inclusion. There is no license for hate in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, it was revealed that the Super Hornets the Liberals are purchasing are going to be operational for only 12 years. It's unbelievable that the Liberals would waste $7 billion on an aircraft that they've already planned to mothball. As we know, finance is not the Liberal government's strong suit, so let's give them a hand. That costs over $300 million per jet. That's a colossal waste of taxpayer money. That's a colossal waste of time for the Royal Canadian Air Force. So why won't the Defence Minister quit wasting time, resources and money and move immediately to an open competition?
Honourable Minister of National Defence. Our government does not want to risk our ability to be able to respect both Canada's commitments, and that is why we have decided to purchase an interim fleet of Super Hornets to replace our aging CF-18s. we will ensure that in both the short and the long term, our requirements will be met, and we will launch an open and competitive process. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to tell the Parliamentary Secretary that it is proven that this is a needless purchase and there's no capability gap. We're paying between $5 and $7 billion, and this was confirmed by Boeing. That is highway robbery. It is going to cost us between $277 and $388 million per aircraft. Can the Minister of Defence confirm that this is indeed the best deal for Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We will not wait in order to risk depending on an aging CF-18 fleet. We need a fighter jet as soon as possible that will allow us to depend less heavily on our fleet of CF-18s and to continue to respect our international and national commitments. Thanks to these 18 new Super Hornets, our soldiers and Air Force people will be able to defend on a more reliable set of jets.
Liberals' approach to replacing our fighter jets makes absolutely no sense at all. The sole source Super Hornet will cost up to $7 billion for only 18 jets for only 12 years of service. This week, Boeing's competitor announced a price drop, which puts the F-35 at the same price as the Super Hornet. Will the Liberals finally listen to our Air Force, our defense procurement experts, and start an open competition today to replace our aging CF-18?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada is in discussions with the United States government and Boeing concerning the possible purchase of Super Hornets. These discussions will allow us to determine whether Boeing can offer an interim solution within a proper deadline and at an acceptable level of capability for Canada to ensure that Canada can get the best price-quality ratio. During these discussions, we will not comment on the budget for now. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, not only is the cost astronomical, we're talking about between $277 and $388 million per aircraft, but in addition, the Minister indicated in a written response to the House that these Super Hornets may only be operational for 12 years. That's expensive. That's between $23 and $32 million per year per jet. There are no savings to be had here. Why does the government insist on continuing on this path instead of launching an open process to replace our CF-18s? Other than Boeing, what's the advantage for Canadians in this deal? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Canadian Armed Forces do exceptional work to manage the risk linked to respecting our engagements to NATO. But it is unacceptable to manage this level of risk, according to the government. The current fleet of CF-18s was bought in the 1980s, and it should have been replaced long ago. The government no longer wishes to rely exclusively on an aging fleet of CF-18s, and that is why we must act now. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, Katimavik is fighting for its survival. The program has educated over 35,000 young people and seeks reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous young people. If the Liberals continue to do nothing, the organization will close down in a few weeks. And yet the Liberals had promised a youth volunteer service during the campaign and in the last budget, but for the past 18 months, silence. The Prime Minister, who is also the Minister of Youth and former chair of Katimavik, will he finally provide emergency funding to save this program? The Honourable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague across. Helping young Canadians gain valuable work and life experience is central to the focus of this government. It is absolutely a priority. Our Prime Minister and the government are proud of reversing 10 years of cuts to youth programming by the past Conservative government. We continue to engage with Katimavik. Mr. Speaker, if I could take the opportunity, I want to recognize the work on this file by the member from Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Ile-de-Sur, who's done excellent work on this file. We'll continue to engage with Katimavik. Stay tuned. Hopefully we'll have a great resolution in forthcoming
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, it's been over 3 months since the government's own deadline to fix Phoenix, and 7,000 cases from the original backlog still have not been fixed, leaving Canadians waiting to get paid. In addition, there have been 185,000 Phoenix complaints in the last 6 months. This government refused to delay implementing Phoenix until it was corrected. When will the government end this boondoggle and pay our federal employees properly and on time?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome my colleague's question. Resolving the ongoing service pay problems remains a priority for this government. That's why we have taken so many additional measures to respond in a quick manner. The reality is that we do have a number of outstanding issues. We are working very hard. We're working with our employees. We're working with unions to try and find a speedy resolution. But what we've encountered here are some complex cases, and we are now going to shift to focusing on those priority cases to get them resolved as quickly as possible.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Liberals told the House that Canadians would not be affected by the U.S. executive order on immigration. However, we've found out that Nexus memberships have in fact been revoked from all Canadian permanent residents with citizenship in any one of the 7 countries affected by the U.S. travel ban. I think that's affected. That would be the definition, Mr. Speaker. So when did the minister become aware of this new issue? Was it after this assurance or before? And more importantly, what steps is he taking to stand up for Canadian interests?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadian citizens with a valid Canadian passport should be treated at the border in the same way as before the executive order. It's your passport, not your Nexus card, that establishes your status. Nexus is a discretionary program to expedite processing, and each country has the right to withdraw the privilege. There are about 1.5 million people with Nexus privileges. About 200 have been affected by the U.S. revocation. To the best of CBSA's information, none of them are Canadian citizens, and we're working with our American counterparts to make sure that all Canadians are treated fairly.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what CBSA told CBC on the weekend. And more importantly, when I asked the minister this question on Friday, he said, quote, if people feel that they have been unfairly treated by this process, there's an appeal process and there's an ombudsman. Canadians don't want an ombudsman. They want their government to stand up for their interests. So when will the Liberals stand up for Canadians and get these revocations reversed?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, what the honourable member doesn't seem to acknowledge is that Nexus on both sides of the border is a discretionary program entirely under the control of one government or the other, depending on which country you're in. We are in the process of making sure, to the very best of our ability and capacity, that Canadians are treated fairly in all circumstances, and Canadians themselves do have the benefit of the appeal procedure. They should avail themselves of that, but they can be sure that their government is fighting for them too.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Syed Malakpour, a Canadian permanent resident, a computer programmer, was arrested on a visit to Iran in 2008 on trumped-up charges. After conviction on a confession obtained through torture, Mr. Malakpour was sentenced to death. That sentence, after protests by our Conservative government and human rights organizations, was reduced to life in prison. Now, the Liberals promised their muted criticism of Iran and reduced commercial sanctions would get results. Can the minister update the House on efforts to gain Mr. Malakpour's release and his return to Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Consular Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We're clearly concerned about the well-being of Mr. Malakpour. I had the opportunity to meet with his sister. I committed to her that our government is following his case with great concern. Obviously, most people, members of the opposite aisle, know that because of lack of diplomatic presence in Iran, this has been posing challenges for us. That's why our government is committed to re-engaging with Iran and make sure that we defend the interest of Canadians and we build on people-to-people relationship with Iran.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of 2017, the government has announced projects for drinking water and wastewater treatment under a bilateral agreement reached with Quebec. 2 weeks ago, 5 projects worth $6.4 billion were announced in Estrie, and 16 projects for $82 million were announced in Mauricie, and 19 in Montérégie, including in my riding. Can the government update this House on this program? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, in collaboration with the Government of Quebec, we have approved 57 projects for a combined investment of more than $1.5 billion. Just today, we announced additional 3 projects for the region of Abitibi. These projects will provide safe, clean drinking water for the region. We continue to work with our partners to approve even more projects to grow our economy and create opportunities for the middle class and those working hard to join the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, we learned after Christmas that since gutting the Financial Transparency Act, the compliance measures, of course, the reporting rate has gone down. The minister had to know that was going to happen. It is no surprise. The National Post wrote that about 90 bands had not been fully compliant with the Act, and of course, for the community members, that is 90 too many. It has been over a year. First Nations communities, 90 of them across this country, do not have access to basic information. When will the minister listen to the grassroots band members and respect them and enforce the Act?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Speaker, as I've said in this House many times, First Nations, governments, and everyone want increased transparency and accountability. But we will achieve this through working in full partnership with First Nations leaderships and organizations. We are currently engaging First Nations leaderships, communities, organizations to identify a way forward that is based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind must lobby each year for funding in the form of government grants. Given the crucial services provided by the CNIB, like making sure literature is available in accessible formats, stable, predictable, and ongoing funding is required. Funding would allow the CNIB to provide Canadians with visual impairments the programs and services to which they're entitled. Will the government commit to ensuring that funding for the CNIB will be in the next federal budget?
Honourable Minister for Sport and Persons with Disabilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I know she shares the passion for inclusion and accessibility for people with disabilities that our government does. Mr. Speaker, I've experienced firsthand the great work that CNIB does for the visually impaired community in Canada. I was proud to work with them over the last year to celebrate Canada's accession to the Marrakesh Treaty, and I'm proud of our government commitment of $3 million to ensure we can meet the demands for alternative format materials. Our government's disability program has been undergoing a transformation aimed at providing greater certainty and efficiency to organizations, and we are indeed exploring whether or not we can provide multi-year funding. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, like many ridings in Canada, Oakville North Burlington is made stronger because of its diversity. Our post-secondary institutions like Sheridan College in Oakville and DeGroote School of Business in Burlington rank among the very best in the world, attracting students from around the world. However, our immigration system has made it difficult for those who wish to stay in Canada. Can the minister please update this House on what the government has done to make it easier for international students to live and work in Canada?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Oakville, North Burlington for the question and for her hard work. Mr. Speaker, our government supports strongly the attraction and retention of international students to Canada. That is why we made changes to our Express Entry program that has made it easier for international students to stay in Canada. That has led to them creating economic growth, jobs and innovation, and spurring innovation in our country. I also want to take this opportunity to thank my officials for processing 367,000 international student visas last year, which is a 22% increase over the previous government. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, if there's anything that Liberals are good at, it's breaking promises and wasting hard-earned tax dollars. They promised a deficit to pay for infrastructure, and while the deficit just keeps growing, there's still no shovels in the ground. Then they promised to balance the budget by 2019. Now it won't be until 2055. And we've heard them make promises of electoral reform, and then all Canadians got was a $4 million bill for a muddled personality survey. And so while Canadians are struggling to make ends meet, Mr. Speaker, what other broken promises can taxpayers be expected to foot the bill for?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that Canadians can expect this year in our budget, as they saw last year, and as they'll see in years to come, that we will have a focus on helping them, a focus on helping those most vulnerable. We've demonstrated that so far, and we'll continue to do that. A focus on improving the lives of middle-class Canadians through lower taxes, through more opportunities for themselves and their children in the future because of the investments we're going to make. That's what Canadians can expect, and we're pleased to be able to deliver for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, while all of Quebec mourned the victims of the Quebec City attack, the Washington Post published an article by J.J. McCullough, which was a vitriolic attack on the reputation of Quebec on the international scene. Here is an excerpt. And now, Canadians have good reason to observe that the province seems to produce an awful lot of lunatics prone to public massacres. Will the Prime Minister rise in this House right now and unreservedly condemn this attack against the Quebec nation? Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. The message in this article is unacceptable, and we denounce them. Quebecers, like all Canadians, are open and welcoming, and we saw that with the solidarity that was the outpouring of solidarity expressed after the attack. We are all responsible for denouncing discrimination and injustice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member from Okan. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refuses to rise in his capacity of statesman and is encouraging, through his silence, like the Conservative Party last Friday, this tragic Quebec bashing. All of Quebec is mourning the people, the victims of this tragic attack. Other people are attacking Quebec's reputation. It's being tarnished and insulted, and neither the official opposition nor the Prime Minister will condemn this shameful rag. The Prime Minister is the self-proclaimed lieutenant of Quebec in his party, so how can he remain seated and in silence? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, what the opinion expressed in the Washington Post is unacceptable, and we denounce them vigorously, and that is also why we are convinced, like my colleague across the way, that we must absolutely denounce all form of injustice and discrimination, and that is also why we condemn this opinion and this article, and we will ensure that we support the motion presented by the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, despite the common front of the provinces, which represent 90% of Canada's population, the government insists on maintaining the Conservative cuts to health transfers and putting in place the NDP conditions. Along with the Government of Quebec, the Council of the Federation, the Conference Board of Canada, the PBO, and the University of Ottawa are concluding that to ensure the future of the healthcare system, Ottawa's contribution must rise at the same pace as the costs. Instead of causing the implosion of the healthcare system, will the Minister of Finance revisit his idea and reestablish the hike of 6% of the transfers? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, $11 billion has the potential to be transformational to improve the lives of Canadians, not only in terms of home care, but also in mental health care services. This unprecedented investment is in addition to the commitments made under the Canada Health Transfer, which will continue to grow each year and by almost $1 billion per year this year alone. And we will work with the provinces and territories to improve the healthcare system.
Brought to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Sandy Silver, Premier of Yukon, and an accompanying delegation. Tabling of documents. Order. I encourage members to take their conversations into the lobbies or elsewhere around Parliament Hill. If you hear my voice, please say shh. Thank you, colleagues. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The honourable member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. The committee signals that pursuant to Standing Order 91.1, subsection 2, the subcommittee gathered to study the private member's business on the priority list and recommended that the following bills be designated non-votable and be studied by the House. Pursuant to Standing Order 91.12, the report is deemed to have been adopted. The Honourable Member for Yukon. Pursuant to the mandate given to it under Standing Orders 108 and 114, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concerning the changes to membership of standing joint committees. I intend to move the adoption of this report later today. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The honourable member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, if I have the consent of the House, I move that the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be now adopted.
Unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion. The House has heard the terms. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising today to table a petition signed by hundreds of Winnipeggers condemning the systematic and state-sanctioned organ harvesting by the Chinese government, calling on the Government of Canada to take concrete action to bring an end to the practice. Thank you.
Député de Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to rise in the House today to present two petitions. The first is from residents throughout my constituency calling for the federal government, and I know that the Honourable Minister is interested in pursuing more affordable housing through the federal government. This petition asks for the government to look at the proposals from the Federation for Canadian Municipalities to create a national affordable housing program. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is one that thousands and thousands of Canadians have sent me petitions. These come from Leamington, Ontario, Surrey, BC, Langley, Vancouver, calling for the government to put in place labeling so that Canadian consumers will know whether or not the products they are buying and consuming contain genetically modified organisms.
Presenting petitions. Presentation petition. Honourable member for Victoria.
That's of petitions today. The first, I'm pleased to present a petition from hundreds of constituents in Victoria calling on the government to repeal a new clause in the Criminal Code restricting those seeking medical assistance in dying only to those whose deaths are reasonably foreseeable. Many of us question the constitutionality of that. As you'll know, in this place, it's now before the courts as well in the case of Lamb in Canada. They say that their charter rights are affected and call on the government to repeal it. The second, Mr. Speaker, is a petition from hundreds and hundreds of constituents in Victoria calling on the government to keep its promise on electoral reform and implement a fair, proportional voting system. They say they've devoted hundreds of hours to organizing and engaging with the government on this issue and deserve an explanation as to how this government can believe there is insufficient interest from Canadians in improving our voting system.
Signing petitions. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present three petitions from Canadian Historical Societies
stating that they want history to be respected and celebrated during the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Of course, as part of the Liberal war on history, neither history nor Confederation are permitted themes. The Tiny Heritage Advisory Committee presents one of those petitions. The township of Tiny has its own unique history rooted in the unification of cultures. The township's founding cultures of French and English mirror the goal of Confederation to unite these two distinct cultures in a single country. The second petition comes from the Cornwall Township Historical Society, which since 1978 has restored historical sites and landmarks throughout South Stormont Township. Explorer Simon Fraser was one of the first men of European descent to explore Western Canada, lived in Cornwall much of his life, and is commemorated by a historical monument there. And of course, Ontario's first Premier, John Sandfield Macdonald, is also buried in the region and represents Cornwall's own connection to Confederation. Finally, the third petition comes from the Upper Ottawa Valley Genealogical Society. The members of this organization are exploring and celebrating their own family connections to Canada's past. The organization is collecting the stories of ancestors of members and assisting in the research of ancestors of other members. The petitioners all call on the government to reverse its decision to exclude Confederation as a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation and to pay respect to Canada's history by making it a theme of the 150th anniversary of Confederation. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of constituents in my riding, there are many that are concerned about a lack of funding for when refugees and other immigrants come for English as a second language or official languages training, I would guess. And with me here, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to table several, I think over 100 names here of concerned Canadians that want the government to make sure that when people come to Canada that they have the proper access so they can fully participate in our economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-30, Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement Implementation Act.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my constituents in the Ottawa Valley riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I'm pleased to participate in today's debate, ushering in the peace and prosperity agenda that represents the cornerstone of successive conservative policies that have been the envy of the rest of the world. The trail that leads to today's debate for a Canada-EU trade agreement began with our previous Conservative government under the leadership of the Right Honourable Stephen Harper and was concluded before the last general election. Conservatives recognize that international trade initiatives generate increased economic activity, drive prosperity and job creation, as well as foster greater cooperation between our democratic allies. The Canada-EU agreement will emphasize the importance of secure access to international markets through a rules-based trading system. Canada must trade. Jobs in Canada depend upon the ability to export what we ourselves do not consume. In turn, the world needs what Canada produces. Conservatives believe that Canada should strive to maximize the benefits we have in a free trading nation. We understand clearly the need to diversify markets as competition promotes fairness. The need to establish trading relationships beyond North America is exactly what CETA accomplishes. This landmark trade agreement is a result of sound conservative trade policy and years of hard work. I welcome the opportunities in employment and wealth creation of bringing this deal into force. I ask all Canadians to recognize the hard work over the past decade by our world-class trade negotiators, the ministers who led them, and the Prime Minister whose vision led this Parliament to pass a record number of free trade agreements. The path to reaching the comprehensive economic and trade agreement between Canada and the EU began nearly a decade ago under our previous Conservative government. Negotiations were formally launched in 2008 by then Minister of International Trade, my good friend and former colleague, the Honourable Stockwell Day. Talks continued under my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member for York Simcoe, who also found time to launch trade talks with India, the world's largest democracy, and trade talks now finalized with Ukraine, a democracy under siege. But we would not be here today if it were not for the hard work and heavy lifting by Canada's longest-serving and easily argued the best Minister of International Trade, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford. As Minister, he ushered through this Parliament trade agreements with Colombia, Jordan, Panama, Honduras, and Korea, all while completing negotiations with the 28 countries in the EU. Canada's consumers, entrepreneurs, farmers, miners, and manufacturers will benefit under this agreement thanks to the hard work of the member for Abbotsford. I recognize the present federal government in moving forward in the best interests of all Canadians by supporting trade liberalization with the ratification of this trade agreement. With the decision to walk back on a number of conservative policies like tax reduction, reducing the federal deficit and balanced budgets, Canadians are breathing a sigh of relief that this federal government is not following the regressive left trade policy of isolationism by trying to undo our previous conservative government's accomplishments on trade. I will only be confident when the CETA deal is finalized. Canadians will see significant economic benefits from free trade with Europe. Perhaps this will inspire the current government to support free trade between provinces and free the beer. Like NAFTA, CETA was negotiated under a Conservative government and ratified by a Liberal government. My hope for Canadians is that we will see similar economic benefits from CETA as we had under NAFTA. My constituents are concerned this government's anti-business policies and reckless deficit spending will wipe out any economic benefits Canadians might see under CETA. Now, NAFTA helped our economy grow, helped businesses expand, and hire more employees. By expanding the Canadian economy with trade, a previous federal government was able to finally wrestle down the reckless deficit spending launched in the 1970s under Pierre Trudeau. Now, in what might be the most ironic case of history repeating itself, we have another Liberal Prime Minister whose reckless spending has led us into structural deficits that will far outlive many of the majority of the current generation of taxpayers. When this trade deal with Europe starts to provide a boost to our GDP, I'm concerned that this government will use it as an excuse to keep on its reckless spending record. It's important to remind Canadians that after this government broke its promise on the annual deficit and then broke its promise on the total amount it would borrow, any fiscal credibility rests on keeping the debt-to-GDP ratio the same. As Canadian employees and employers work together to open new markets for the products and services in Europe, their creativity and drive will increase our country's GDP. This does not justify larger deficits. The debt-to-GDP ratio should decline over the long term, as it did when our Conservative government was in power. Expanding the Canadian economy with trade and reducing debt is the right policy for Canadians. By expanding the Canadian economy, CETA represents an opportunity to get federal spending out of control without the cutbacks of the 1990s that resulted in cuts to health care and the decade of darkness for our military and the nuclear industry. In my riding of Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, we have some of the most innovative and productive farmers in the world. Young farmers are looking forward to seeing 94% of EU tariff lines on Canadian agricultural products becoming duty-free once CETA enters into force. This duty-free access will give Canadian agricultural goods preferential access to the EU market at a time when their American competitors are sidelined, waiting on a stalled deal between the United States and Europe. With the passage of CETA, I'm looking forward to going back to my riding and telling farmers if they hurry, they can capture new markets and increase their sales. It's important that they increase their sales because under the Wynne Liberals, their electricity costs have skyrocketed with the hidden carbon tax called the Global Adjustment on Consumers' Hydro Bills. It's important they hurry because this federal Liberal government has implemented a massive carbon tax on all their energy costs to be collected by the Toronto Liberal Party. CETA will be good news for the farmers and manufacturers in my riding, but they use a lot of energy, so any gains they make will be taxed away by the Liberal government. With the elimination of tariffs between Canada and Europe, combined with our country's vast natural beauty, we could expect to see more European tourists seeking to explore our wilderness. For Europeans watching this debate, whitewater rafting in the Upper Ottawa Valley is world-class and a lot of fun. Sadly, when they come this spring, some smaller family-run campgrounds will not be reopening because of this government's relentless attack on small business, and in particular, its attack on family-run campgrounds. Like many European tourists, my colleagues across the aisle may not be aware this government thinks that if campgrounds have fewer than 5 full-time year-round employees, they're too small to qualify for the small business tax rate and should therefore pay the same as large companies, and in many cases even more. Urban MPs don't represent a lot of campgrounds downtown, but when thousands of their constituents leave the city to go camping across Canada this summer and find out their favorite little campground closed because of the Liberals' borrow and tax spend policies, I suspect they'll hear a lot more about this issue. In short, CETA is good for tourism, but Liberals are bad for business in the tourism industry. Again and again, it's the same story. The gains Canadians made from the hard work by our previous Conservative government to cut taxes for all Canadians and successfully negotiate favorable new trade deals is being undone by this Liberal spending government.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I always find with some members when they speak, they're kind of tough to follow along, and I will say one thing about this particular member: she is consistent, and I do applaud her on that. That's the nice thing I have to say, I guess, Madam Speaker. The question I would have for the member is, on a number of fronts, she just throws something into the air that gets recorded and answered, and I don't quite understand the logic behind it. And let me give an example. The member continuously makes reference to deficits and reckless spending. One would think that she was talking about the Harper government that had the largest, most significant deficit in the history of Canada. That's Stephen Harper, the former Prime Minister. When we talk about trade, she's talking a great deal about trade and how Canadians are going to benefit from it. It was Stephen Harper that brought us on the deficit side of the trade, on the trade balance. Madam Speaker, it was not the Conservative government that, yes, they did do some work in bringing forward an agreement, but it was this government that brought it across the goal line. And I'm wondering if the member might want to just address some of those points in the best way that she can.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe the member opposite has been believing the fake news that he generates. In their zeal to undo our Conservative legacy on justice for victims, funding for our military, and cutting taxes for low-income Canadians first and foremost, the Liberals embraced our healthcare funding formula while sowing divisions between the provinces. They embrace our carbon targets, but imposed a carbon tax on everything. And with CETA, they have embraced our Conservative legacy on trade. Of course, being Liberals, they've perverted CETA to their own ends.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. And one of the things that was identified was the Liberals being bad for tourism in general and the cost on tourists. And one of the things I would like to ask is about her comments with regards to adding new taxes to tourists and the subsequent policies that were done under the Harper administration, in particular the HST. The HST was introduced during a time of deficit, and I had a independent commission study from the Library of Parliament to examine the borrowing costs during the deficit of the $4 billion that we had to provide for Ontario and $2 billion for British Columbia at that time, and the interest over a period of time to pay that off as we continue to stay in deficit actually ranged around an $8 to $10 billion deficit. So I'd like to ask the member about the deficit increase that was created by the HST, an ideological tax that the Conservatives under Harper brought in at that time, and the mere fact that it's cost consumers more money.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, the member over there is spewing alternative facts. Everyone knows that the HST, what was taxed and whether or not to go ahead with it, was the decision of the provinces. Our Conservative government pursued trade deals with our allies, developing democracies with so much energy because of Prime Minister Harper's vision for Canada and confidence that Conservatives have in Canadians. Our Conservative caucus is confident Canadian companies can compete with the best of the world and win. What we don't need is a promise-breaking Liberal spending government taxing Canadians to give handouts to their cash to access friends.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to be part of this debate on CETA. Having listened to the previous speaker, the member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I was disappointed but not surprised at the partisan and inaccurate sound bites with respect to the current government. But I do want to thank her for having given credit to members of the previous government and their work to build this very important trade agreement, especially the member from Abbotsford. And I think it's always important to recognize that we're building on the work over the long run of members from all sides of the House. So I'm going to talk about small and medium-sized businesses in my remarks because for the simple reason that I was the founding owner of a business that went from small to medium size, and I haven't been involved with that business since I've entered politics in 2001, but there were more than 2 decades during which I dedicated my efforts and my talents to developing that business. And so I do understand not just the importance of small and medium-sized businesses, but also the challenges they face. So Canada needs to increase our competitiveness and our productivity. We know that. And it's an important way to do that is to support small and medium-sized businesses. In my riding of Vancouver Quadro, we have many clusters of emerging innovation in clean tech, in biotech, in arts and culture, innovative arts and culture, in information and technology innovation. We have the University of British Columbia, which is a world-leading cluster of innovation. And so workers and owners and their families alike in Vancouver Quadro will benefit from the support that CETA will provide to small and medium-sized business growth. So exports play a very important role in the Canadian economy, as we know, contributing to growth, productivity, and employment. And overall, the exports of goods and services are the equivalent of just under 1/3 of Canada's GDP. And either directly or indirectly, the export enterprises employ 1 out of every 6 Canadian workers. Small businesses alone make up 90% of Canadian exporters, and in 2011 were responsible for $68 billion, or 25% of the total value of exports. So small and medium enterprises, or SMEs, are about people. SMEs employ some 10 million Canadians, or nearly 90% of Canada's total private sector workforce. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada released a report last year profiling SMEs and their characteristics as Canadian exporters. The report found that 10% of Canadian SMEs exported goods and services in 2011,
with export sales accounting for about 4% of total company revenues. We can and need to grow that. This report also points to superior financial performance by exporters compared with non-exporters. Specifically, exporters generated higher sales, pre-tax profit margins, and return on assets on average compared with non-exporters. As well, exporters are more research and development intensive than our non-exporters, spending 8% of annual revenues on R&D on average compared with 6% for non-exporters. Exporters are also more growth-oriented than non-exporters, with a higher percentage growing their sales by 20% or more per year compared with non-exporters. So SMEs clearly have a significant role to play in Canada's future prosperity, and our government firmly believes in supporting our hardworking SMEs and succeeding in this role, leading to more jobs, a strengthened middle class, and more tax dollars for our important social safety nets. One way to support the SMEs is by ensuring that there are accessible export markets abroad with advantageous conditions within these markets for them to compete. The findings of the report I mentioned support the government's continued commitment to advance an SME growth and export agenda through the establishment of new trade agreements. Currently, Canada's SME exporters continue to focus predominantly on the U.S., with 89% of exporters selling to the United States and 74% of the value of exports generated from their U.S. sales. With CETA, we will see SMEs diversify their exports and pursue opportunities in the European Union, the world's second largest market for goods. The EU's annual imports alone are worth more than Canada's entire GDP. The EU is also key for global supply chains, with more Fortune 500 companies than anywhere else in the world. So this important access to supply chains is an important avenue of opportunity for the global ambitions of many Canadian people and their families. Of the EU's more than 9,000 tariff lines, approximately 98% will be duty-free for Canadian goods when CETA comes into force, with more being eliminated over time when the agreement's fully implemented. As well, there are innovations in the CETA that will save companies time and money, such as a protocol on conformity assessment that will allow Canadian manufacturers in certain sectors to have their products tested and certified in Canada for sale in the EU. So this kind of regulatory alignment can be particularly useful for SMEs, avoiding the need to set up testing operations outside of the country. Mr. Speaker, CETA will open up opportunities for Canadian businesses, including SMEs, in the EU's estimated $3.3 trillion government procurement market. Once CETA enters into force, Canadian firms will be able to supply goods and select services to all levels of EU government, including the EU's 28 member states and thousands of regional and local government entities. CETA will also provide Canadian SMEs with a first-mover advantage in the EU market over competitors from markets like the United States that don't have a trade agreement in place with the EU. And it will allow Canadian businesses to establish their customer relationships, networks, and joint projects first. But Canadian businesses need to be aware of the benefits that CETA will bring, and we can't assume that this is always the case. As I remember well, small businesses often lack the time and resources to inform themselves of game-changing international business developments, such as free trade agreements. So plans have been developed to promote recently concluded agreements, including CETA, with SMEs specifically in mind. Firstly, our government's undertaking proactive initiatives to reach out to Canadian businesses across the country and through our missions within the EU market. There's a new CETA webpage geared towards Canadian businesses with links to information and export opportunities in cooperation with our provincial partners, as well as Export Development Canada and the Business Development Bank of Canada. Our government is launching a series of business outreach events featuring technical experts that will be reaching out to small businesses. So outreach is very important to our business community. Secondly, we're ensuring through training that our teams support international business development through trade commissioners or in Canada or abroad, so that they're fully familiar with the technical aspects of the agreement and can advise their clients about the opportunities they bring. One example for that is the work that government has done to ensure that trade commissioners can properly advise their business clients on CETA by holding training sessions. And thirdly, following a detailed assessment, the government will work with specialized industry associations in priority sectors for a focused, hands-on approach to helping potential exporters. So, Mr. Speaker, CETA is an agreement with progressive countries, many of which have strong or stronger than Canadian environment and labor conditions. The inclusion of strong labor and environmental side agreements is very important to Canadians and to our government. As well, CETA's benefits to the Canadian business community is very important to our government. So this range of opportunities, which EU and its market offer of more than 500 million consumers, is critical for our country's jobs and the economy. What a positive initiative this is, and how appreciative I am that our government's former trade minister managed to take this stalled agreement, work with her partners in the EU, and bring the agreement to a close. Our families, our workers rely on this kind of jobs, and so this is good for Vancouver Quadra, for British Columbia, and for Canada, a landmark agreement with our European partners, and it needs to be implemented as soon as it can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
I want to thank the honourable colleague from British Columbia. There's another part of this deal that's very troubling to my constituents, the residents of Vancouver Island, Madam Speaker, and it's the maritime section of CETA. The International Longshore and Warehouse Union released a statement about this portion of the trade deal, and in that statement they said the maritime section of CETA will destroy the Canadian maritime industry as it exists today by ending what is known as cabotage. And what is cabotage, some might ask, is cabotage is the Coast Trading Act, and it is a measure that protects our coastal trade by requiring any vessel trading within Canada to be Canadian-owned, operated, and crewed. Cabotage protects jobs, our environment, and our economic health. And if CETA goes forward, it will destroy the protection of cabotage. It will allow foreign-owned vessels to work the coastal waterways they are currently banned from. It will allow cheap foreign labor from foreign countries to run their ships, putting our Canadian seafarers out of work. These foreign ship companies won't pay taxes in Canada. This is an unfair labor advantage. Will this coastal MP from Vancouver Quadra stand up for coastal British Columbians, stand up for seafarer jobs, and stand up for BC's economy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's concern for his constituents and for the environmental and economic health of coastal British Columbia, and as he is very well aware, a huge part of the economic vitality of British Columbia is completely dependent on trade. And so this is an agreement with partners that pay wages in many cases that are higher than we pay in Canada, that have environmental standards and have measures such as carbon taxes and cap and trade systems that are more robust than we have in Canada. And so trade is important in British Columbia and our coast, and those principles are being advanced, the principles of environment and labor health in Canada.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her comments today. She mentioned very much about the positive aspects of the CETA agreement, and I would agree with most of them. I'm just wondering what her thoughts are in terms of the TPP and how we're moving forward on that, and if we are going to move forward on that as well. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the positive comments of the member opposite about this Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement, which both the former government and our government have worked so diligently to bring to fruition. As the member is likely aware, our government did not take a position on the TPP because we wanted to consult Canadians, and we have done that very fully over the period that we have been in government. And that's a key, I would say a seminal difference between our government and the former government with Prime Minister Stephen Harper. There tended to be a lot of decisions made by government for Canadians without consulting with Canadians, and so this has been an important initiative on our government's part, and that is to hear from Canadians, the stakeholder groups, the interest groups, the individual citizens, before taking decisions on major initiatives that may well affect them.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to commend the honourable member from Vancouver Quadra for the work that she has done and for her standing strongly with British Columbian and coastal communities and her passion on the environmental file. And my question is on the environment. Madam Speaker, when we signed a free trade deal with Colombia, we had a parallel agreement on environment. I would like to ask the honourable member, did or do we need a parallel agreement on environment the way we had in Colombia?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, I really appreciate the member from Surrey Newton's reminding me of that initiative of the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement as we travel together as members of the Standing Parliamentary Committee on Trade. And indeed, having a side agreement on the environment was a very important aspect of entering trade with a country like Colombia, but in fact it's important for any country that we do trade with, and that began with the free trade, with the North American Free Trade Agreement, and continues and is improved in agreement after agreement today. Hugely important to Canadian citizens to know that our protection of the environment will not be weakened in Canada as a result of a free trade agreement, and that in fact the agreement itself may serve to strengthen protection of the environment in our trade partners. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise to debate the CETA here today, and it's good that we're talking about other trade agreements. And I was going to start out with something different, but I want to address a little bit of the previous conversation that's been taking place here with regards to trade agreements in Colombia and trade agreements in general. And it is correct that we did have side agreements with Colombia for the environment and with regards to the human labor aspect with labor. The problem being, Madam Speaker, is they're non-enforceable. Those non-enforceable trade agreements have been the hallmark of Canadian trade agreements for a number of different countries. And interesting from that, if you want to use Colombia as an example, it was argued that the free trade agreement with Colombia would open all kinds of jobs and investment by Ontario. It would also invest in other places across Canada. We're supposed to have those benefits. I don't understand why they're not referred to in this debate here. In fact, Madam Speaker, if you want to look at Canada's trade agreements in the past, we have most recently being Korea, where we've had no indication about the benefits that it has accrued, actually back to the House of Commons. So that was done, Madam Speaker, in 2015. And this was supposed to be an earth-shattering, groundbreaking advancement for Canadians, in particular for the separate industries of agriculture, and then there was supposed to be some more for other investment with regards to canola and other things. And where are those jobs? What happened to them? They were argued they were going to be good, free trade jobs that were going to be full-time, they were going to be supported by all Canadians, and we were going to break down the barriers, and our life would get better, our improvements would be better. But where are they? Nobody knows. They're not here. I can tell you from the auto sector, where we warned there would actually be a loss in the auto sector related to it, that yes, we still have the same problem, because non-tariff barriers being that of, say, for example, you want to sell a vehicle in Korea, good luck to try to sell one, and if you try to open up a dealership there to service it, you can't really do it because of all the problems, so you can buy a vehicle that can't be serviced by a dealership. Who wants to do that? So what we have is a loss of jobs and competition unfairly, but where are all these jobs from South Korea? Where's Colombia? Anyone? You know, these things continue to go on. You look at Panama, again, a wonderful place of Panama that is known for harboring money and harboring fugitive money. Those things continue to exist. In fact, we have the Panama Papers since we signed the agreement on April 1st of 2013. 2013, I remember standing in this chamber with others talking about our exposure and encouraging offshore use, avoiding taxation, sometimes in our country, sometimes across this world. In Panama, we did a free trade agreement. It was supposed to provide all kinds of jobs and all kinds of accountability. It doesn't happen. And you know what? We wouldn't even know about some of those things if it wasn't for the Toronto Star and the CBC doing an investigative report that leaks out Panama Papers from time to time. That's led to an exposure of many of these problems, which we knew were there. We had evidence, but still we're supposed to create jobs. Another trade agreement related to that. We had that. We had Honduras. Where are the jobs and where are the examples from the government on Honduras? 2014, they were supposed to be here. Again, it was supposed to lift Honduras to its other levels, and it was supposed to create jobs for us here. No, we haven't heard anything about that. How about Peru? We did the same thing with Peru. That's happened. Where are all those jobs? Again, Madam Speaker, we don't hear. We sign these agreements. We don't hear any measurables. We don't hear any measurables. And you know, Madam Speaker, and this is the important part that connects, and I'm going to get into CETA more specific right now after this, but the important part connects to all those agreements there is we had side agreements on the environment, and we had side agreements on labor. Now, where's the real connection related to this in the sense of what we see happening, disturbing a number of patented trade agreements right now, is the United States clamoring over NAFTA. Most of it is all related to environmental and labor subsidies coming from, they say, from Mexico, despite the fact that many of actually thousands of people cross over and work at Walmart and other places and factories and so forth in the United States per day and work, but we don't talk about that. But that's the reality of the hypocrisy of it. But it comes from the side agreements. And so what's the difference between the side agreements and the agreements of having them inside? Inside, they're manageable and they're measurable and they're part of the agreement. So they become synonymous with the agreement, is that you can't use human beings in a deplorable fashion. You can't use children. You can't use exploited labor. Any of those things can't be done. Similar to environment. You cannot use the environment to subsidize the impact of the cost of production and competition without a challenge. They can be in the agreement. And CETA, we will have a better example with the European countries that are involved in here, but it's something very seriously to consider, given the fact that NAFTA, the biggest thing pulling at us right now, is the fact that we didn't include labor and we didn't include the environment. It festered for a couple of decades to the result right now, to where Trump and whether Americans are complaining about that, and some of those things would have been controllable in a labor agreement. They would have been there, and they would have been measurables that could have been addressed. We're not doing that under CETA. And Madam Speaker, with CETA, the interesting thing to consider right now, as it's at our table, is that we have in there the Brexit. Let's talk about the Brexit right now with regards to how important is the CETA. Obviously, the United Kingdom is a very close ally and trading partner and is part of the foundation of us in our modern society here. So when we look at what's happened, they've decided to exit from the European trade. So when we sat down and looked at this and we started working on it, that wasn't the case. They've gone, and it's taken so long to get here, that they've gone from being a partner to it, actually holding a referendum, and now exiting from the arrangement. So you think, oh, well, it's just the UK, don't worry about it, just one nation over there. Well, no, that's 42% of our trade with Europe. 42% of the deal is off the table. 42% has been cast to the wind. So if you were going to go in and negotiate the sale of your house or to purchase a house, and all of a sudden 42% of the house was no longer sellable or saleable, it'd probably change the way you go about business, I would suspect. If you were going to go in and buy a car, and it was 42% different than what you actually went to go and buy in the first place, you'd probably maybe even look for a different car. 42% is a significant amount. It actually creates an opportunity that this government doesn't even realize in regards to trading. They always say, oh, the NDP is against trade and all that kind of stuff, and it goes on. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, humans have been trading from the beginning, and they continue to trade now under different terms and agreements. We just disagree about the fact that you don't have labor and environment in those agreements. We disagree that when we create a partner, the partner shouldn't use child labor or subsidize the environment by dumping oils, chemicals, and so forth in the water. In fact, we have enough of our own domestic problems with that stuff, and perhaps some competition would do us some good. But the reality is in our CETA right now, we have 42% of the agreement blown up. So 42% is out the window, and we're going to have to create a separate binational, if we want, trading agreement with the UK. I see that as an opportunity. I see that as a possibility. They are seeking out those elements right now. Instead, we are going to grind ourselves away, Madam Speaker, into an agreement that will still have to take years to be ratified. Not only will it take years to be ratified, it's different than when we started. In fact, one of the major objections we have is the investor-state provision in CETA, which is huge, related to the controllability of the public sector versus that of the private sector. We see Chapter 11 under NAFTA, where we gave it up, have us on so many lawsuits. And to conclude, Madam Speaker, even by us approving it, our partners in this will approve something different because they actually stood up for their communities and they stood up for their people, and they got a better deal than what we're willing even to talk at the table. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I listened to the member and he indicates that, in essence, because England has pulled out of the agreement, that Canada should pull out of the agreement because England or United Kingdom makes up 42%. That still leaves 58%, according to my math, which is a significant amount of trade. And it takes time in order to evolve these things. Am I to believe, or the government to believe, that the NDP's position is based strictly on the fact that the EU has broken up because of because of England, and therefore we should not pass this piece of trade legislation, when in fact there are 58% or more of our exports going in that direction, crossing the Atlantic, will benefit immensely. And we could see and believe there will be an enhanced amount of trade between the EU and Canada. Why would you tear up the EU agreement because one of the countries has left, albeit a significant one?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I didn't say that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member at the beginning of his speech, he asked where all the jobs were that we promised when we deal in free trade. And I'd say that I'm proud to be part of the government that, or part of the party that when we were in government, we managed to sign 48 or 42 free trade agreements around the world, and we're able to watch our country flourish under those, and we grew the economy by 1.2 million new jobs. And so I would say that there are jobs to be had. And so my question to the member is straight up, is he in favor or not in favor of free trade?
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, of course I'm in favor of trade. We have all kinds of trade agreements that we support, and there's other trade agreements that we have. And it's interesting about all those trade agreements that the member has mentioned. Our employment rate and our export elements have been poorly reflected in those. And they also haven't led to the panacea of human rights and other environmental improvements that were sought and profoundly mentioned with regards to the issue related to trade. We were promised those things, that we would lift the boat up, so to speak. And it also takes away, Madam Speaker, from the fact of the matter is that if jobs were created, they're likely to have been created from the incredible historic deficits that the Harper administration actually carried. Those deficits in spending came from two ways, Madam Speaker. They came in corporate tax cut reductions, often to some of the most affluent and most often to businesses that didn't need them at that time, where I believe there's very little job creation. There was, though, some job creation related to infrastructure, as there was some tangible targets that were reached with regards to that the government of the day will receive credit for. But at the same time, that massively poorly administrated deficit is historic in nature, and we're going to continue to pay for it, especially with the Liberals piling on, especially for things that we can't even count and calculate because basically they weren't done the proper way they should be done.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Albany.
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable colleague, my colleague from Windsor West. You know, when I hear him speak, I hear someone who's got wisdom, who understands it, who lives on the border of Canada and the United States, who deals with trade every day, inside out. He sat for many years on the All-Party Committee for Canada and the United States. And I really appreciate him talking not just about free trade, but fair trade and agreements that work for everybody. When we look at rural communities, like where I'm from, we've seen wealth leave rural communities and jobs disappear. Maybe the member can talk about how we can move forward with trade deals, because we want trade. The member wants trade. And do it right and get it right for all people in all communities.
The honourable member for Windsor West, a very brief answer, please.
I will be very quick, and I thank you, my colleague, for the question, and especially for issues, say, for example, I know British Columbia for their excellent wines and wineries. Under the EU deal, we actually fought to get what they would keep as certain areas that were branded. For that. They've been able to do that. Say, for example, why we can't call champagne anymore, because it's been branded in the EU. We expected some reciprocity to call certain zones under the Canadian flag that way. That was denied and not permitted and wasn't even supported by the government of the day.
The resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today on trade and the benefits of CETA, of the CETA Free Trade Agreement. The reality is that anti-trade sentiments are rising around the world. There's an increase in protectionist attitudes right now in the U.S. and other countries previously seen as welcoming to global commerce, which could make it challenging to progress in negotiating trade deals. And there are a lot of misconceptions about free trade. Canada is a nation that was built on trade and continues to rely on it heavily for our continued prosperity. Our predecessors knew that opening borders and exchanging with our neighbours was a pathway to strength and security for our nation and its citizens. Our government supports this long-standing practice of opening foreign markets through trade agreements. Through the years, the process of trade has evolved, with innovation leading to faster, more reliable, and more efficient exchanges across borders. For example, technological advances have helped overcome barriers of time and distance and have made it much more of a reality to find trading partners throughout the world. Concretely, it means that many of the burdensome and costly processes required to explore, pursue, and deliver on international business opportunities are now easier for Canadian companies. As a side note, the changing accessibility of hot markets highlights an important challenge for many business owners and entrepreneurs in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's, as so many businesses rely on quality, high-speed internet in order to communicate with suppliers and expand trade opportunities around the world. I was thrilled of the announcement by the Minister of Innovation, Trade and Economic Development of the Connect to Innovate program, which invests $500 million over 5 years to support the development of broadband infrastructure. I have spoken with many organizations in my riding who are considering putting forward applications for this program, and I hope that this will be a great first step in getting more reliable internet to rural parts of my riding. Our government is actively working to address these barriers to trade and business expansion. But to get back to CETA, Madam Speaker, trade is fundamental for the prosperity of Canada, just as it is for the world economy. Canada is among the most open G7 countries, ranking second in terms of both trade and foreign direct investment as share of GDP. In Canada, 1 in 6 jobs is related to exports. Canadian exports of goods and services are equivalent to just under 1/3 of our GDP, and Canada's total trade is equivalent in size to nearly 2/3 of our GDP. There were more than 43,500 Canadian goods exporting companies in 2014, most of which are small and medium-sized enterprises. As a medium-sized economy, we depend on trade to increase tax revenues into our public accounts so we can invest in Canada's physical infrastructure, security infrastructure, and public service. Increased trade means increased job creations, increased income resulting in a higher standard of living. Canada is ranked high in all of these categories, thanks in part to our trade around the world. Open trade benefits Canadian consumers by increasing product selection and lower prices resulting from the elimination of unnecessary trade barriers, be they traditional, such as tariffs, or technical, such as they have heavy bureaucratic burden. And it benefits Canadian businesses by opening up new markets and opportunities for our world-class workers, producers, and manufacturers. Trade agreements open international markets to Canadians' goods and services and help counter protectionism. These agreements improve operating conditions for our firms by committing countries to transparent, predictable, rules-based systems. This helps establish a more stable environment for trade and investment, and is especially important for middle-sized economies, such as Canada's. Madam Speaker, the context of international trade is changing. In light of this change, and in order to counter rising anti-trade sentiments, the government has moved above and beyond the traditional model. Policies and mechanisms to pursue trade becoming a leading force in certain fields. It is the government's progressive trade agenda policy that I am referring to, Madam Speaker. We have recently witnessed the success of progressive trade deals, progressive trade with CETA. Our government has made enhancements to CETA in order to strengthen and introduce progressive elements related to environmental protection, workers' rights, consumers' health and safety, and the government's right to regulate. These were key issues that needed to be addressed properly in order to gain support of some member states within the EU before we signed CETA, permitting the ratification of this progressive agreement in the Council of the European Union. Nova Scotia's aging population, jobs, and economic growth and challenges, matching those looking for work with the vacancies available, are issues I hear about every day. Madam Speaker, we're not elected to just talk about challenges. We're here to talk about and find solutions. As you may be aware, Madam Speaker, the federal government and the provincial governments of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island, and Newfoundland and Labrador have launched the Atlantic Growth Strategy, which is in response to some of the systemic issues that we have seen in Atlantic Canada for some time and haven't seen a lot of progress on under the previous governments, unfortunately. And what we Atlantic Canadian MPs can see clearly, which I think many business owners can see clearly, is that Atlantic Canada is home to some of the highest quality products in the world, and that there are markets out there who are willing to pay for our high quality products. As a government, it's our job to reduce those barriers to get our products to their markets, to help our small and medium-sized and large-sized businesses succeed. CETA is a pathway to achieving that end. By removing some of the barriers to trade, it means that we can get lobsters, wines, tires, airplane parts, fruit juice, Christmas trees, and many other goods to the European markets more easily and at more competitive rates than they are right now. We have CanExport program announced in January of 2016 by our government, designed to provide up to $50 million over 5 years in direct financial support to small and medium-sized companies to access new export opportunities, as well as Canada's Trade Commissioners Service Network. And it's not just good, Madam Speaker. Implementing CETA will mean that the innovative and entrepreneurial Canadians will be able to offer their services more easily to European businesses and governments. As a former American President Obama said on his visit to Ottawa, the world needs more Canada. CETA is one way to help grow the Canadian businesses and help them create jobs while sharing what Canadians have to offer with the world. My message today is a simple one. Free trade has and will continue to transform the world for the better. We should be confident about what can be achieved through trade. Trade means economic growth and job creation in Atlantic Canada. In pursuit of prosperity, we should continue to challenge those who oppose trade and welcome the golden opportunity like CETA and other free trade agreements to forge a new role in the world, one which puts Canadians first. I encourage all honourable members to support this bill. Your support will indicate to Canadians that we want to succeed in today's globalized world while staying true to our core principles. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her great speech here. In my riding of in northern Alberta, we have a number of key industries, the forestry industry being a major player. The agriculture sector is also a huge employer, and also the oil and gas sector is the number one employer as well. And so we very much are valuing the increased market access that comes with CETA. We're also looking forward to the ratification of the TPP, and I was wondering if my fellow colleague there could just give her insights on the TPP and how that deal is progressing, particularly in light of some of the other comments that have been made earlier today.
Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think when we talk about free trade, we've made it clear we support trade at this side of the House, and I think it's really important to note that all agreements will be valued and debated on in their own time, and that right now CETA is the top of mind and one that I'm hoping that all members of this House will support. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think sometimes what's frustrating when we're having debates on trade in this House is to just sort of trying to work your way through the barrage of suffocating platitudes about free trade to talk about particular agreements. And it seems to me, listening to the member's speech, that she doesn't believe that it could matter when you're on the cusp of signing a major multilateral treaty with a number of major partners, that it doesn't matter that one of those major partners is pulling out of the deal. I mean, if you were planning your financial future for your family, assuming that one partner had job A with a certain income and the other one had another job with another income, and you decided what you could afford in terms of a home, and you were really keen to go sign the mortgage, but in the meantime you both lost your job and your financial situation totally changed, this government would walk right in there and sign the mortgage anyway, Madam Speaker. We're living in a turbulent time. The conditions surrounding CETA have changed dramatically. Canada's trade position with respect to the United States is in the process of potentially changing. Certainly there's a lot of uncertainty. It seems like a really bad time to jump in with both feet to a trade deal we don't even know that Europe is going to agree to. So why is it that this government and this member feels it's so urgent to sign this deal when we don't even know the context we're signing it in, Madam Speaker?
Honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the honourable member for his comments, even if I don't agree with them. First of all, Madam Speaker, I
remind the member for Elmwood Transcona that he had the opportunity to ask the question, and the respect was provided to him, and I expect him to ensure that the member who has the floor has that respect as well. The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to further comment on this point, I'd like to say to the honourable member through you, Madam Speaker, that as my colleague mentioned earlier, 58% is still a huge area of trade. And with Brexit, I don't think we can close the door on that 58%. I know in my riding of South Shore of St. Margaret's, opening up those trade deals for lobsters, for wines, for Christmas trees is going to be beneficial to my riding. And I think that the right thing to do is to sign this agreement, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to that exact point, I was up earlier asking the member about the TPP, and I think that the Liberals have been fairly clear on this, is that they're not supporting TPP because the Americans aren't supporting TPP, and yet on this deal they're saying no, it's totally fine that Britain may be pulling out of it in some time in the future. So I'm wondering if I can just get a little bit of clarity on if it's good for the goose, is it good for the gander, so to speak? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief answer from the member from South Shore St. Margaret's, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that 58% of the EU is still a trade worth having. I think that you're not talking about the same type of thing, and I think that CETA is going to be very beneficial to the people in Atlantic Canada and to the people in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour to rise in this House today to debate Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures. CETA is one of the largest trade deals that this country has undertaken since the North American Free Trade Agreement some 20 years ago. And CETA was the result of many years of hard work by a number of key players, including key stakeholders, farm groups, agriculture groups, certainly our trade negotiators, certainly a number of public servants, but also by the honourable member from Abbotsford. And I just want to say how honoured I am to sit in a caucus with a member from Abbotsford, and how much respect I have for this gentleman for what he did in bringing about such an important trade deal as CETA. And I'm very honoured to be speaking in favour of this trade deal. Because CETA, thanks to the hard work of our previous Conservative government, CETA will have great benefits for the businesses and agricultural industry in my riding of Perth Wellington, but also in ridings and in communities across Canada. So it's a great honour to rise. International trade is absolutely essential to a country and to an economy like Canada. Investing our time and resources in international trade deals helps create wealth and helps to reduce poverty in some developing nations as well. When new trade agreements are negotiated, there are often those who will complain about different aspects of the deal, who will say that we're trading away Canadian sovereignty, that we're that people will oppose a deal for one reason or another. But we always hear these voices. 30 years ago, when the former Mulroney government was negotiating the Canada-U.S. trade agreement, we were told that Canada was signing away our sovereignty, that Canada would be a branch plant of the United States. But here we are, Madam Speaker, 30 years later, and we're celebrating the great success of the Canada-U.S. trade agreement, and later supplemented by the NAFTA agreement. In Canada, our standard of living is as high as it has ever been, and we are a strong and independent nation, Madam Speaker, and that's in large part due to the great trade deals that have been negotiated by previous governments. Ces accords peuvent avoir des conséquences.
These agreements can have huge consequences for a national economy. To be able to avoid the disadvantages, we need to study free trade agreements very carefully and consider the consequences that they will have on every sector of the economy. This is what we did in the case of CETA. This agreement was not rushed through hastily. Rather, it is the result of years of consultation and negotiation. CETA constitutes the next big step in the development of the Canadian economy. Our country has considerable wealth. However, it is relatively unpopulated. Given our small population, we don't have a domestic market that is sufficiently large to maintain our high standard of living. We need to expand our markets to a world scale. If we want to continue creating jobs in the 21st century, we need to create more opportunities to sell our products, resources, and technology on foreign markets. Canadian companies count on trade with the U.S. to ensure growth and job creation. When the economic recession hit in 2008, it became clear that Canada had to broaden and expand its trade opportunities. The former Conservative government made excellent progress in meeting this need by signing new trade agreements, bilateral trade agreements with other countries, and by negotiating significant trade agreements like CETA and the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So I was relieved to find out that the current government would be implementing CETA. Unfortunately, we don't know what they will be doing with the TPP, and on this side of the House, we are very proud to support the TPP.
of unfortunate protectionist rhetoric, CETA has become more important now than ever. Our exporters simply cannot afford to lose global market access. If we expect our economy to grow into the 21st century, we must have access to the European market. CETA expands Canada's access to 28 European nations consisting of 500 million people and a total gross domestic product of $17 trillion. To put that in contrast, Madam Speaker, the gross domestic product of Canada is only $1.6 trillion. CETA will bring down the tariff walls that block access to Canadian goods in Europe, and Canadian businesses will gain special access to the world's largest market for imports. By ratifying CETA, we are giving an advantage to Canadian farmers, farm families, and manufacturers. Madam Speaker, the local economy in my riding of Perth Wellington is built on agriculture. I'm very proud to be the son and grandson and son-in-law of farmers in my riding, and I'm proud to support so many hardworking farm families who dedicate their lives to feeding our nation and feeding the world. For communities like mine in Perth Wellington, for them to survive and prosper, we need expanded markets. And CETA eliminates tariffs on Canadian food products as they are imported into Europe. It eliminates tariffs of up to 9% on fresh apples, 12% on cherries, 7.7% on flour, and 5.1% on sweet corn. CETA will also establish high duty-free tariff rates for tariff-free rate quotas for beef and pork to be phased in over the next 5 years. And Madam Speaker, I'll share a couple pretty important figures with you. In 2015, total exports of beef from Canada were $2.2 billion. For pork, $3.4 billion. This is a significant export market that Canada can embrace, and we have some of the greatest farmers, especially in the pork and beef industry in the world, and we can harness that to great potential, Madam Speaker. And this is also all the more important today as farmers, especially in Ontario, are facing an uncertain future as they deal with the rising costs of production, especially as these are further increased by the implementation of carbon pricing here in Ontario and nationally as well. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to say a little bit about the dairy industry. As honourable members may know, the Great Riding of Perth Wellington has more dairy farmers and dairy farms than any other riding in the country. I'm very proud of our dairy industry, and I'm very proud to represent so many farm families in my riding who dedicate their lives to producing high-quality Canadian milk. And contrary to often the fears that get presented when international trade deals are negotiating, the three pillars of supply management have been protected in this deal, and as they were protected as well in the TPP deal as well. Producer pricing, production discipline, import control, these have all been protected in both the TPP and the CETA negotiation. And Canadian consumers will be able to continue to drink delicious Canadian milk. And I will personally, as the son-in-law of retired dairy farmers, I will continue to enjoy drinking a good cold glass of Canadian milk. And I might take this opportunity as well to say how proud I am of some of the cheese makers in my riding. The small communities in Perth Wellington are quickly developing a name of creating some of the greatest new cheese products right now happening in Canada. We have a number of small cheese processors who are doing some great work, and I just want to take that opportunity to say how proud I am of those local cheese makers who are doing such great work. The CETA deal will create up to 80,000 new jobs in Canada. To put that in perspective, that's 80,000 families who will now have an individual in that family who has a job. That's 80,000 families who might be able to buy their first home. That's 80,000 families who might be able to go out and put their kids in that sporting activity, whether it's hockey or soccer, they may not have been able to do before if those jobs didn't exist. This will have upwards of a $12 billion increase to the Canadian economy. That's as much as $1,000 per average Canadian family. This is an exceptionally important trade deal that we as Canadians ought to embrace, and we as members of Parliament ought to embrace and ought to support as we go forward with these negotiations. Finally, in 2015, Canadian agriculture and agri-food in Ontario alone exported $775 million worth of farm products and agricultural products to the European Union. To the European Union alone. This is a massive market that we as Canadians must embrace. Madam Speaker, CETA is not only good for the Canadian economy, it is absolutely essential for our growth and continued prosperity. Protectionism is not the right path for Canada, and I will be voting to support and to ratify the CETA deal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said that CETA will create 80,000 jobs, and I'd like to question that statistic. My understanding is it's based on a study which assumed full employment, and therefore that CETA would not create any jobs or affect employment either way. Based on these unrealistic assumptions, it came up with a dollar value of increases in trade, and then worked back from that to say that's equivalent to 80,000 jobs. So I'm wondering if my colleague would kind of withdraw this claim of 80,000 jobs, or if he has another explanation as to how he arrived at it. Thank you.
A member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to address this point raised by my colleague from Regina Louvain. Let's be very clear. International trade is good for our economy. It does create jobs, and that's why I'm so proud to endorse this trade deal. In my riding of Perth Wellington, I can point to a number of manufacturing industries, a number of food processors, a number of agricultural groups who can directly say and point to examples of where increasing trade, increasing our markets, whether it's to the European Union, whether it's to the countries involved in the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we can point to specific examples of where we can expand our markets. I have one particular manufacturing facility in my riding that has probably tripled in size in the last number of years. They're now exporting to a number of different countries worldwide, south of the border and down into Mexico. And I'm very proud to support those job creators in my riding who are really driving our local economy. And that's thanks to some of the trade deals we've negotiated in the past number of years. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on one of the member's comments when he talked about cheese. I too, in Manitoba we have Bothwell cheese. I would argue the best cheese in the world. And I suspect the member from Steinbach is very familiar with Bothwell cheese. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that there are many industries in every region of the country that benefit when Canada is able to expand the trade corridors, and by us seeing this particular piece of legislation pass, and hopefully we'll get the type of support that we would like to see coming from European states or countries, that we will in fact see more Bothwell cheese amongst many other things, products and services going to Europe, thereby creating the tens of thousands of jobs that no doubt would follow. The question for the member is just related to trade in general. And he's already somewhat answered it, but would he not agree that equating, here's great to see this agreement. We appreciate the work of the former government bringing it as far as they did. We were able to advance it to the point in which we now have the bill before us. But this is it's a win-win. There might be some industries that will find it difficult, and it would be, as much as possible, many different other industries will in fact benefit immensely by this. But at the end of the day, Canada's middle class will win by this agreement. Would he not agree?
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, Canada's middle class will benefit from this trade deal. And I want to thank him for bringing up a number of different points. And perhaps I could invite him to bring some Bothwell cheese, and I'll bring in some cheese someday to the House from Shepherd Gourmet Dairy or from Stonetown Artisan Cheese as well. And we'll have a bit of a wine and cheese, perhaps. Maybe the member from Niagara Falls will bring some wine as well, and we can certainly embrace the number of great products in our riding. I do want to say very briefly, I did hear the member speak last week. He brought up the pork industry in Manitoba, which I know is also extremely important to his province, as it is to my province. And that's one particular industry that has had some ups and downs over the number of years. As the son of pig farmers, my family lived through the 1998 downturn in the pork industry. So having this expansion in markets is absolutely essential to a number of different industries that we've spoken on today in the House and previously in other debates on important trade deals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. And before I continue, I must say, the cheese one is very interesting because I just picked up some cheese from La Fromagerie Kapuskoise in Kapuskasing this weekend. And so I'll have to bring some to the hill here for you all to try. We're at resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we are speaking on the European free trade, I would like to make a mention of Lorito Pesticilido, who was born in Italy on December 11, 1932, migrated to Canada in 1951, from a tomato picker to a painter to a self-entrepreneur to a fashion designer who sadly passed away on February 2nd, 2017. And today, along with member from Surrey Centre, I was able to attend his funeral. And on this day, I would like to extend my sincere, heartfelt condolences to his son, honorable member from Steveston, Richmond East, and his lovely wife, Margareta. And our thoughts and prayers are with the Pescastillo family. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about Bill C-30, more motivated than any of past remarks on this bill. As we all have seen over the past year, there is a great deal of rhetoric from across the globe that has emerged. Rhetoric that speaks supportively of isolationism, protectionism, and abandonment to treaties and international bodies that foster cooperation and collaboration. Of particular concern to me and many others in this House is this new support for what is currently being described as economic nationalism. Madam Speaker, there is a belief among supporters of this new wave of protectionism that looking inward is somehow better for citizens of any country which adopts this kind of approach. In the face of these kind of arguments, it must be emphasized that the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, otherwise known as CETA, signed between Canada and the European Union's member states, represents a new model for the world on what is possible in a well-planned, fair, and comprehensive trading relationship. More importantly, this is an agreement that is good for Canadians because of one simple concept: opportunity. Madam Speaker, the numbers behind CETA are very exciting. There are 28 European Union member states with a combined population of 500 million people and a collective GDP of more than $19 trillion. Simply put, Canada has spent many years negotiating access to the world's largest single market. And once again, the data is very promising. According to a joint report released by both Canada and the European Union, CETA is estimated to increase the value of bilateral trade by 22.9%. The report also finds that it will increase Canada's annual GDP by $13 billion. Madam Speaker, with so many ready to demonize international trade as political strategy, we in Canada have a different vantage point. As a trading nation, the elimination of trade barriers represents job growth and not the job losses. Businesses of all sizes and dozens of industries will have more opportunity than ever. Madam Speaker, the list of business interests that will benefit from CETA is as diverse as it is long. From aerospace to agriculture, CETA has addressed long-standing and very specific trade barriers and tackled them directly. To sell their products and services abroad due to preferential market access, Madam Speaker, in British Columbia, we are actively looking for new markets for our products and services. Currently, the European Union is BC's 5th largest export destination and our province's 4th largest trading partner. The elimination of tariffs as a result of CETA would be massive competitive advantage for British Columbian businesses. To put this into perspective, Madam Speaker, 98% of the EU's tariffs, representing over 9,000 individual mayors, will now be transitioned into a duty-free environment. The regulatory obstacles that kept the EU at the bay for many Canadian businesses that wanted to expand across the Atlantic Ocean are now gone. For our natural resources, aquaculture, information and communication technologies, and cutting-edge medical research breakthroughs, Europe is a frontier that is untapped and ripe with potential. For BC services businesses, where 76% of our total GDP is generated from and over 1.7 million British Columbians are employed, there is also new opportunities that are on the horizon. As an example, the procurement market in the EU, which Canadian companies now would have an access through CETA, is estimated to be worth about $3.3 trillion annually. This is a monumental figure in which to plan out a potential new future as a business. Madam Speaker, Canada has taken 7 years to craft an agreement that protects public services, ensures continued control over environmental, labor, healthcare, and safety standards, protects our public healthcare system, maintains the sovereignty of this government to draft laws and regulations, and of course guarantees complete transparency. Madam Speaker, unlike the stories of average citizens being forgotten and ignored through trade agreement negotiations, I can say that as a member of the Standing Committee on International Trade, my colleagues on all sides and I have listened to Canadians to ensure that all individuals, groups, and organizations that would be impacted by free trades also had the opportunity to have their voices heard and carefully considered. Madam Speaker, for a country of Canada's geographic size that has such a small population, trade is at the heart of our economic success. And so while the federal government and the individual provincial governments are increasingly working on taking down trade barriers within our own country, the fact of the matter is our domestic marketplace cannot sustain the growth we aspire to and require. And in CETA, we have established the new standard for how comprehensive and wide-ranging trade agreement can benefit both sides, while also respecting national interests and populations. I'm proud of the work that our Standing Committee and the former Minister of Trade and the present Minister of Foreign Affairs has accomplished since we started work on this deal. And today, Madam Speaker, we are the words of new dawn for the international relations between Canada and Europe. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude by sharing my belief that trade in the world we live in goes far beyond the metric of dollars and cents. Because I believe that when nations come together for mutual benefits and respect for one another's specific interests, diplomacy at its finest can result, and international relationships have always been something that Canada has prided itself on. For our openness and understanding, for our history of forging alliances rather than enemies, and for our ability to grow our economy into one of the largest in the world in spite of unique challenges of the size and population density. Madam Speaker, I want to strongly encourage every member in this House to vote in favor of Bill C-30 and open up wealth of opportunities that lies in front of us. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to address the House.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I won't get into any kind of a cheese debate. It's very dangerous when amongst regional politicians as to everyone's proper and extreme defense of their own local cheese production. But I will say some of the cheeses in northwestern BC are just out of this world and quite fantastic. It was a little cheesy of me to do that, wasn't it? I apologize to the House. Actually, while I'm on my feet, during a question period, I got quite animated at one point, Madam Speaker, and I made an accusation of a look on the Prime Minister's face. I'd seek to withdraw that comment. It's not, in the heat of our debates, we should always be tough on the issues, but try to remove ourselves from some of the personal invectives that sometimes happen. My question to my friend across the way is that we've looked through this deal very closely, and I have two specific things. Speaking of dairy production and cheese, that we know from the Dairy Association of Canada that we will lose just shy of 20,000 tons every year of dairy production in this country. That's according to the people who make dairy products in Canada. That should be a concern. And even more specifically to his constituents back home, many of whom rely on medicines, specifically generics. We've heard from the Generic Association in Canada that this will cost Canadian consumers an extra $116 million a year, at least, in increased drug costs because the patents will take so much longer to clear before they become generics. Very specifically, to the constituents he talks about in terms of opportunity, where exactly is the government planning to compensate Canadians for the more than $100 million in extra drug costs that are going to be on their family bills each and every year once this deal is signed?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to commend the honourable member from Skeena, Buckley Valley, to stand in this House and be very professional to withdraw his comments. Well commended. The other question that, Madam Speaker, the honourable member asked me, I can assure you, and Madam Speaker, you and the other members have also listened day in, day out, that our Minister of Agriculture and Minister of Health want to make sure that those two issues that member raised are addressed. And Canadians have the best health care possible in the world and on a very affordable basis. And that is the goal of the health minister. And also the agriculture minister will make sure that the supply management is protected in Canada.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my friend's, I suppose, assurances that Canadians will be protected. Yet there were very specific issues raised both by the dairy industry with research and the pharmaceutical industry with research that shows that this is what this CETA deal with Europe will imply. So take away the fact, if you will, that the deal was constructed with the United Kingdom as part of it. They've withdrawn. The government hasn't altered course a moment. But that two pretty important industries to Canadians, both those of the milk supply and the dairy manufacturers, as well as the generic pharmaceutical industry, have both come forward to government, testified at committee, and said these are two parts of the deal. So I don't think my friend's going to answer the specific concerns, but let me ask this. The investor state protection. This is the notion of Canada being sued by companies when Canada makes laws to protect our environment or workers' rights or whatnot. Canada's history is one of the most sued countries in the world, successfully sued against us by other countries because of some of the trade deals that we've signed. It feels like we're repeating the same problem again, and the Liberals are just putting on the blinkers and not paying attention. So on that side of things, can you give us any specific assurances that Canada won't continue to be sued for passing Canadian laws protecting Canadians?
The honourable member for Surrey Newton. A brief answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I mentioned in my speech earlier, that in this agreement, we will maintain our sovereignty of the government, and will also be able to draft laws and regulations that will not cause issues like the way member from Skeena Buckley Valley has raised.
Before we resume debate, à l'ordre, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The honourable member for London Fanshawe, Democratic Reform. The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. And
the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Port of Quebec.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm honored today to stand and speak to Bill C-30, an act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union, otherwise known as CETA. Now, this is an historic agreement. And so first, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank my Conservative colleagues, the Honourable Member for Abbotsford, the Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster, and of course, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, for all of their hard work and their dedication in making this become a reality. Because, Madam Speaker, without their steadfast commitment to increasing Canada's economic productivity, to driving our country's prosperity, and to creating good-paying jobs for Canadians, we wouldn't be discussing this trade agreement today. So I thank them. Hear, hear. Now, when the previous Conservative government had the privilege of being elected in 2006, Canada had trade agreements with less than 5 countries. It was our party who understood the importance of trade and the economic benefits that it produces. As a result, we fought to increase the number to over 50, signing 46 new trade agreements and opening up new markets for Canadian companies to have access all over the world. Now, Canada has always been a trading country. Right now, trade makes up 70% of our country's GDP, and 1 in 5 Canadian jobs depends on it. So needless to say, our economy depends on having this open, secure access to foreign markets to trade our Canadian products. And in a rapidly more global economy, our companies will need even more and more favorable access if they are to thrive. Now, with 28 member states, the EU represents 500 million people and an annual economic activity of almost 20 trillion, that's trillion with a T, dollars. This makes the EU the world's largest economy. It's also the world's largest importing market for goods. And in fact, the EU's annual imports alone are worth more than Canada's entire GDP, making the EU market a lucrative place to do business. Now, as the largest market in the world, Canadian companies deserve an opportunity to sell their products and their services to and in those countries. The previous Conservative government recognized early on that this part of the world would provide a great opportunity for Canadian businesses to expand and succeed, and I'd like to thank the Liberals for continuing with this important work. But with the recent waves of protectionist sentiment and the Prime Minister's willingness to renegotiate our most vital of trade agreements with one of our largest trading partners, the U.S., it's crucial now, more than ever, that we get it right. Ontario, in particular, stands to benefit significantly from preferential access to the EU market. The EU is already Ontario's second largest export destination and second largest trading partner. Once in force, CETA will eliminate tariffs on almost all of Ontario's exports and provide access to new market opportunities in the EU. CETA will also provide Ontario exporters with a competitive advantage over exporters from other countries that do not have a free trade agreement with the EU. Now, in my beautiful riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, agriculture is an important, very important part of our local economy. And when many people think of my area, agriculture is the first industry to come to mind. But there are many other industries, including manufacturing, and that are crucial components of what makes our community function. And when CETA comes into force, nearly 100% of all EU tariff lines on non-agricultural products will be duty-free, along with close to 94% of all EU tariff lines on agricultural products. Now, many of the businesses in my area currently export to the United States. So naturally, the talk around negotiating and renegotiating NAFTA are making many of these business owners nervous and indeed uncertain about their future. On the positive side, CETA will open a huge new potential market for many of these businesses, and they'll be able to ship their products to the EU, in many cases tariff-free. CETA is an important opportunity to provide constituents in my riding with perhaps a little peace of mind during these uncertain times, providing them with potential new markets and customer base that will continue to bring in economic benefits to Haldimand Norfolk. In fact, Madam Speaker, studies have shown that a trade agreement with the EU could bring a 20% boost in bilateral trade and a $12 billion annual increase to Canada's economy. This is the equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income, or almost 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy. Now, in Haldimand, Norfolk, that means a possible $3 million coming into our small communities. What's more, Madam Speaker, the agreement will also establish greater transparency in the EU services market, resulting in better, more secure, and more predictable market access. I do, however, have some points that I would like to emphasize, and I hope that the Liberal government will keep these in mind as they enter into the final stages of this deal. The first is that the Liberal government must honor commitments that were made to vital sectors of our economy. These include the agricultural supply management arena, as well as commitments made to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador in terms of the CETA Fisheries Investment Fund. The second is that, as my Conservative colleague from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola, has previously mentioned, I too hope that the Liberal government will work hard to assist small businesses looking to enter into these new international markets. As he pointed out, many of these businesses simply do not have in-house the resources available or necessary to navigate these new trade waters in a way that will benefit their company and help them succeed. Now, most companies in my riding of Haldimand, Norfolk are small businesses, and I know that they would welcome any assistance. Madam Speaker, I support CETA, and I look forward to the opportunities that it will create for my riding, for southwestern Ontario, indeed all of Ontario and Canada. The fact is that many businesses in Ontario in particular, and in my riding of Haldimand, Norfolk, are hurting. They need some light at the end of the tunnel. With rising hydro costs and increasing Liberal taxes, many of them are struggling to survive. They need more opportunities to get their products and their services to market, to make a living, to provide for their families, and CETA will do just that. This trade agreement will also establish trading relationships beyond North America, provide economic prosperity for Canada, and help create good-paying jobs for Canadians. As CETA approaches its final implementation, our party will continue to hold the Liberal government to account and ensure that Canadians will reap the benefits and the rewards of free trade. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Skeena-Balclay Valley.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I listened to my colleague with interest. One of the questions I have is that evidence should be the basis of whether the trade deals as constructed by Liberals and Conservatives in the past are working out for Canadians. And she mentioned how her constituency is hurting and needs that sense of hope. The question would be the following, that through NAFTA and some of these other trade deals that have been invoked, the Canadian economy has actually lost just shy of 500,000 manufacturing jobs. 500,000, as she would well know, the announcement of a mere 1,000 or 500 manufacturing jobs in any one of our ridings would be a huge celebration because they're hard to get. And yet, in having lost an entire generation, that took 2 generations, in fact, to build up that manufacturing base in this country. And in my part of the world, that includes things like sawmills and other added value to our natural resources. So if that's been the results of the current trade deals that we have, the only argument the Liberals and Conservatives could possibly make is that things would have been worse somehow. Yet that's not the case. So in this and many other trade deals, we simply ask the government to look through the lens, solely through the lens of what the Canadian consumer and the Canadian worker need to see in the trade deals, and that's protection of Canadian interests. And we see in this, from pharmaceuticals to the milk marketing and all of the rest, we see a further degrading of the ability of Canadians to manufacture our goods and to add value to our natural wealth. I don't know why they can continue down the same path when the evidence is so overwhelmingly bad.
Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, my region of Haldimand, Norfolk has indeed benefited from NAFTA. I did say that most of our export, and we have a lot of small companies who do a lot of exporting, most of those exports are to the United States. Why? Because of the favorable treatment that Canada has with the United States in terms of tariffs and the thin border. What is concerning, though, is the loss of jobs, particularly in southern Ontario. Just a week or so ago, we heard of 600 jobs lost at the Ingersoll Cami plant. Now, I don't think we can blame that on NAFTA. I really don't, because I think there are a lot of other factors at play. Particularly in Ontario, we're seeing a rapid decline in manufacturing jobs because of the high cost of doing business in Ontario. Skyrocketing hydro prices that are forcing families to choose between food and paying their utility bills. That is one of the key things that I'm hearing from my local manufacturers that could, in fact, be the single biggest determinant of their future.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to pick up on a bit of a different point. The member made reference in terms of how the Conservative government started the ball rolling on this particular agreement, and we acknowledge that. And in fact, Canadians have benefited immensely by that. We're glad that between the two governments that we're ultimately at the stage where we are today. But I think it's also important for us to recognize, as she made reference to, how Government of Canada can support expanding markets or our small and medium-sized businesses and alike in terms of exportation. That we need to recognize not only different governments, the provincial governments and our city, local governments, they all get involved, but there are also other organizations. We can talk about the Chamber of Commerce. I know Yes Winnipeg, a great company that advocates for expansion opportunities. That we all have a role. The national government has a leadership role in all of this, but would she not agree that there's a lot more to it to ensure that our businesses are maximizing the benefits for all Canadians by getting out into the world?
The Honourable Member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Well, Madam Speaker, as a Conservative, I've always been a proponent for smaller government, less intrusive government. And to that point, yes, I believe there are a number of organizations that can and indeed should and probably will be helping small businesses take advantage of these new export opportunities. That said, the government, I do believe, does have a leadership role in making sure that all of the information that's necessary is available to these groups, to the producers and service providers that are trying to export their businesses. I know under our government, previous government, the Minister of Agriculture brought in programs that were directly supporting agricultural and agri-food exports. And he was able to open new markets for many of our agricultural producers. And he took them with him to open the doors to introduce those producers to new customers, potential new clients, and many of them, I'm thinking of the ginseng industry in Haldimand, Norfolk, benefited significantly from those opportunities because once taught, they never forgot, and they're succeeding.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to rise in this House to speak on the bill for the implementation of CETA and to speak, Madam Speaker, about the ideology of trade that's being promoted by the Liberal government. Not the facts of trade, but an ideology of trade. We see there the Prime Minister has become the world's great last free trader, pumping this idea that if we keep opening the ability of corporations to move wherever they want, then we'll all benefit. And as we're dealing with CETA, he's already putting up trial balloons of what's going to be on the table with the Trump government over NAFTA, and of course they're looking towards the TPP. So let's look at this, Madam Speaker, in terms of simple economics. economics should be like an ecosystem. And in a healthy ecosystem, that you have a broad, defined levels of support and abilities, whether it's the small manufacturer, the individual business, up the food chain. What we see with our Prime Minister is this belief that if you look after those at the top of the food chain, somehow everyone will benefit. He's the last and the ultimate promoter of the trickle-down economics theory, which is about why I wanted to talk about his ideology of trade. We're told that this, earlier today we were told by a Liberal that this was about allowing little farmers in Nova Scotia to sell blueberries in Europe, which of course is a ridiculous side issue, but it's not nearly as ridiculous as the member for University Rosedale, who on CBC said this was about mucklucks. You know, that she had these Indigenous mucklucks from Winnipeg and she gave them to the European Trade Commissioner because it's about allowing little muckluck manufacturers to trade internationally. Now, that would be really ridiculous if it wasn't for this government who believe everyone is as dumb as a selfie photo message, because that's not what the trade agreements are. If the trade agreements were to allow the development of small business and allow larger, that's good trade. But what we see is these trade agreements that they don't want to talk about are protecting, again and again, those at the top of the food chain, and that's where trade agreements have to be discussed and challenged. For example, we see that under this government, once again, the complete support for the investor-state provisions. Now, the investor-state provisions we've seen time and time again be used as the tools to limit the tools of local and regional governments to actually respond to economic issues. We were told when free trade first came in that it would make us citizens of the world, that we would all be able to travel and do, and we wouldn't be bound by our local economies. But what we've become in many of our regions in this country are orphaned economies because the trade agreements take away the abilities to respond in times of crisis. And that's when you need government involved in an economy. So let me give you an example. This was the provincial Liberals, so the same forces that are behind this Prime Minister come from the Kathleen Wynne government. So for anyone who's not in Ontario, be warned, this is not going to end well. So in 2013, the Wynne government decided that they would show that they were ready for free trade by taking local rural bus contracts for school bus lines and opening them up to international investors. So in my region, which is a large rural area, we had all these little mom-and-pop operations that maybe had 2 or 3 buses doing rural schools, and the Francophone School Board, the English School Board, and suddenly they had to compete against a large European consortium that underbid every single one of them and put them all out of business. And then, well, some of them got rehired as bus drivers for this large European consortium. But we were told those sacrifices are important because trade is important. It's as G.K. Chesterton's talked about, the horrible mysticism of money, the false mysticism of trade, that we have to sacrifice all these little small school bus operations for the bigger vision of trade. So how does that benefit us? Well, it doesn't. So we see that in the investor-state provisions, they maintain those. On the fact that we're giving up on the pharmaceuticals. Now, that's supposed to help us so we can sell mucklucks. But it will cost us, up to $2.8 billion a year that will be downloaded to individual consumers on the cost of pharmaceuticals. But that's all important because it's for the ideology of trade. The attack on the dairy sector is crucial issues because we're talking about family farms. We're talking about regional farming economies that have proven a pattern of success, that are giving up market share. Now, at least the Harper government was willing to compensate for the impacts because they knew those impacts would be great. But what we get from this government, instead of actual money on the table, is we get the Bobby McFerrin School of Economics, which is saying, don't worry, be happy. We have a Prime Minister who will do push-ups for you in Brooklyn, and your farm sector will somehow compete. And we know that that's not true. So they're more than willing to sacrifice individual jobs. We see 0 words from this Prime Minister over Chinese steel dumping that shut down Sault Ste. Marie and is crushing Hamilton. Why are they not speaking up? Well, because in the interests of trade with China, it's okay that they destroy our steel sector. The fact that this Prime Minister, after holding his private billion-dollar fundraisers with Chinese billionaires, decides to open up for review a project about allowing the Chinese government to buy a Canadian tech company that even the Harper government opposed. Why would we sell out our tech sector? Well, it's for the greater vision of trade. It will benefit us all. We see that the Trump government, as soon as Donald Trump came in, he started talking about opening up NAFTA. He hadn't even noticed Canada existed. And the Prime Minister said, brilliant, we'll come to the negotiating table and reopen the negotiations with you. Now, Madam Speaker, if you're going to negotiate a deal, you don't hold up your ace cards and show where they are in your hand. But no, they've already started to talk about, they're going to bring Brian Mulroney. God help us. They're going to bring Brian Mulroney in to give this Prime Minister advice. And what does Brian Mulroney say? Brian Mulroney says, hey, we got to get rid of supply management. If you're not going to send a message that this is going to be on the table, I mean, who are they representing? They're not representing us. This is, you're going to have the Prime Minister bring Brian Mulroney in, and he's already posting bubbles about what we're going to give up. I mean, this is like, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister, when it comes to international trade, he's like a rube at a country fair. He thinks he knows where those dollars are going to land in the little shells, but he's setting us up for failure. We have seen him say nothing about softwood. We have lost so many forestry jobs because of softwood. We've seen him say nothing about the fact that the United States, if they're going to stand up for their interests, we have to stand up for ours. But the Prime Minister's already opened the door to putting these on the table. And why is it? It's because his notion of economics that he studied at school is that as long as we keep allowing trade to move back and forth, we will all benefit. But we're seeing, Madam Speaker, now where 60% in urban areas are on short-term contracts. Where is this middle class they keep talking about? We hear them all the time, and it's a very insidious language they use. They talk about everything as the middle class and those wanting to join it, as though that they're offering a long-term vision of development when they're not, because they continually favor those at the top of the food chain. And what do I mean by that? Well, look at their tax break for middle class and working people. If you make $23 an hour or less, you get zero. But if you make $50 or $100 an hour, you get full bang. Now, I guess the Prime Minister grew up in a different middle class than I did. But most of the middle class people I know who are just trying to get into the middle class, at $23 an hour, they could use a break rather than the ministers of cabinet and bankers. But this is the false ideology of their economics. But they have the nerve and the gall to say they're doing it to sell blueberries, that they're here for the mucklucks. They're there for the little Joe on the street with his mom-and-pop corner operation. That's why we're signing these international agreements, and that's false. So if we're going to talk trade, then let's talk about trade that's in Canada's interests, that we're talking about ensuring that our pharmaceutical costs are not going to go through the roof to sell that out, that we're going to talk about investor-state provisions that are based on a clear, coherent rule of law and not just a backroom deal that undermines the ability of local and regional governments and provincial governments to do the decisions that they have a right to make. This is about what trade needs to be, but unfortunately, with the trickle-down Prime Minister, you know what's happening to the people on the bottom, and we're seeing it again and again and again. And I'll finally conclude, Madam Speaker, the one honest statement that the Liberal government made today was they thanked the Conservatives for leading the way because they really appreciated the roadmap that was laid out by the Conservative policies, and they're just trying to faithfully follow it. Now, I don't agree with the Conservatives much, but what I do like about them is at least they give it to us straight in the face. They tell us where they stand. They don't try and hug us and act like Teletubbies when they're delivering what they're delivering. So at least the Liberals had the decency to thank the Conservatives for this economic travesty that they continue to perpetrate on the Canadian.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, you know, in wanting to be consistent, it's important for us to recognize you can go back right from the 1960s with AutoPac to today where we're debating CETA. The NDP have always opposed trade agreements. Let that be very clear. Now, they would argue, no, we supported Korea. Yeah, when they were in official opposition in hopes of being in government, Madam Speaker, they did, I believe, vote in favour of the Korea trade agreement. But that's an anomaly. Once again, it's difficult to listen to a New Democrat when we know that they're going to oppose trade agreements. They don't have the same confidence that we have as Liberals, as in government, in Canada's middle class, and the abilities that our workers provide, and that they indeed can compete and get their products and services abroad, which will create the jobs. My question for the member is, and I call upon his wisdom to explain to the House why it is he felt that the Korean trade agreement was worthy enough to vote for, but this agreement and virtually every other agreement is not, Mr. Speaker. I think Canadians should understand or try to understand why it is that the NDP were all gung-ho on Korea, but they don't understand the benefits of the European Union agreement.
Honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my poor colleague. Not only did the Liberal government have to take all the economic notebooks from the Conservative government, they had to take their talking points from them too, because they don't really have an original idea in their heads. So then when they wanted to change the subject, they had to use those two important words about the middle class, how they're fighting for the middle class, about how we should have confidence in the middle class. You know, when the Prime Minister set up his exclusive cash for access deals with Chinese billionaires, and he got caught, he said he was doing it for the middle class. When they're selling arms to the House of Saud, and they're asked how morally they can stand by that, they say, oh, we're doing it for the middle class. You know, Madam Speaker, they got to stop hiding behind the middle class when they've undermined them. Their trade policies are undermining them. They have not stood up for one job in this country. Never, never, never stood up. So they need to at least, if they're going to just rip off the Conservatives, at least we got straight answers from the Conservatives once in a while. They got to do a little better.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
The issue of, I guess, what's happening now as trade negotiations go on is who you send. Brian Mulroney being part of it. I mean, here we have a former Prime Minister that basically took cash. He did take cash. It's okay to take cash as a bribe, but apparently it's not okay to give the bribe. But from an arms manufacturing dealer, and he's now sent off to do that negotiation, emergency negotiation, where this is really germane, is that for an agreement that had there been, I guess, listening and voice from the past, being that labor and environmental standards are in part of an agreement, because that's the problem with NAFTA with Trump right now, is that environment and in particular labor, they're seeing as a subsidy to Mexico, is what's particularly the CRA, are a problem. So I'd ask my colleague to expand on that, and also too with relation to CETA, if this is the type of negotiations that we're going to send for our #1 trading partner and more immediate nature, what potentially do we have in store, because the European deal that we have still is unconcluded, and we'll have to have further negotiations because our partners in this have moved on a number of things, including investor state.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you. I want to thank my honourable colleague. And being in a border community, he knows how important it is that we get this right. So much of our economy is tied to trade with the United States. So when the Prime Minister gets it into his head to announce, hey, we'd love to renegotiate NAFTA, come look at us. Well, that wasn't very bright. And then it's like, well, we don't really know how to do this, so we'll hire Brian Mulroney to do it for us. When already we know that beef is being put on the table, when we know softwood's being put on the table. And so Brian Mulroney goes public and says, hey, we got to have to put supply management, the dairy sector, on the table too. Well, gee, Donald Trump thanks you a lot. So I asked the Liberal government, is this how they do trade negotiations? That they bring in Brian Mulroney and let him do some like airbrushes up in the sky about what else he thinks we should put on the table? Or is he acting on behalf of this government that's already undermined supply management in the CETA negotiations, and they're just planning to continue it with the negotiations with Trump?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Sounds like the debate's still going on at the far end of the House. Madam Speaker, before I go into my speech today, I just want to pay give credit where credit is due. And I know that many members on both sides of the House have recognized our member of Parliament from Abbotsford, former Minister of Trade, that did considerable work getting this piece of legislation, this trade agreement, further than it has been previously, and all the hard work that he did prior to. I know he's at home right now. He shouldn't be, but if you're listening, you shouldn't be. You should be listening, but...
Sorry, you can't. The member knows that full well that you can't say who is and who isn't in the House, so I just want to maybe redirect him to his speech.
I withdraw my comment. I will give credit to the honourable member from Abbotsford for all the hard work that he did getting this trade agreement and many others passed in the time. Madam Speaker, in times of uncertainty, which is what we're seeing today, it is ever more important that we are doing whatever we can to ensure that Canadians are employed, that Canadian producers have markets that they can trade their goods to. Madam Speaker, we are now sitting with, gosh, I'm not quite sure what the time frame is in terms of the count, but we are without a softwood lumber agreement. And Madam Speaker, I learned a number over the last week when I attended the BC Premier's Natural Resource Forum with my honourable colleague from another opposition party that was there as well, too, that over 140 communities in British Columbia are forest dependent, Madam Speaker. Forest dependent, which means the importance of a softwood lumber agreement should be of the utmost concern for this government. But yet, in the Minister of International Trade and Foreign Affairs, we saw yet in her latest mandate letter that softwood lumber, or TPP for that matter, was not even mentioned once in there. Madam Speaker, international trade agreements generate increased economic activity. They drive prosperity and they drive job creation, as well as it fosters greater cooperation between our democratic allies. And Canada should always strive to maximize the benefits that we have as a free trading nation. Madam Speaker, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada today are directly linked to our exports. The need to establish trading relationships beyond North America is critically important, especially when we're hearing the increasing protectionist dialogue south of the border, our number one trading partner, Madam Speaker, and I was pulling off some figures just prior to going up, and Madam Speaker, the U.S. is our number 1 trading partner, over $769 million in trade with the U.S., and now we have some more uncertain times, especially now that within minutes of President-elect being elected, our Prime Minister offered up to renegotiate NAFTA. Madam Speaker, there are increasing times of uncertainty. I've said this a number of times already, but it speaks volumes when we are in our ridings and as the 338 members of Parliament that we continue to hear the concerns of our constituents, the concerns of our manufacturers, of our lumber producers, our farmers, that we need to do everything that we can to be the voice of our riding, to be the voice of Canadians, but this government needs to be focused on Canadian jobs and Canadian industry. Madam Speaker, the EU is one of British Columbia's largest export destinations. It is our 5th largest export destination. And I'm going to take a little bit of time to talk about our beautiful province of British Columbia. We do have one of the best economies, probably the top economies in the country. And that is due in strong part because of the investments that our former Conservative government undertook. We understood through the negotiating and the movement of over 40 trade agreements, plus the investment in our ports and airports and our transportation networks, which are so vital to get our goods and services to market, but also through the pragmatic views in terms of our air policy and our bilaterals, because with trade agreements also come very, very willingly along the way, enhanced familial and tourism opportunities as well, Madam Speaker, strengthened along that way. Madam Speaker, BC stands to benefit significantly from the preferential access to the EU market. We have, as I mentioned in one of my very first speeches, that just adjacent to my riding in Skeena Bulkley, we have the Port of Prince Rupert, which is the closest and fastest marine port to Asia. It is a port that allows us a competitive advantage that our goods arrive 1 to 2 days closer to Asia and faster than any other West Coast port. That was an investment by our Conservative government, and that was an investment in marketing that port by our Conservative government. It means products shipped from North America arrive at their destination quicker with less fuel and less risk. We also have the fastest and greenest road and rail networks to the U.S. Midwest markets running right through our region. The Prince George Airport, which is my former airport, has one of the longest runways in Canada, Madam Speaker, and is equidistant to Europe as it is to Asia. Madam Speaker, these are only just a few of the competitive trade advantages that are in my province and in my riding alone. Port Metro Vancouver is North America's most diversified port. It trades $75 billion worth of goods in over 160 trading economies. Why do I bring this up, Madam Speaker? Because trade is good. Canada's economy is predicated on the availability of markets, the availability of access to markets, and being able to get our goods to market. CETA is good, Madam Speaker, for our agriculture groups as well, too. My riding of Caribou Prince George was built off the backs of traditional industries such as forestry and farming. Madam Speaker, the beef and dairy farmers who wake up every morning before sun and are hard at work long after dark will benefit from this agreement, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, CETA will give a market or open a market of approximately 500 million consumers for our dairy, for our cattle producers, our beef producers, for our agri-food industry that is looking for those new markets that we're already starting to see in our number one market, the U.S. market right now. They're already starting to bring up the cool legislation and the dispute that we've had. Madam Speaker, we have to do whatever we can to not put all of our eggs in one basket and to diversify our economies, which would give some assurances to our communities, rural Canada, and indeed some of our other communities that this government has the best interests of Canadians at heart. There's doing everything to protect Canada for now and into the future. Madam Speaker, we have such an opportunity here with our fish and exporters as well. Madam Speaker, the seafood industry has gone through many transitions, faces uncertain times. When CETA comes into force, almost 98% of EU tariff lines for fish and seafood products will be duty-free. In 7 years, 100% of products will be duty-free, Madam Speaker. Hugely important because the EU is the world's largest importer of fish and seafood products. And the current EU tariffs for fish and seafood average 11%, can be as high as 25%. Eliminated, Madam Speaker. Think about what this is going to do for those hard-hit marine and coastal communities that depend on forestry and fishing for their livelihoods. Madam Speaker, CETA is a great agreement. It has been touted as a gold-plated agreement. It is something that all sides should agree on. And Madam Speaker, when this moves forward, we will be doing everything in our power to support this. Madam Speaker, CETA, in a nutshell, is a good news story. I agree that there are, with our colleagues down the way, that there are things that we need to be aware of. And as we move forward, we have to be going into these agreements eyes wide open. Madam Speaker, always protecting Canadian jobs, Canadian industry, and Canadians as a whole. Madam Speaker, with that, I'll conclude, and I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I congratulate my colleague for such a wonderful speech and detail that he provided throughout his speech today. And obviously, it's trade agreements always a way, a gateway to job creation and economic prosperity. I would like the honourable member to advise us or to comment, without trade agreements, how difficult job creation will be, and will the opportunities be limited or not? Thank you.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll bring you back to a conversation I was having with a third grader at Hickson Elementary just a little while ago. I was asking about trade agreements, and I said, well, let's just pretend that you manufacture widgets, and you're only allowed to sell those widgets in Hickson. And I said, so what's the population of Hickson? And he gave me the number, and I said, well, so that's only a couple thousand that you'll be able to sell in your lifetime. What's the lifetime of your widget? But imagine if you could, the ability to sell those widgets in Quesnel and Prince George and Williams Lake and Vanderhoof, all great communities in my riding, Caribou Prince George. How many widgets could you sell? He goes, I could sell thousands. And I said, then you would probably have to employ more people to build those, wouldn't you? And he said, yes, I would. So, Madam Speaker, being able to open markets for our Canadian products is important. I agree with our friends down the way that we should be doing everything to make sure that we're protecting jobs and protecting the labor side of it. But we have to have access to those markets so that we can build our Canadian economy. We don't have enough within Canada to, we heard it earlier on, to live up to the high lifestyle that we as Canadians enjoy. We need to have access to the other markets, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. And one of the things I'd like to have him response on is regarded to human rights and labor and whether they should be part of an agreement or a side agreement. And here's the problem that we've had with many of the side agreements that we've done, whether it be Jordan or other countries that we've had problems with, is that, if you want to use a term that's been used here, is widgets. And often we've signed trade agreements where 10-year-olds are making widgets in those countries, and there's no enforcement of the fact that they have 10-year-olds making widgets to sell them back into our country, because we don't have labor as part of that deal. So I just simply ask my colleague, and thank him for his speech here, if he believes that there should be enforceable, which means enforceable has to be inclusive in trade agreements, the labor and environmental things. And ironically, that's what Mr. Trump is asking of Mexico and Canada right now.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had the incredible opportunity to represent Canada on the world stage in pursuit of trade and economic development, and I visited some areas of other countries where we toured plants where deplorable work conditions. And I also brought developers, international developers, over to Canada. And, Madam Speaker, I've got to say this. I'm going to stand up for our government, and I'm going to stand up for our provincial governments as well, too. When we have companies that are interested in doing business, we never sacrifice our our laws and our morals when it comes to doing deals with other countries. We make sure that they're following the law of the land here and abroad. Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Vimy.
Madame la Présidente, Madam Speaker, in my riding of Vimy, there are many small and medium businesses who really depend on international trade. Does the member on the other side think that it is not worthwhile or important to stimulate the economy in Canada from one end to the other? Does he think it's not important to have international trade in order to stimulate the economy all over the country?
Members at the other end of the chamber that the House is in session and there is some debate going on. So I would just ask the members on the Liberal side to please keep it down a bit. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
I appreciate the question, Madam Speaker, and clearly the honourable colleague did not hear my speech. I am a huge proponent for trade. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the work that we've done over the years in terms of trade missions and development was indeed to bring Canadian businesses, small, medium enterprises abroad so that we can promote them and build their businesses. And our government did an incredible job in providing tools and mechanisms, whether it's our trade commissioner offices or EDC or Canada Export. Our government did an incredible job to make sure that small, medium enterprises had the tools they could so that they could not only compete but thrive on the international market.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh, I just want to advise the member that she has approximately 3 to 4 minutes before I will interrupt her. Does it go till 5:30? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking that it went till 5:30 tonight. Okay, it's 6:30. So the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh, you got the whole floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to be able to rise once again in this House and speak to Bill C-30. These trade agreements have the potential to cause great damage to communities and to whole regions, as our experience with NAFTA has clearly demonstrated. So we in the NDP believe that they should be undertaken with scrupulous attention to all potential consequences. I have to say then that I am more than a little disappointed. The NDP had proposed a number of well-reasoned and good faith amendments to CETA, amendments that would have gone a long way in fixing the major problems in the bill, amendments that were not just sought after by us, but by broad swath of labour and civil society groups throughout Canada and the European Union, and they were all rejected. We had amendments on limiting CETA's controversial investment chapter so that corporations can't sue the country that makes a decision and action on its own best interests in the name of corporate profit, rejecting the increased threshold for mandatory foreign takeover reviews, limiting changes to Canada's cabotage rules. And cabotage, by the way, is the transport of goods or passengers between two places in the same country by a transport operator from another country. We also called for an economic impact analysis of CETA and an analysis of the impact of CETA on pharmaceutical drug costs. Sadly, in what has become a recurring pattern with this government, there was little to no debate on our amendments, and as I noted, they were all rejected. It appears that this government's election platform commitments to fair, open and transparent government have gone the way of electoral reform. As the government prepares to renegotiate sections of NAFTA with the new administration in the U.S., it is important that it doesn't rush into another deal before having been able to study the changes that will soon occur to our agreement with our American cousins, as it is arguably one of the more important trade agreements to which Canada has been a party. And more important, I and all New Democrats continue to be seriously concerned about the ways in which these agreements hamstring future governments' ability to establish important social programs. And the hamstringing to which I refer is what American pundit Thomas Friedman once termed a couple of decades back as the golden straitjacket. And it's very entertaining to me that previously Speaker, honourable colleague from another party mentioned the gold-plated agreement. So I want to talk about my golden straitjacket with some irony here. So the golden straitjacket is supposed to work like this. As your country puts on the golden straitjacket, two things are supposed to happen. Your economy grows and your politics shrink. And it is a straitjacket because it narrows considerably the parameters of the government's future political and economic policy options. It is golden, presumably, due to the economic benefits which would then follow. But flash forward a couple of decades and we see clearly that these supposed benefits were a little more than oversold. In fact, to say the benefits of NAFTA were unevenly distributed is to engage in a cruel understatement. Some sectors of the economy benefited and others were devastated. And you can ask anyone in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh, you can ask the people of Hamilton, Ontario, or Oshawa, Ontario, for that matter. We have absolutely no evidence that the economic gains of CETA will be distributed any more equitably than those of NAFTA. In fact, CETA is likely to make it all the more difficult for future governments to address the very inequalities that we can feel certain will result from this agreement.
CETA will increase the pressures to privatize most government services. That's because the multinational corporations and financial interests, in whose interest this agreement was negotiated, view most government services not as fundamental provisions without which our lives and economy would suffer, but as potential revenue streams, as potential markets in which to make lots of money. CETA can be rightly construed as part of what was an aggressive wave of trade deals designed to undermine the rights of Canadian governments to legislate public health policy if it threatens investor profit. Under these conditions, the likelihood of a national pharmacare plan becomes substantially more difficult, if not impossible. Such a plan could be viewed as a direct infringement on corporate rights and counterintuitive to the purpose of healthcare policies that put people first. Now, in keeping with putting people first, and to maximize our resources in our universal healthcare system, a national pharmacare program has long been the priority of the NDP. Just about everyone who's ever seriously looked at this issue will know that there is broad agreement among researchers that a universal public drug program with an evidence-based list of reimbursed drugs, a clear and transparent budget, and a strong ability to negotiate fair drug prices would improve the health of Canadians. It would significantly lower the social cost of drugs and could be achieved with relatively small initial outlays by governments. It is an idea that has been a long time in coming. A prescription drug coverage program was recommended as a next step way back in 1964 by the Royal Commission on Health Services. Canada has one of the fastest rising drug costs per capita among OECD countries and is the only country in the world in a public Medicare system that does not have a pharmacare program. It is estimated that changes to patent protection for pharmaceutical drugs as a result of trade agreements could cost our public health care system anywhere between $850 million to $1.65 billion every year, according to the Council of Canadians. At approximately $900 a person, Canadian drug costs are already the second highest in the OECD, second only to the United States. Countries like Australia, New Zealand, United Kingdom, France, and Sweden have all had some form of universal public drug coverage that results in lower costs as well as lower drug cost growth rates. Consumption of drugs in these countries is equal or greater than in Canada, but expenditure is much lower. Countries with a pharmacare program are able to suppress the inflation of drug prices, which directly results in people paying less for their medications. A true universal pharmacare program shows feasibility, sustainability, and effectiveness, and universal pharmacare programs in other countries currently are more advantageous in terms of costs than both private or public drug insurance plans in Canada. Our current fragmented system means higher drug costs for everyone and huge profits for Big Pharma. Canada has a total of 19 publicly funded drug plans, 10 provincial, 3 territorial, and 6 federal. Eligibility, coverage, and benefit payment schemes vary in each of these programs. Again, the Council of Canadians makes an excellent point that your postal code or social economic status should not dictate if you receive necessary medication. But in some provinces, only people on social assistance, seniors, or those suffering from certain diseases are covered, while in other provinces, people are covered based on an income assessment. It is long past time for federal leadership on this issue. The proponents of a national pharmacare plan have won every argument. By every rational criteria, it's the smart thing to do. So, why does Canada not have a national pharmacare plan? I suspect that on this issue, like so many others, the Liberals will not venture such a thing without total buy-in from industry. And let's be clear, as we can on this, the pharmaceutical industry will never support a national pharmaceutical care plan. In fact, the industry is moving in the other direction. The pharmaceutical industry lobbied heavily for changes to intellectual property rules for pharmaceuticals under CETA, and, as you can guess, got them. These changes are expected to increase drug costs by more than $850 million annually. Yet leading government, labour and civil society organizations in Canada are lobbied for change. Changes, as I mentioned earlier, are similar to those proposed by the NDP, but apparently the Liberals did not find their arguments convincing. The priorities of a government are laid bare not through its public statements, but through its actions. Insofar as CETA is concerned, one has to ask, on whose behalf does our government work?
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened intently to the member's speech, which I thought was thoughtful and well structured. Just a comment. I've been, like many members here, studying this issue for many years, and of course, I too was concerned about dispute tribunals, that they could usurp the sovereignty of nations and so on. But as I looked into the matter, it became clear to me that even without dispute tribunals, companies can still take governments, national governments, to court through the domestic legal system if they feel that there have been arbitrary measures that have had the effect of expropriating their interests. So I think many people probably believe that if we didn't have these tribunals, all would be well. But there is a court system, and companies can choose to go through the court system. And also, these trade agreements don't prevent countries from applying, health, occupation, and environmental rules, laws, and regulations. It is just that they must be scientifically based. So, I just would like to maybe get some perspective from the member on those two comments.
Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. But with all due respect, those are arguments that have been made in the past when people are making excuses to bring forward these corporate interests. Why are we making this easier for them then? If we have systems in place now that are serving the purpose, why do we need a trade agreement like this then? We're facilitating something that is not actually in the best interest of our country. And in order for us to actually proceed on meaningful, fair trade, we have to look at innovation. We have to look at that fair and competing policy everywhere. What's happening is we're putting corporate profit-seeking before sovereignty. And that's what it ultimately comes down to. And we have plenty of time to be exploring meaningfully and ways that we can address this. But we're not. We're rushing through with this program as basically as patsies. And what we can be doing is following the lead of some of the European Union membership that have inspired us to actually take a good hard look at why are we sacrificing sectors like our dairy industry. Why are we sacrificing supply management? And instead of saying, well, we have to make this easier, and there's, these exist now if companies feel strongly. That's just, it's almost saying that, well, we don't have the energy to argue for our well-being and our sovereign rights. And that doesn't always feel right to me when we're positioning ourselves on those kind of arguments. CETA is something that can be reconstructed meaningfully so that we are actually in non-zero-sum games, in win-win situations.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess I'm just kind of really not surprised at this member's comments in regards to CETA or any other trade agreement. The only trade agreement they ever did support was one with Korea, and I think they thought it was North Korea. That's why they were in favor of it. So there should be no surprises on this side of the House or the other side of the House that the NDP would be against this. Reality is I can't understand their logic. They talk about all these things they want to do. They want to build the economy and middle class. They want to have jobs and growth. They talk about all this stuff. And I guess they know that they'll never, ever be seriously considered for government, because when their opposition party and the South Korea trade deal went through, they actually thought maybe they had a chance to maybe one day be in government. Then all of a sudden they showed up on the trade file. But now they know that they'll never have a chance of being in government. So where they've retreated back to where they normally have been. And that's basically anti-trade, anti-development, anti-growth. Anything that's positive, they're anti. So I asked this member, why should we take her serious now on the trade deal of CETA? Why should we listen to what she has to say when they haven't been constructive in anything in regards to trade in the past?
Well, member for Windsor-Tecumseh in 30 seconds or less.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know why I should take the honourable member's question seriously if all he can come up with are cheap and repeated jokes about what the NDP actually stands for. If people were informed, they would look at our platforms, they would look at the vanguard economists who are actually the ones who have developed the arguments that we have taken into our platform. We are the ones who have decided that we're going to speak up on behalf of good and effective fair trade. And it's actually quite alarming that those economists...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to rise again in this place to speak to the concerns I have about Bill C-30, legislation to enact the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union. There are a number of fallacies that come up and have come up in the debates today, and I'll try to address those. But I want to start, and those relate, by the way, to the investor-state provisions, which I believe to be the key and most unacceptable part of the trade agreement. But I want to make sure I don't slip over and skip over the other concerns that have been raised by many in Canada and as well in the European Union. One is that this trade agreement will absolutely make pharmaceutical drugs cost more in Canada. There's no question about this. It will, by giving greater patent protection, postponing the moment when drugs go to generic form when they become much more affordable. So the estimates are anywhere between $800 million and $1.6 billion that it will increase the cost of pharmaceutical drugs. Let me give you the reasons why. This is what the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement commits to and C-30 will implement. It will commit Canada to creating a new system of patent term restoration that will delay the entry of generic medicines by up to 2 years. It will lock in Canada's current terms of data protection, making it difficult or impossible for future governments to reverse them. And it will implement a new right of appeal under the patent linkage system that will create further delays for the entry of generics. This trade agreement is in the interests of big pharma, the pharmaceutical industry. I'd have to mention an economic sector that doesn't need a handout. Can we accept that the prescription drug business, the pharmaceutical industry globally, does very well for itself and doesn't necessarily do well for those who need life-saving drugs? We've seen very clearly, and this relates to the debates we have in this place about the need for pharmacare and a national pharmacare program. It's even in the mandate letter to our Minister of Health to pursue bulk purchasing of prescription drugs to try to bring down the price through the leverage you can get when, if we had a national pharmacare plan, all prescription medication could be purchased centrally and try to drive down the cost. The reality is the single largest growing cost within our healthcare system is the cost for prescription drugs. As the honourable colleague from Oakville who lost his seat in the last election, Terrence Young, I want to reference his hard work. His daughter died from taking a drug as prescribed by her physician. Her name was Vanessa, and in the last Parliament we passed Vanessa's law. It's very clear that the drug industry charges more than what it costs to produce a drug because they can. So this is the last sector on earth that we should be wanting to give yet more advantages to make the price of drugs go higher. At the same time, the way in which litigation relating to pharmaceuticals, the notice of compliance proceedings dealing with full patent infringement, have been termed by Canadian Lawyer Magazine as streamlining litigation, again, to the benefit of the pharmaceutical industry. They have a very effective lobby. I mean, we will say hats off to the pharmaceutical industry in Europe and in Canada for getting their own way under this agreement. But that doesn't mean it's in the interest of Canadians. I'm also very concerned, as is the Green Party, in the protection of procurement. This has to do with the rights of municipalities and other government sectors to say, look, we want the right to choose where we procure our products. We want to say it's okay to preference our local suppliers. That won't be possible under CETA. We also know that the way in which this agreement is structured around intellectual property leaves a lot to be desired and doesn't adequately protect Canadian companies in the large, more predatory global marketplace. But getting to the misconceptions, one which was, I thought, rather unexpected in this debate, just to put it to rest, I heard a number of Conservative MPs use this debate on the Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement with the European Union to rail against having carbon prices. This was a very unusual place to make that argument, since the European Union has carbon prices. So why in a debate on CETA would we hear distorted arguments about the economic impact of putting a carbon price in place? It's rather the contrary. If Canada doesn't put a carbon price in place, we might find ourselves at the other end of discriminatory tariffs brought forward by the European Union because they have done so and they want trading partners to do so as well. Other fallacies have to do with the way in which we characterize investor-state dispute resolution. It's very important that we distinguish and differentiate between terms of trade agreements to resolve disputes over trade. We have those in NAFTA, we have those in CETA, we have those at the WTO. When you have a dispute over a tariff or an alleged subsidy, you have a dispute process that resolves trade disputes. The investor-state provisions are not those. Investor-state provisions have nothing to do with resolving trade disputes. Now, that may seem so counterintuitive, but let me back up and say trade dispute mechanisms within treaties are state to state. Canada has a problem with, say, Belgium, or Poland has a problem with Canada. The investor-state dispute resolution is entirely different. It gives, if we go ahead with CETA, a Polish company the right to sue Canada if any government, state, provincial, municipal, First Nations, or court decision, or federal, makes a decision which interferes with that corporation's expectation of profits. So it's not state to state, as it would be in a trade dispute. It's corporation to government. Let's use a real-life example from my home province. The people of Kamloops, BC, are busy fighting a proposal for a large open-pit mine within the town limits. It's called the Ajax Mine, and it's being proposed by, yes, a Polish state-owned enterprise. Now, if CETA is not in place and the government of British Columbia decides we are not going to go ahead with an open-pit mine in the town limits of Kamloops, we're a mining community. Kamloops has other mines. It's not as if they're against mines, but the majority of people in Kamloops do not want an open-pit mine in the town limits. If CETA isn't in place, that's the end of the story. BC can make a decision, Kamloops can make a decision. But if CETA is in place, it's not the end of the story. Then the Polish mining company, Ajax Mine, can do what Bilcon did from New Jersey under Chapter 11 of NAFTA, when their mine was turned down by the Conservative government of Nova Scotia, and the Conservative government federally under the previous Environment Minister John Baird turned down Bilcon's open pit mine on Digby Neck, Nova Scotia. But Bilcon just went for a secret tribunal under Chapter 11 of NAFTA, sued us for $300 million. Did they allege we were wrong on the science? No. Did they say this was a secret protectionist move to protect trade in Canada? No. They just said, we don't think the environmental assessment process was fair to us. Ajax, Polish mining company, would have the right to bring secret arbitration cases. Now, the one thing that's different under CETA is the process would not be as secret. There'd be an investment court, but there'd be no room at the table to have litigants representing the public interest. No environmental group will be allowed before the so-called investment court to argue. This was a reasonable decision that our government made. So the presence of these agreements, they really need to be much better understood. Investor-state agreements, the Chapter 11s, or sometimes called FIPAs, the Foreign Investor Protection Agreement, such as the one that Prime Minister Harper passed secretly in Cabinet that binds Canada till the year 2045, so that any corporation within the People's Republic of China has the right to sue Canada, and we can't get out of it till 2045. These agreements need to be better understood as fundamentally corrosive to democracy. They don't belong in trade treaties. They have nothing to do with advancing trade. They're all about reducing the power of sovereign governments and increasing the power of transnational corporations. And that's why I will be voting against C-30.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the Leader of the Green Party. And when the member makes reference to the fact that you have a company overseas that would then be able to make a statement of claim against an entity here in Canada, I wonder if she can provide some comment in regards to the reciprocal to that, where a company in Canada and the rights that they would be able to have as a result of this particular agreement.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for Winnipeg North. I'm glad for the question. This is an open question. In essence, there would be reciprocity, but for one thing. This provision is still so controversial within the European Union. It's still going to the European Court of Justice. We don't know if it will be ruled to be ultra vires of the European Union to put such a provision in their treaties. But we know from the state of Walloon within Belgium that the EU has now accepted the notion that individual countries within the European Union can opt out. So will it be reciprocal? I think the answer to that has to be, it depends. If a Canadian corporation loses money in the state of Walloon, I don't think they're going to be able to rely on something that if a Polish company brings an action against Canada, and by the way, although the actions may have been provincial, municipal, or state or federal, the litigation is always against the federal government. And our federal government has paid out millions of dollars under previous investor-state resolution decisions for things where we did not do a single thing wrong or protectionist or against the science. We just cost a foreign corporation money.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The question is, I know the Honourable Member spoke about the impact on the pharmaceutical industry or the cost of drugs or the investor-state provision. This is on a negative side. I would really appreciate if she can highlight some of the positive items of CETA. That would be actually, in fairness to the discussion here, would be nice if we can hear about the positive side of the CETA from the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, thank the honourable colleague from Edmonton for his question. I think it should be clear by now that I think the negatives outweigh the positives, but opening up trade with the European Union is an important balance. We certainly already have, and I think this is one of the things that gets overlooked in these debates as well, the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and after the Uruguay round, the creation of the World Trade Organization, means that the protectionist measures that people railed against in the call for free trade are already gone. We already have, in that sense, free trade with the European Union, with the individual states within the European Union, because protectionist measures that are unjustified are already prohibited under the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. But opening up more connection to the European Union is certainly wise. We know that our traditional best trading partner south of the border, as is at the moment, in the hands, at least the executive, is in the hands of an unpredictable, reckless, and potentially damaging partner. We hope we can steer through that. We hope we can navigate that. But trade with the European Union is going to be important.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Leader of the Green Party and the member from Saanich, the Gulf Islands, for bringing up some very valid concerns around CETA. One thing she didn't touch on very much was that this will be the first time that legally allowed foreign-owned vessels and foreign crews will be allowed to transport goods between Canadian ports. and will open up domestic dredging contracts to foreign suppliers. In my riding and in my community, we have a company called G&N Towing. It's named after the founders Gail and Neil Botting, and their son Gord now runs that business, and his sons crew that boat. It's a family business where they've got local knowledge. They employ people from Esowista, from Opitsit, from Tofino, local communities. These jobs are critical to the lifeline of our coastal communities. And local knowledge not only saves lives, but it protects the environment. And these are very important that we protect local jobs. So I'll ask the member if she shares our concern around the lack of analysis and the economic impact of taking away these jobs from coastal British Columbians and coastal people coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my honourable colleague and friend from Courtenay Alberni. I had meant to mention the Coasting Trade Act. If you're looking for it, because it's not one of the features that people hear about a lot under CETA, it's on page 76. We find out, or actually starting at page 75, that foreign ships will be exempt for the first time if they're within the European Union, and exempt from getting the license, and it also affects dredging and other activities that take place in our coastal regions. As a former Atlantic Canadian, I'm very curious about the position of Saint-Pierre-Miquelon. We have French islands off the coast of Newfoundland. I can see it being very easily the case that we'll see foreign shippers registering in Saint-Pierre and saying, okay, now we're European, and we don't have to be screened. There's no analysis from, as far as I can see, any entity within the Government of Canada of the impacts on coastal jobs in Atlantic and Pacific Canada from changes to the Coasting Trade Act. And by the way, I meant to mention that before the House Committee on Trade, the civil servants testifying on patent protection said they also hadn't had time to study that economic impact.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about Bill C-30, an act that implements the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union and its member states, and to provide for certain other measures. I would like to begin by thanking my honourable colleagues, the members from Battleford's Lloydminster and the member for Abbotsford, for their past and current work on this important file. Bill C-30, as we all know, is a continuation of our previous government's ambitious trade agenda, and I'm pleased to see that the current Liberal government is continuing to push for CETA. Bill C-30 implements the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, or CETA, between Canada and the European Union, its member states. The Canada-EU Trade Agreement is our country's biggest bilateral trade initiative since NAFTA. Including the 28 member states, the EU represents the world's largest single market, foreign investor, and trader with over 500 million people and annual economic activity of almost $20 trillion. When CETA comes into force, Canada will be one of the few countries in the world to have guaranteed preferential access to the world's two largest economies, the United States and the European Union. This is a historic deal, which will benefit Canadians from coast to coast. It will ensure that Canadians and Canadian businesses are in a strong position as we move forward to an increasingly globalized world. Canada is a trading nation. I believe that most members in this House can agree on that. We know that without it, thousands, if not millions of Canadians would lose their jobs. It is therefore crucial that we continue to expand access for Canadians and Canadian businesses to international markets like this agreement is doing. I believe that Canada needs to maximize the benefits, that we are a free trading nation, and we need to establish trading relationships beyond North America, and that is exactly what CETA accomplishes. As CETA approaches final implementation, we will continue to hold this government to account and ensure that Canadians will reap the rewards of free trade, not only with the EU, but also through other significant trade deals. The Liberal government must also honour commitments made to vital sectors of our economy, specifically to the supply-managed dairy industry, as well as commitments made to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador in terms of the CETA Fisheries Investment Fund. Now let's talk about the benefits on this deal. The EU is the world's largest economy. It is also the world's largest importing market for goods, and the EU's annual imports alone are worth more than Canada's GDP. In a joint Canada-EU study that supported the launch of negotiations, it concluded that a trade agreement with the EU could bring a 20% boost in bilateral trade and a $12 billion annual increase to Canada's economy. The economic equivalent of adding $1,000 to the average Canadian family's income, or almost 80,000 new jobs to the Canadian economy. When CETA comes into force, nearly 100% of all EU tariff lines and non-agricultural products will be duty-free, along with close to 94% of all EU tariff lines of agricultural products. This agreement will also give Canadian service suppliers, which employs more than 13.8 million Canadians and accounts for 70% of Canada's total GDP, the best market access the EU has ever granted to any of its free trade agreement partners. It will establish greater transparency in the EU services market, resulting in better, more secure, and more predictable market access. It will also provide Canadian and EU investors with greater certainty, stability, transparency, and protection for their investments. Our preferential access to the EU will attract investments into Canada from the US, and EU investors will look to Canada as the gateway to NAFTA. The agreement also gives Canadian suppliers of goods and services secure preferential access to the world's largest procurement market. The EU's $3.3 trillion government procurement market will provide them with significant new export opportunities. The agreement also expands and secures opportunities for Canadian firms to supply their goods and services to the EU's 28 member states and thousands of regional and local government entities. Our previous government worked tirelessly to sign trade deals right across the globe. Agreements with Korea, Ukraine, Honduras, Panama, Jordan, Colombia, Peru, and the TPP nations are just to name a few. I'm pleased to see, as I mentioned, the continuation of the previous government work on this file, and I hope that this government will continue to advance Canadian trade interests abroad. During this discussion on international trade agreement, I believe it is crucial that we take into consideration the recent comments by the now President of the United States on the renegotiation of NAFTA. Trade with the United States is our most important relationship. 9 million American jobs depend on trade with Canada, and we have added 4.7 million new jobs to our economy since NAFTA came into force. With $2 billion in trade crossing our border every day, Canadians are worried about their jobs, rightfully so. We need to ensure that the Prime Minister has a plan to protect high-paying jobs that are created in Canada as a result of NAFTA, including 550,000 auto sector jobs and 400,000 forestry jobs. There's also well over 210,000 aerospace jobs. We need a deal that is in the best interests of Canada. I'm now going to talk specifically about some of the benefits and opportunities for my home province and my constituents. The EU is Ontario's second largest export destination and second largest trading partner. Once CETA is in force, it will eliminate tariffs on almost all of Ontario's exports, including 98% of EU tariff lines on Canadian goods becoming duty-free for major Ontario exports, including metals and mineral products, manufactured goods, chemicals, and plastics. It will also provide our exporters with a competitive advantage over exporters from other countries that do not have a free trade agreement with the EU. And of course, being an Ontario member, we also want to thank the provincial Liberals because Ontario needs all the advantages it can get based on the current situation. This agreement will give us access to a vast market for Canadian goods, as I've said before. It will benefit many sectors across our economy, including my riding, specifically in agriculture. In the agricultural and agri-food sectors, which I touched on before, CETA will make almost 94% of EU tariff lines on Canadian goods duty-free, and it will rise to 95% once all the phase-outs are complete. This will include preferential duty-free access for a specified amount of Canadian beef, pork, and bison. This is one of the largest industries in my riding. It provides employment and economic activities to many of the small communities in my area. Ensuring an advantageous position for our farmers and other sectors will help ensure long-term economic growth and prosperity for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, many people in my riding, as I mentioned, are concerned about their future, and I think they're rightfully so right across this country, and that the cost of doing business here in Ontario being sky high, it's the increased taxes due to the provincial and federal Liberals, Many Canadians are struggling to get by. I'm hopeful that this deal is signed, and the Liberal government's intention is to continue to build on the previous government's strong record of international trade. We're a trading nation, and we need to continue to increase market access for Canadian businesses and products. And as I said, I see my time is drawing to a close. I'd like to thank all the men and women who have worked for years to get this agreement negotiated, drafted, and now before us here in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to the questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the former Minister of International Trade commented, that we have within Canada, within the department, some of the most ably-minded individuals in the world to talk and negotiate on our behalf in regards to getting trade agreements. And there is a great deal of confidence within this agreement that Canada will, in fact, benefit immensely by it. But it also means that, as it was pointed out earlier today, that there is a role for the national government and other agencies. I made reference to Yes Winnipeg as an economic development group promoting my own city, and whether it's provinces, chambers of commerce, that we all have a role to play in terms of just the promotion of our small and medium-sized businesses, whether it's widgets or services, in getting the message out, the export opportunities. So we need to take a holistic approach at making sure that our communities, both small and large, rural and urban, are in fact aggressive on that international selling scheme and so forth. And I'm wondering if my colleague Crossway would provide some comment in terms of just how important it is that we recognize that there are many organizations, both private and non-profit and government, that have a role to play to make sure that we maximize the benefits of this particular agreement.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the question from my friend across the way, the parliamentary secretary. I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think policies that restrict competition, that's ultimately to the detriment of Canadian firms and their workers. Free trade agreements like CETA, like I've said before, they're opening new markets for Canadian products and companies. They also force them to compete against firms and countries and what have you across the world, and that makes for good competition. And I think we all know when we're talking about agricultural products, Canada has some of the best in the world, the best quality, and we know that there is demand for this product. And especially in my riding, where we have a lot of beef, they're looking for new markets, and they're seeing the demand. As the middle class grows, especially in the Asian countries, they want Canadian beef. They want Canadian products. I focus on beef because I do have a lot of beef, but you could name off anything we have, and it is the envy of the world. So I think by opening up new markets, continuing to look for new opportunities is a win-win for everyone.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. We hear so much about trade, and I keep hearing the word free. Free trade, we're free traders. It's an ideology that everything's for free, and it makes me nervous. I feel like I'm in a used car lot, and someone's trying to sell me a $40,000 car, and it's almost free. I'll give you $2,000 if you buy this car. That's how people feel in my community. We had the highest median income in Port Alberni in the 50s and 60s and 70s. Right now, we've got the highest unemployment rate on Vancouver Island. And what comes with that? It comes with high poverty, high suicide, high teenage pregnancy. And, Mr. Speaker, we did something wrong when we did the trade deals in the past, because we're being left out in our coastal community. So I want to ask the member, what are we going to do different in this trade deal instead of just giving away our jobs for free, giving away our resources for free? How are we going to build up communities in our communities? How are we going to do it right? And that's what the NDP wants. We are for trade. We're for fair trade, and we're for fairly protecting our communities and our resources.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I disagree with the member from the NDP. I don't think we're giving away anything. In fact, we're growing our market. We are going to have access to 500 million potential new customers that will want to have our products and services here. Now, I should point out that the member across the way is treating exports as good and imports as bad for the economy. But he's ignoring the importance that this has on raising the living standards of our countries, much more than the exports. Import competition, it lowers prices. It allows us to be more competitive. So I disagree that of his comments of trade being doom and gloom. I think there are a number of benefits that we're looking at, especially one of the largest markets in the world, and 500 potential new customers. So I invite the honourable member to look at that and maybe have a look at some of the benefits.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm delighted to rise in support of Bill C-30, the Act to implement the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement between Canada and the European Union. And as we approach the end of today's debate, if you'll permit me, Mr. Speaker, to address the tremendous opportunities and benefits in this bill by first reflecting on the way I watched Canada change and develop and prosper as a result of trade and unavoidable globalization in my lifetime. As the product of an offshore union myself, I have no real memory of arriving at Pier 21 in Halifax, a babe in my mother's arms, aboard a Red Cross hospital ship from England near the end of the Second World War. In fact, my first real trade-related memories as a child here in Ottawa in the late 1940s involved the exciting arrival of Christmas oranges in our house, the mandarin oranges that arrived every year in those early years from Japan. By the time I began elementary school, our family had moved to Medicine Hat, Alberta. My dad had been transferred from the Ottawa Citizen to become editorial page editor of the Medicine Hat News. And our food back then was local. Milk and butter, eggs and cheese, meat and bread came from farms or butchers or bakers, barely a couple of hours away from our house, much of it delivered to our home by horse-drawn wagons. Just in passing, I was regularly detailed to collect horse droppings for our home vegetable garden, where today, of course, there's an abundance of off-the-shelf retail home fertilizers. Our shoes and clothes in the 40s and early 50s came mostly from Ontario and Quebec. It's worth remembering, of course, that the Canadian shoe industry was started originally by an investment made by Jean Talon in Quebec in 1688, developed over the centuries before and after Confederation. But after peaking in 1972, the Canadian-made shoe industry went downhill because, of course, the arrival of less expensive, cheaper foreign imports, even despite government efforts in that day to slow the tide with import tariffs. Our T-shirts and our underwear back in the 1950s came from a great conservative firm in Nova Scotia. I loved my Stanfield's unshrinkable, drop-bottom long underwear when winters were longer and colder than they are today. And in those days, almost all of our cars came from Detroit or the Canadian branch plants of Detroit. By the mid-1950s, Mr. Speaker, you'll recall, of course, Canada's auto industry was booming with new plants, new facilities, increased employment, and a surge in export sales as Canadian manufacturers took advantage of the fact that European makers were still recovering from the war. My dad, who was a prudent, penny-wise newspaper man, never bought a new car, but he always bought North American, ferrying our growing family around southern Alberta, first in a second-hand 1947 Chevy sedan, and then another very well-used 1954 Pontiac. While I was studying at the Naval Dockyard in Esquimalt in 1960, listening to the hit tunes of those days, Percy Faith's theme from A Summer Place and Sinatra's High Hopes, I remember seeing the decommissioned World War II cruiser HMCS Ontario being prepared then to be towed to Japan for scrap. I've little doubt that some of the recycled steel from the Big O came back to Canada a few years later, perhaps in the form of the first Japanese auto imports, the Datsun Fairlady, I remember, and of course the very first Honda Civics. As a young journalist covering Expo 67 in Montreal, I remember the record crowds of foreign visitors and heads of government and the excitement and the talk everywhere of the many doors being opened to Canada to global trade opportunities. And those doors did eventually open, although the big trade agreements, as we know, took somewhat longer to be achieved. I remember as a young foreign correspondent in London, England in the early 1970s, the political debate leading up to the referendum that saw the United Kingdom join the European Common Market. Then, of course, that was followed eventually by Maastricht, the Maastricht Agreement, the creation of the European Union, the United Kingdom's opt-out clause, and so forth. Now, Britain's benefited from that trade agreement, but as we all know too well, the European integration progress went a little farther than British voters would accept, leading, of course, to the Brexit referendum outcome last year. So today we face new challenges. We see new challenges for the UK, for the European Union, coincidentally for the United States, for our NAFTA partners, pretty well all of our global trading partners, which brings us, Mr. Speaker, to the legislation before us here today. And I think certainly on our side of the House, and I know from the government side, we can't say too often that this landmark agreement is the result of years of hard work, especially by our world-class trade negotiators who did the heavy lifting for a succession of ministers and governments. We in the official opposition welcome the opportunity to bring this deal into force and to recognize the work of successive trade ministers, including most recently the member from Abbotsford and, of course, the minister from University Rosedale. I'll come back to that in just a moment. We believe certainly passionately in the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, that Canada should strive to maximize the benefits we have as a free trading nation, and that CETA will establish trading relationships far beyond North America. And again, we can't say too often for our visitors at home that with 28 member states, the EU represents 500 million people, an annual economic activity of almost $20 trillion. The EU is the world's largest economy, also the world's largest import market for goods. The EU's annual imports alone are worth more than Canada's total GDP. It is interesting, and I had a visit earlier today. I spent the morning with the EU delegation to Ottawa, and it was interesting to catch up on the representatives of the 28 members of the EU on the ratification process, and I was delighted to remark to the representative of the government of Latvia, our Foreign Affairs Committee just back from an Eastern European tour visiting Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Poland, and Latvia, to have been told by the ministers in the Latvian government that they are rushing to try and be the first member of the EU to formally ratify the agreement, and urging us on to ratify to enable implementation of the Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know my time is short, so in closing, I would just like to say I was impressed, very impressed, a couple of months ago by the very gracious acknowledgement by the Minister of Trade, now the Foreign Affairs Minister, of the hard work of her predecessor, the member for Abbotsford, in developing and advancing the CETA file in his time. Not all of my Liberal colleagues have been as generous, but if I could conclude, Mr. Speaker, on a positive note, and in the context of that spectacular Super Bowl victory last night, I would suggest that the member for Abbotsford might be seen as the Tom Brady character, moving the ball against great odds to the brink of victory. But then I see, and again with the greatest respect, the former Minister of Trade, the Foreign Affairs Minister, as James White, in overtime, 2 yards to go, plowing through the defense to carry the ball into the end zone to win the day. Mr. Speaker, in closing, let me say CETA is a great deal for Canada. It is a great deal for Europe, and I have no hesitation in committing my vote to bring this agreement into force. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vimy.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his passionate speech. I would like to ask him how this agreement, CETA, will help Canada in creating jobs and stimulate the economy. How will this... How can he explain the economic benefits for Canada?
Well, thank you, and I thank my colleague for a very constructive question. As a member of Parliament from Ontario, this agreement will eliminate virtually all, 98% of the tariffs on Ontario manufactured goods and services. As I said, it opens the largest trading market, the largest economy in the world, the EU, to Canadian manufacturers, to our natural resources, our manufactured products, our services, and it has guarantees. And my only caution is that we on the opposition side hope that the government will ensure that those sectors of the Canadian economy most impacted by opening our markets to European exports will respect the promises that they've made to guarantee that those sectors are eased into through a period of adjustment. And I'm thinking now of the supply management sector primarily, but other sectors as well that will have some challenges as they adapt to this new reality.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Thornhill presented the European Union as a massive export market for Canada, but in 2015, Canada sold only $22 billion of exports to the EU if we exclude the United Kingdom, which is in the process of leaving that organization. Meanwhile, we imported $52 billion worth of merchandise from what's left of the European Union. And if we just were to amplify those trade flows on a bilateral basis, we would have an even larger trade deficit and hence an even greater loss of Canadian jobs. So I wonder if the member for Thornhill is relying on some sort of Tom Brady-style comeback to overturn this trade deficit.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, I thank my colleague in the NDP for his question, Mr. Speaker. Although I certainly disagree first with his modifier of only to $22 billion. I think we have to recognize that there are certain vagaries, there are certain unpredictabilities about the global economy, of the direction of global trade, of advantages, disadvantages. The resource sector is going through a particularly bad patch now. But certainly on the Foreign Affairs Committee recent visit to Europe, we found a great welcoming and recognition that, in fact, Canadian products would soon be, and services would be entering their markets, and there were pleas for in our ensuring and for the agreements ensuring an equal and fair playing field of opportunities, both from our side and to our European partners.
We have time for a very short question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to ask my colleague a question, and I must say I really enjoyed his history lesson. I can't believe that this 39-year-old has this much history and that much knowledge. But I must say I really enjoyed it. But I want to maybe use that advantage or use that wisdom wisely here today and talk about the fact that in history, when we looked at the first free trade agreements, we looked at NAFTA, agreements like that, there's all these naysayers who are saying we're going to lose our wine sector. I can remember BC wine industry, for example. That industry was going to just disappear off the map and it would never survive. I'd like to have his comments on that and just how many times we've heard the NDP and other parties talk about how trade is so horrible, it's going to basically ruin Canada. And then we're here today looking at what we look at today. So.
Honourable member for Thornhill in 25 seconds or less.
And with, I beg your pardon, Speaker?
Less if possible.
Let me say, Canada, along with every country, every trading country in the world, has got to adapt to today's globalization and trading realities. I have in the den of our house a framed mallet that my grandfather used as a harness maker. I'm not sure that he made buggy whips, but he was a harness maker, and he adapted when that trade, before he died, that he adapted to that reality. And I think that's what those of our economic sector that are challenged by globalization must do today, and government must assist them.
Is the House ready for the question? La mise aux voix porte.
We will be voting on motion number 2. The vote on this motion will apply to motions 3 to 53.
Ms. Ramsey, seconded by Monsieur Caron, moved that Bill C-30 be amended by deleting Clause 11. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No. All those in favour of the motion, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members. The Honourable Government House Leader, or Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
To Tuesday, February 7th, 2017, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Yes. So be it. Very good. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38,
the vote will be deferred to Tuesday after the oral questions. Sorry. Alors, à ce moment, si conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last October, I asked the Minister for Democratic Reform about promises that she and her government made to Canadians. Now, we find ourselves in a new year and, sadly, with a whole new set of broken promises. I'm extremely disappointed that the Liberals have chosen to ignore Canadians and back away from their commitment on democratic reform. The promise to Canadians was very clear. 16 months ago, on the election trail, our future Prime Minister stated that his party would make every vote count. And on numerous occasions, more than 1,800 in fact, claimed that a Liberal government would be committed to ensuring that the 2015 election would be the last federal election using first past the post. That was a clear promise, Mr. Speaker, a clear commitment, one for which many Canadians voted. And as recently as last October, the Prime Minister restated his support for electoral reform, describing it as a commitment we made in our election that I continue to be deeply committed to. I'm starting to wonder if members of the governing party actually understand what the word commitment means. It's truly disheartening for Canadians to have watched the Prime Minister and his Minister for Democratic Reform slowly but surely redefine, weaken, water down, and then back away from their commitment to a fair election process. Breaking this promise, this commitment, does more damage to our democratic system than the Prime Minister is willing to admit. It tarnishes the credibility of all MPs in this House. It tells Canadians that politicians are only interested in getting elected and will say anything to make that happen. It starts to pick away at the fabric of our democracy, and we begin to see that fabric unravel as people lose trust in the political system. Making promises you never intended to keep further disenfranchises those who came out in droves to vote for change. People believe the Liberal Party actually wanted to create change. They were sold a bill of goods and now are left with the status quo and a lack of trust in the political system. Mr. Speaker, this is a betrayal of every Canadian who voted to change the electoral system, as well as every Canadian who voted to do politics differently. The unvarnished truth is that rather than fixing our broken electoral system so it benefits every Canadian, the Liberals are keeping the current system because it benefits them. We are also left wondering, Mr. Speaker, what will be the next broken promise? Clearly, commitments and promises are meaningless to the Prime Minister. I wonder, will the next broken promise be in regard to pensions for our veterans? This was a key election promise, just like democratic reform. It made it into the minister's mandate letter, just like democratic reform. Yet here we are in 2017 with no promised pension and veterans back in court fighting the government on the sacred obligation our government owes to the men and women who serve this great country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary across the aisle from me today if the government intends to keep the promises and commitments it made to Canadians. Are there any other promises they intend to break? What are they? And what else do they intend to simply walk away from after abandoning their commitment to electoral reform?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the issue raised by the member from London Fanshawe back in October, which is why we're here this evening, which is the issue of non-resident Canadian citizens voting in federal elections. And I'd like to start by saying this government is firmly supportive of enhancing electoral participation of all kinds. Mr. Speaker, the right to vote is a fundamental democratic right enshrined in Section 3 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The constitutional enshrinement of this right reflects the centrality of voting in our democratic system, as well as its essential link to Canadian citizenship. The Charter protects and promotes the right of each citizen to play a meaningful role in the political life of our country. As Chief Justice McLaughlin stated in the Saskatchewan Electoral Boundaries reference, the Canadian tradition is one of evolutionary democracy, moving in gradual steps toward the goal of universal suffrage. The special voting rules in the Canadian Elections Act, which set out how non-resident Canadian citizens may vote, constitute one such step. And before 1993, the only non-resident Canadians able to vote in federal elections were generally members of the Canadian Forces and of the Federal Public Service. The special voting rule marked a watershed moment in the enfranchisement of non-resident citizens. Introduced in 1993, the rules extended for the first time voting to non-resident citizens who did not fall under the two exceptional categories. And at the time, after much debate in this place, Parliament saw fit to impose three limitations on non-resident voting. Namely, the first, a requirement of prior residence in Canada. Second, a requirement that the non-resident elector have resided outside of Canada for fewer than 5 years, with certain exceptions. And third, that the requirement of the elector that the elector intends to resume ordinary residence in Canada at some point in the future. And, Mr. Speaker, after the latter two limits were challenged in July 2015 in the Ontario Court of Appeal held that the 5-year cutoff and the requirement of an intent to return constitute reasonable limitations on the right to vote under Section 1 of the Charter. That judgment has been appealed to the Supreme Court of Canada, and on October 20th, the Attorney General of Canada filed her factum defending the right of Parliament to make the choice that it did in 1993 as being within the bounds of constitutionality. The Minister of Democratic Institutions is firmly committed to enhancing Canadians' participation in the electoral process. That's why we've just introduced Bill C-33, legislation that, if passed, will enable electors who have lived more than 5 consecutive years outside of Canada to vote, and the elector will not need to state their intent to return. The government believes that Canadian democracy should be inclusive and in tune with the realities of an increasingly interconnected world. And I look forward to the honourable member's contribution to the discussion when we debate C-33 in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary. And yes, democracy should be inclusive. Let's look at the facts. 2/3 of Canadians voted in the last election for parties promising electoral reform. During the committee hearings, almost 90% of expert and 80% of public testimony called for the government to adopt a proportional voting system. And when they launched their own extremely biased and poorly designed online survey, Liberals never even asked Canadians what system they wanted. And now today, reports have surfaced that the Liberals spent nearly $4.1 billion consulting Canadians on electoral reform. I wonder if they ever had any intention of implementing it in the first place. It amazes me that the promise to strengthen our democratic institutions has gone from a clear commitment to the trash bin in just over a year. Why is this Liberal government so afraid of democracy?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to be very clear that this government fundamentally believes that more Canadians should have the ability to vote, and we're committed to enhancing Canadians' participation in the democratic process, as evidenced in the recently released updated mandate letter for the Minister of Democratic Institutions, and I certainly appreciate the member opposite's commitment to this issue. Coming back to the reason why we're having this discussion this evening, I will just again say we've tabled legislation in this House that, if passed, will enable more than 1 million new electors living abroad to vote. And we appreciate that many non-resident citizens care deeply about voting in Canadian federal elections, and I and many others in this House look forward to debating Bill C-33. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
I've been on my feet many times in this place talking about the plight of the Yazidi people of northern Iraq and surrounding regions. This is a group that probably some of the most persecuted people in the world face extreme persecution at the hands of extremists in the religious majority in the area. They're undisputed survivors of genocide, and the international community has a lot of work to do when we say never again in actually applying it to these people. The government committed several months ago, 4 months ago now, to assisting Yazidi victims of genocide in a whole broad range of services. This doesn't just mean resettling refugees, but it does. Canada has a horrendous track record of identifying and bringing Yazidis to Canada. In fact, the government has brought none through the government-assisted program, in spite of the fact we claim to be welcome to refugees. But it also means that we need to ensure that we're supporting these people in terms of recovery from the atrocities that they've and their families have been through, aid to the region, supporting rebuilding of infrastructure, and asking the tough questions about what Canada's role is in the fight to contain ISIS, given that their homelands are not secure, they're not safe. The government, frankly, has shown a lack of compassion to these people, and as has the international community. I stood in this House and asked a very simple question. Has the government contacted any NGOs? There's many NGOs that are doing excellent work in this area. Have they contacted NGOs to help identify Yazidi refugees to come to Canada? And I got no response. It was actually quite shameful. Right now, NGOs have identified displaced persons in Iraq as well as in refugee camps in Turkey that could be here basically with the stroke of the minister's pen. Yet they refuse to work through these groups. Why? Because they want to rely solely on the UN to refer refugees to Canada. They use the line, we don't use religion to prioritize refugees to come to Canada, yet it is exactly these people's religion that is causing them to be the most persecuted and most vulnerable people in the world, who then in turn require our support. So it's this dichotomy that the government has. It's like they're passing the buck to the UN and refusing to take action. It's like they only want the glory and the photo op with other refugees. They're not servicing the most vulnerable. They're not supporting these people. So the reason why it's so important for the government to identify which NGOs they're working with is because it shows the international community that what the UN is doing to help these people is not good enough. We need to send the international community needs to send a message to the UN that these people are not safe in refugee camps, that they're not being put on referral lists to come to countries like Canada, like the US, like Australia. In fact, many Yazidi people have actually said that the UN is actively discriminating against them by giving them appointment dates that are years and years and years into the future. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is very, very simple. With dozens of NGOs that are working in this area internationally, which NGOs has the minister and the government contacted in order to ensure that Yazidi refugees, both in Iraq and out, are being identified for sponsorship to Canada?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise for the first time as Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
The new minister in his new role, I think he's doing an awesome job so far, and I look forward also to work with the member of the committees and especially the member of Calgary-Nosdale. I know she's doing great work on the committee, so looking forward to work with her. So, Monsieur le Président, d'une voix commune.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians, like people worldwide, have deplored the murderous actions of Daesh. Millions have been displaced from their homes or have faced persecution because of their ethnic group or sexual orientation.
The international effort to address the crisis. Since November 4, 2015, we have welcomed nearly 40,000 Syrian refugees.
And I'm very pleased to see that all parties are cooperating to help the vulnerable victims of Daesh, including Yazidis, as evidenced by the unanimous support to bring Yazidis to Canada within 120 days by February 22nd, 2017.
That bring internally displaced people to Canada as opposed to refugee is something that we do only in very exceptional circumstances. This is one of those circumstances.
We are committed to meeting this 120-day timeline, but it is equally important to take the necessary time to do this right and ensure that we have in place such things as settlement supports, welcoming communities, interpreters, and plans to help meet the psychological and social needs of those we are welcoming. This is why, as the former minister said in response to the original question, we have been working very actively on a two-part plan. We are bringing individuals who are residing outside Iraq, in Turkey and Lebanon, and while this work is being done, we are currently identifying women and their families residing in Iraq.
Also working closely with welcoming communities to ensure that settlement support are in place and available to individuals upon their arrival.
While we recognize the need for protection of the victims of Daesh, the region's continuing instability presents challenges in identifying and interviewing individuals, not to mention getting them out of Iraq, while ensuring the safety of our immigration officers, members of the Yazidi community, and other vulnerable groups. Mr. Speaker, when we prepare operational plans, the safety of individuals, staff, and partners is a top priority. It takes considerable resources to process difficult-to-access populations.
Looking at ways to respond to the challenge in northern Iraq. IRCC official recently completed a tour visit to the region.
Over the course of the 3 trips, they interviewed a large number of Syrian refugees as well as some internally displaced persons and met with key partners to gather as much information as possible on the situation on the ground. Mr. Speaker, Canada has long and well-respected tradition of helping to protect persons in need. We want to continue to be a world leader in this area, but there isn't a quick fix to this problem.
With our partners in the region to respond to the various challenges of wrestling this vulnerable population in northern Iraq, and we will communicate on our progress as soon as it is appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we just got a preview of what the government's response is going to be later this month when they fail to do anything material for the Yazidi people in spite of the lip service that they paid this. The talking points are, we can't work fast enough, this isn't easy. Well, Mr. Speaker, when this government said during the campaign that 25,000 Syrian refugees was just a matter of political will, it was just a matter of political will. And of course it's not easy, but it's the right thing to do. I asked the member a very simple question, and I know he's new in the role, but the talking points that he just gave should give him pause for thought and some shame. It's not easy, but there are people on the ground who know what they're doing. There are NGOs that are well positioned. Why aren't they working with these people? I met with dozens of them today, and they all said, yep, no calls from the government. So who are they working with? Are they just working through a woefully inadequate UN? And how many Yazidis are they going to be bringing to Canada?
Honourable Député. Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, and I'll repeat it, we're very pleased that all parties are cooperating to help the vulnerable victims of Daesh, including Yazidis, as evidenced by unanimous support to bring Yazidis to Canada within 120 days by February 22nd, 2017.
To meeting this 120-day timeline, but it is equally important also to take the necessary time to do this right. Et voilà pourquoi nous travaillons.
That is why we've been working very actively on a two-part strategy. We are bringing individuals residing outside Iraq. We are working closely with welcoming communities to ensure that settlement supports are in place and available to individuals upon their arrival.
Our progress as soon as it will be appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor tonight. I'm pleased to address my colleague for Ville-Marie, Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs. I'd like to talk about the Port of Quebec City, a very important one, over 4 centuries old. It's the basis for the foundation of the city of Quebec. It's at a turning point in its history right now. It needs to go toward the future, grow its activities and development, or perish very soon, unfortunately. 3 projects are in course right now. L'Anse-au-Foulon, the extensions of the Samuel de Champlain promenade. It was said that 12 million would be invested in that during the election campaign, and Bassin de Louise, which is another part of the Quebec City port, where there are real estate developments. The Liberal government has been very silent about these projects in its first year in power, silent about L'Anse-au-Foulon and Bassin Louise, and rather discreet when it comes to Beauport-Vinvin. It was discreet, meaning there's nothing in the throne speech, no mention of that about Beauport-Vinvin, nothing in the budget, nothing in speeches in general, apart from the Minister of Transport, who mentioned something about Beauport-Vinvin when he came to Quebec City. It's important for the Port of Quebec City to remain competitive internationally, nationally, and North America to maintain the 2,000 direct and indirect jobs in the Greater Quebec City region. Beauport-Vinvin will double the quays in the Quebec City port. It's important when it comes to the investments in this project, which will allow upgrading and refurbishment of port facilities so that it can remain competitive on a North American scale. The environmental assessment is going well. We're in the public hearing phase, and I think the public will accept it because the port authorities are doing their job. There have been ongoing exchanges between the Canadian Environmental Protection Agency and the Port of Quebec. Public hearings could go ahead, and by Canada Day, the Minister of the Environment should receive a positive report from the Environmental Protection Agency. I'm sure she will get a positive report for this project. Not only is the Government of Quebec in accordance with this, but the Quebec City authorities too. The Liberal government said it agreed with the project. However, it's been very discreet about it for the past year. So my question is a very simple one. I want to know, before the election, the Conservative government had confirmed $60 million for the Beauport 2020 project in the Port of Quebec City. And the Minister of Transport, I can't say his name, confirmed many times that in due course he would honor that commitment by the previous government. So my question for the Parliamentary Secretary is a simple one. Is that $60 million envelope allocated by the Conservative government still in existence? Is it available? Is the amount still earmarked? Beyond saying the government supports the project, is that envelope still in existence and still available today? Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Beauport-Limoilou for his intervention and his work on the Port of Quebec file and the project that he named. The Government of Canada knows that infrastructure provides opportunities and can save lives. It enables people to get to work, children to get to school. It can lift families out of poverty and help businesses expand. Infrastructure allows us to build better communities and strengthen Canada.
Our infrastructure plan, and we did not waste any time rolling it out. We signed bilateral agreements with all provinces and territories and approved more than 1,200 projects, 65% of which of those are already underway. On July 5th, the governments of Canada and Quebec signed the Canada-Quebec Agreement on the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund and the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund. Together, these funds will provide municipalities in Quebec with nearly $1.3 billion in federal funding for projects across the province. To date, we have approved over $730 million to 57 projects, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to announcing more projects with the province in the coming months. Thanks
to these investments, we make sure that all Quebecers have access to modern infrastructure to reduce their commutes and strike a better work-life balance while encouraging job creation, particularly for the middle class. Our government has made a commitment to invest in transformative projects in infrastructure, and as my colleague, the Minister of Finance, stated on November 1st, we will invest over $180 billion over 12 years for infrastructure. These investments will target key sectors such as public transit, green technology, transportation to support business, and northern and rural communities. The government received the Beauport 2020 project from the Port of Quebec, applying for funding. This is subject to all applicable conditions. It required a federal environmental assessment before being approved, and the previous government knew that when they promised funding just before the election campaign. This evaluation by the Canadian Environmental Protection Agency is underway right now. So we will continue to examine this project once that environmental assessment is finished. We are pleased to consider such projects as Beauport 2020. We will continue to cooperate with our Quebec counterparts, the member for Beauport-Limoilou, of course, and representatives of the municipalities involved to achieve our objectives for public infrastructure. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his answer. I understand that this is phase one and the government must do the assessment, but when you talk about the 57 infrastructure projects in Quebec and federal infrastructure money, there's nothing for the Quebec City area. The minister in the region says he's not the minister for the regions. He said nothing about this. For the Port of Quebec City, there's nothing on the table. And for the rapid bus system, one of the key objectives of the mayor of Quebec City, we've heard nothing either. So regardless of the steps that have to be gone through for Beauport-Vimbin. I know there are important government procedures here, but my question is, will that $60 million envelope continue to be applicable? That's what the government of Quebec wants to know. That's what the port wants to know and what the mayor wants to know, and the residents want to know as well. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Beauport-Limoilou has named many projects in the Quebec City region. He says there aren't many, but there are many. He can see that on our website.
Recognizes that investments in vital national trade and transportation infrastructure like the Port of Quebec project will help create long-term economic growth in the province of Quebec as well as to the rest of Canada.
We are currently developing an infrastructure plan that will see $180 billion invested over 12 years. We've signed agreements with all the provinces and territories to provide federal funding for phase 1 of our plan, and over $245 million have been approved to date for Quebec. We continue to cooperate with the provinces and territories and municipalities of Canada to help strengthen our communities.
Make investments like the Port of Quebec's Beauport 2020 project a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre
Motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted.
stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.